Chapter 1 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lini. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori, translated by N.E. George. Chapter 1. A critical consideration of the new pedagogy in its relation to modern science. It is not my intention to present a treatise on scientific pedagogy. The modest design of these incomplete notes is to give the results of an experiment that apparently opens the way for putting into practice those new principles of science which, in these last years, are tending to revolutionize the work of education. Much has been said in the past decade concerning the tendency of pedagogy, following the footsteps of medicine, to pass beyond the purely speculative stage and base its conclusions on the positive results of experimentation. Physiological and experimental psychology, which, from Weber and Fechner to Wundt, has become organized into a new science, seems destined to furnish to the new pedagogy that fundamental preparation which the old-time metaphysical psychology furnished to philosophical pedagogy. Morphological anthropology applied to the physical study of children is also a strong element in the growth of the new pedagogy. But in spite of all these tendencies, scientific pedagogy has never yet been definitely constructed nor defined. It is something vague of which we speak, but which does not, in reality, exist. We might say that it has been, up to the present time, the mere intuition or suggestion of a science which, by the aid of the positive and experimental sciences that have renewed the thought of the 19th century, must emerge from the mist and clouds that have surrounded it. For man, who has formed the new world through scientific progress, must himself be prepared and developed through a new pedagogy. But I will not attempt to speak of this more fully here. Several years ago, a well-known physician established in Italy a school of scientific pedagogy, the object which was to prepare teachers to follow the new movement which had begun to be felt in the pedagogical world. This school had, for 2 or 3 years, a great success, so great indeed that teachers from all over Italy flocked to it, and it was endowed by the city of Milan with a splendid equipment of scientific material. Indeed, its beginnings were most propitious, and liberal help was afforded in the hope that it might be possible to establish, through the experiments carried on there, the science of forming men. The enthusiasm which welcomed the school was, in a large measure, due to the warm support given it by the distinguished anthropologist Giuseppe Sergi, who for more than 30 years had earnestly labored to spread among the teachers of Italy the principles of a new civilization based upon education. Today, in the social world, said Sergi, an imperative need makes itself felt, the reconstruction of educational methods, and he who fights for this cause fights for human regeneration. In his pedagogical writings, collected in a volume under the title of Educazione ed Istruzione Pensieri, he gives a résumé of the lectures in which he encouraged this new movement, and says that he believes the way to his desired regeneration lies in a methodical study of the one to be educated, carried on under the guidance of pedagogical anthropology and of experimental psychology. For several years I have done battle for an idea concerning the instruction and education of men, which appeared the more just and useful the more deeply I thought upon it. My idea was that, in order to establish natural, rational methods, it was essential that we make numerous, exact, and rational observations of man as an individual, principally during infancy, which is the age at which the foundations of education and culture must be laid. To measure the head, the height, etc., does not indeed mean that we are establishing a system of pedagogy, but it indicates the road which we may follow to arrive at such a system, since if we are to educate an individual, we must have a definite and direct knowledge of him. The authority of Sergi was enough to convince many that, given such a knowledge of the individual, the art of educating him would develop naturally. This, as often happens, led to a confusion of ideas among his followers, arising now from too little interpretation, now from an exaggeration of the master's ideas. The chief trouble lay in confusing the experimental study of the pupil with his education. And since the one was the road leading to the other, which should have grown from it naturally and rationally, they straightway gave the name of scientific pedagogy to what was in truth pedagogical anthropology. These new converts carried as their banner the biographical chart, believing that once this ensign was firmly planted upon the battlefield of the school, the victory would be won. The so-called School of Scientific Pedagogy, therefore, instructed the teachers in the taking of anthropometric measurements, in the use of esthesiometric instruments, in the gathering of psychological data, and the army of new scientific teachers was formed. It should be said that in this movement Italy showed herself to be abreast of the times. In France, in England, and especially in America, experiments have been made in the elementary schools, based upon a study of anthropology and psychological pedagogy, in the hope of finding in anthropometry and psychometry the regeneration of the school. In these attempts, it has rarely been the teachers who have carried on the research. The experiments have been, in most cases, in the hands of physicians who have taken more interest in their special science than in education. They have usually sought to get from their experiments some contribution to psychology or anthropology, rather than to attempt to organize their work and their results toward the formation of the long-sought scientific pedagogy. To sum up the situation briefly, anthropology and psychology have never devoted themselves to the question of educating children in the schools, nor have the scientifically trained teachers ever measured up to the standards of genuine scientists. The truth is that the practical progress of the school demands a genuine fusion of these modern tendencies in practice and thought, such a fusion as shall bring scientists directly into the important field of the school, and at the same time raise teachers from the inferior intellectual level to which they are limited today. Toward this eminently practical ideal, the University School of Pedagogy, founded in Italy by Credaro, is definitely working. It is the intention of this school to raise pedagogy from the inferior position it has occupied as a secondary branch of philosophy to the dignity of a definite science, which shall, as does medicine, cover a broad and varied field of comparative study. And among the branches affiliated with it will most certainly be found pedagogical hygiene, pedagogical anthropology, and experimental psychology. Truly, Italy, the country of Lombroso, of De Giovanni, and of Sergi, may claim the honor of being preeminent in the organization of such a movement. In fact, these three scientists may be called the founders of the new tendency in anthropology, the first leading the way in criminal anthropology, the second in medical anthropology, and the third in pedagogical anthropology. For the good fortune of science, all three of them have been the recognized leaders of their special lines of thought, and have been so prominent in the scientific world that they have not only made courageous and valuable disciples, but have also prepared the minds of the masses to receive the scientific regeneration which they have encouraged. For reference, see my treatise Pedagogical Anthropology. Surely, all this is something of which our country may be justly proud. Today, however, those things which occupy us in the field of education are the interests of humanity at large and of civilization, and before such great forces we can recognize only one country, the entire world. And in a cause of such great importance, all those who have given any contribution, even though it be only an attempt not crowned with success, are worthy of the respect of humanity throughout the civilized world. So, in Italy, The schools of scientific pedagogy and the anthropological laboratories, which have sprung up in the various cities through the efforts of elementary teachers and scholarly inspectors, and which have been abandoned almost before they became definitely organized, have nevertheless a great value by reason of the faith which inspired them, and because of the doors they have opened to thinking people. It is needless to say that such attempts were premature and sprang from too slight a comprehension of new sciences still in the process of development. Every great cause is born from repeated failures and from imperfect achievements. When St. Francis of Assisi saw his Lord in a vision and received from the divine lips the command, "Francis, rebuild my church," he believed that the Master spoke of the little church within which he knelt at that moment. And he immediately set about the task, carrying upon his shoulders the stones with which he meant to rebuild the fallen walls. It was not until later that he became aware of the fact that his mission was to renew the Catholic Church through the spirit of poverty. But the St. Francis who so ingeniously carried the stones, and the great reformer who so miraculously led the people to a triumph of the spirit, are one and the same person in different stages of development. So we, who work toward one great end, are members of one and the same body, and those who come after us will reach the goal only because there were those who believed and labored before them. And, like St. Francis, we have believed that by carrying the hard and barren stones of the experimental laboratory to the old and crumbling walls of the school, we might rebuild it. We have looked upon the aids offered by the materialistic and mechanical sciences with the same hopefulness with which St. Francis looked upon the squares of granite which he must carry upon his shoulders. Thus we have been drawn into a false and narrow way, from which we must free ourselves if we are to establish true and living methods for the training of future generations. To prepare teachers in the method of the experimental sciences is not an easy matter. When we shall have instructed them in anthropometry and psychometry in the most minute manner possible, we shall have only created machines whose usefulness will be most doubtful. Indeed, if it is after this fashion that we are to initiate our teachers into experiment, we shall remain forever in the field of theory. The teachers of the old school, prepared according to the principles of metaphysical philosophy, understood the ideas of certain men regarded as authorities, and moved the muscles of speech in talking of them, and the muscles of the eyes in reading their theories. Our scientific teachers, instead, are familiar with certain instruments and know how to move the muscles of the hand and arm in order to use these instruments. Besides this, they have an intellectual preparation which consists of a series of typical tests which they have, in a barren and mechanical way, learned how to apply. The difference is not substantial, for profound differences cannot exist in exterior technique alone, but lie rather within the inner man. Not with all our initiation into scientific experiment have we prepared new masters, for, after all, we have left them standing without the door of real experimental science. We have not admitted them to the noblest and most profound phase of such study, to that experience which makes real scientists. And, indeed, what is a scientist? Not, certainly, he who knows how to manipulate all the instruments in the physical laboratory, or who in the laboratory of the chemist handles the various reactives with deftness and security, or who in biology knows how to make ready the specimens for the microscope. Indeed, it is often the case that an assistant has a greater dexterity in experimental technique than the master scientist himself. We give the name scientist to the type of man who has felt experiment to be a means guiding him to search out the deep truth of life, to lift a veil from its fascinating secrets, and who, in this pursuit, has felt arising within him a love for the mysteries of nature, so passionate as to annihilate the thought of himself. The scientist is not the clever manipulator of instruments. He is the worshipper of nature, and he bears the external symbols of his passion, as does the follower of some religious order. To this body of real scientists belong those who, forgetting, like the Trappists of the Middle Ages, the world about them, live only in the laboratory, careless often in matters of food and dress, because they no longer think of themselves. Those who, through years of unwearied use of the microscope, become blind. Those who in their scientific ardor inoculate themselves with tuberculosis germs. Those who handle the excrement of cholera patients in their eagerness to learn the vehicle through which the diseases are transmitted. And those who, knowing that a certain chemical preparation may be an explosive, still persist in testing their theories at the risk of their lives. This is the spirit of the men of science, to whom nature freely reveals her secrets, crowning their labors with the glory of discovery. There exists, then, the spirit of the scientist, a thing far above his mere mechanical skill, and the scientist is at the height of his achievement when the spirit has triumphed over the mechanism. When he has reached this point, science will receive from him not only new revelations of nature, but philosophic syntheses of pure thought. It is my belief that the thing which we should cultivate in our teachers is more the spirit than the mechanical skill of the scientist. That is, the direction of the preparation should be toward the spirit rather than toward the mechanism. For example, when we consider the scientific preparation of teachers to be simply the acquiring of the technique of science, we do not attempt to make these elementary teachers perfect anthropologists, expert experimental psychologists, or masters of infant hygiene. We wished only to direct them toward the field of experimental science, teaching them to manage the various instruments with a certain degree of skill. So now we wish to direct the teacher, trying to awaken in him, in connection with his own particular field, the school, that scientific spirit which opens the door for him to broader and bigger possibilities. In other words, we wish to awaken in the mind and heart of the educator an interest in natural phenomena to such an extent that, loving nature, he shall understand the anxious and expectant attitude of one who has prepared an experiment and who awaits the revelation from it. The instruments are like the alphabet, and we must know how to manage them if we are to read nature. But as the book, which contains the revelation of the greatest thoughts of an author, uses in the alphabet the means of composing the external symbols or words, so nature, through the mechanism of the experiment, gives us an infinite series of revelations, unfolding for us her secrets. Now one who has learned to spell mechanically all the words in his spelling book would be able to read, in the same mechanical way, the words in one of Shakespeare's plays, provided the print were sufficiently clear. He who is initiated solely into the making of the bare experiment is like one who spells out the literal sense of the words in the spelling book. It is on such a level that we leave the teachers, if we limit their preparation to technique alone. We must instead make of them worshippers and interpreters of the spirit of nature. They must be like him who, having learned to spell, finds himself one day able to read behind the written symbols the thought of Shakespeare or Goethe or Dante. As may be seen, the difference is great and the road long. Our first error was, however, a natural one. The child who has mastered the spelling book gives the impression of knowing how to read. Indeed, he does read the signs over the shop doors, the names of newspapers, and every word that comes under his eye. It would be very natural if, entering a library, this child should be deluded into thinking that he knew how to read the sense of all the books he saw there. But attempting to do this, he would soon feel that to know how to read mechanically is nothing, and that he needs to go back to school. So it is with the teachers whom we have thought to prepare for scientific pedagogy by teaching them anthropometry and psychometry. But let us put aside the difficulty of preparing scientific masters in the accepted sense of the word. We will not even attempt to outline a program of such preparation, since this would lead us into a discussion which has no place here. Let us suppose instead that we have already prepared teachers through long and patient exercises for the observation of nature, and that we have led them, for example, to the point attained by those students of natural sciences who rise at night and go into the woods and fields that they may surprise the awakening and the early activities of some family of insects in which they are interested. Here we have the scientist who, though he may be sleepy and tired with walking, is full of watchfulness, who is not aware that he is muddy or dusty, that the mist wets him or the sun burns him, but is intent only upon not revealing in the least degree his presence, in order that the insects may, hour after hour, carry on peacefully those natural functions which he wishes to observe. Let us suppose these teachers to have reached the standpoint of the scientist who, half blind, still watches through his microscope the spontaneous movements of some particular infusory animalcule. These creatures seem to this scientific watcher, in their manner of avoiding each other and in their way of selecting their food, to possess a dim intelligence. He then disturbs this sluggish life by an electric stimulus, observing how some group themselves about the positive pole and others about the negative. Experimenting further with a luminous stimulus, he notices how some run toward the light while others fly from it. He investigates these and like phenomena, having always in mind this question, whether the fleeing from or running to the stimulus be of the same character as the avoidance of one another or the selection of food, that is, whether such differences are the result of choice and are due to that dim consciousness, rather than to physical attraction or repulsion similar to that of the magnet. And let us suppose that this scientist, finding it to be 4 o'clock in the afternoon and that he has not yet lunched, is conscious, with a feeling of pleasure, of the fact that he has been at work in his laboratory instead of in his own home, where they would have called him hours ago, interrupting his interesting observation in order that he might eat. Let us imagine, I say, that the teacher has arrived, independently of his scientific training, at such an attitude of interest in the observation of natural phenomena. Very well, but such a preparation is not enough. The master, indeed, is destined, in his particular mission, not to the observation of insects or of bacteria, but of man. He is not to make a study of man in the manifestations of his daily physical habits, as one studies some family of insects, following their movements from the hour of their morning awakening. The master is to study man in the awakening of his intellectual life. The interest in humanity to which we wish to educate the teacher must be characterized by the intimate relationship between the observer and the individual to be observed, a relationship which does not exist between the student of zoology or botany and that form of nature which he studies. Man cannot love the insect or the chemical reaction which he studies without sacrificing a part of himself. This self-sacrifice seems to one who looks at it from the standpoint of the world a veritable renunciation of life itself, almost a martyrdom. But the love of man for man is a far more tender thing, and so simple that it is universal. To love in this way is not the privilege of any specially prepared intellectual class, but lies within the reach of all men. To give an idea of this second form of preparation, that of the spirit, let us try to enter into the minds and hearts of those first followers of Christ Jesus, as they heard him speak of a kingdom not of this world, greater far than any earthly kingdom, no matter how royally conceived. In their simplicity they asked of him, "Master, tell us who shall be greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" To which Christ, caressing the head of a little child, who with reverent, wondering eyes looked into his face, replied, "Whosoever shall become as one of these little ones, he shall be greatest in the kingdom of heaven." Now let us picture among those to whom these words were spoken an ardent, worshipping soul who takes them into his heart. With a mixture of respect and love, of sacred curiosity and of a desire to achieve this spiritual greatness, he sets himself to observe every manifestation of this little child. Even such an observer placed in a classroom filled with little children will not be the new educator whom we wish to form. but let us seek to implant in the soul the self-sacrificing spirit of the scientist with the reverent love of the disciple of Christ, and we shall have prepared the spirit of the teacher. From the child itself, he will learn how to perfect himself as an educator. Let us consider the attitude of the teacher in the light of another example. Picture to yourself one of our botanists or zoologists, experienced in the technique of observation and experimentation, one who has traveled in order to study certain fungi in their native environment. The scientist has made his observations in open country, and then, by the aid of his microscope and of all his laboratory appliances, has carried on the later research work in the most minute way possible. He is, in fact, a scientist who understands what it is to study nature, and who is conversant with all the means which modern experimental science offers for this study. Now let us imagine such a man appointed, by reason of the original work he has done, to a chair of science in some university, with the task before him of doing further original research work with Hymenoptera. Let us suppose that, arrived at his post, he is shown a glass-covered case containing a number of beautiful butterflies, mounted by means of pins, their outspread wings motionless. The student will say that this is some child's play, not material for scientific study, that these specimens in the box are more fitly a part of the game which the little boys play, chasing butterflies and catching them in a net. With such material as this, the experimental scientist can do nothing. The situation would be very much the same if we should place a teacher who, according to our conception of the term, is scientifically prepared, in one of the public schools where the children are repressed in the spontaneous expression of their personality till they are almost like dead beings. In such a school, the children, like butterflies mounted on pins, are fastened each to his place, the desk, spreading the useless wings of barren and meaningless knowledge which they have acquired. It is not enough, then, to prepare in our masters the scientific spirit. We must also make ready the school for their observation. The school must permit the free, natural manifestations of the child if, in the school, scientific pedagogy is to be born. This is the essential reform. No one may affirm that such a principle already exists in pedagogy and in the school. It is true that some pedagogues, led by Rousseau, have given voice to impracticable principles and vague aspirations for the liberty of the child, but the true concept of liberty is practically unknown to educators. They often have the same concept of liberty which animates a people in their hour of rebellion from slavery, or perhaps the conception of social liberty, which, although it is a more elevated idea, is still invariably restricted. Social liberty signifies always one more round of Jacob's ladder. In other words, it signifies a partial liberation, the liberation of a country, of a class, or of thought. That concept of liberty which must inspire pedagogy is instead universal. The biological sciences of the 19th century have shown it to us when they have offered us the means for studying life. If, therefore, the old-time pedagogy foresaw or vaguely expressed the principle of studying the pupil before educating him, and of leaving him free in his spontaneous manifestations, such an intuition, indefinite and barely expressed, was made possible of practical attainment only after the contribution of the experimental sciences during the last century. This is not a case for sophistry or discussion. It is enough that we state our point. He who would say that the principle of liberty informs the pedagogy of today would make us smile as at a child who, before the box of mounted butterflies, should insist that they were alive and could fly. The principle of slavery still pervades pedagogy, and therefore the same principle pervades the school. I need only give one proof: the stationary desks and chairs. Here we have, for example, a striking evidence of the errors of the early materialistic scientific pedagogy, which, with mistaken zeal and energy, carried the barren stones of science to the rebuilding of the crumbling walls of the school. The schools were at first furnished with the long, narrow benches upon which the children were crowded together. Then came science and perfected the bench. In this work much attention was paid to the recent contributions of anthropology. The age of the child and the length of his limbs were considered in placing the seat at the right height. The distance between the seat and the desk was calculated with infinite care, in order that the child's back should not become deformed, and finally the seats were separated and the width so closely calculated that the child could barely seat himself upon it, while to stretch himself by making any lateral movements was impossible. This was done in order that he might be separated from his neighbor. These desks are constructed in such a way as to render the child visible in all his immobility. One of the ends sought through this separation is the prevention of immoral acts in the schoolroom. What shall we say of such prudence in a state of society where it would be considered scandalous to give voices to principles of sex morality in education, for fear we might thus contaminate innocence? And yet here we have science lending itself to this hypocrisy, fabricating machines. Not only this, obliging science goes farther still, perfecting the benches in such a way as to permit to the greatest possible extent the immobility of the child, or, if you wish, to repress every movement of the child. It is all so arranged that, when the child is well fitted into his place, the desk and chair themselves force him to assume the position considered to be hygienically comfortable. The seat, the footrest, the desks are arranged in such a way that the child can never stand at his work. He is allotted only sufficient space for sitting in an erect position. It is in such ways that schoolroom desks and benches have advanced toward perfection. Every cult of the so-called scientific pedagogy has designed a model scientific desk. Not a few nations have become proud of their national desk, and in the struggle of competition, these various machines have been patented. Undoubtedly, there is much that is scientific underlying the construction of these benches. Anthropology has been drawn upon in the measuring of the body and the diagnosis of the age, physiology in the study of muscular movements, psychology in regard to perversion of instincts, and above all hygiene in the effort to prevent curvature of the spine. These desks were indeed scientific, following in their construction the anthropological study of the child. We have here, as I have said, an example of the literal application of science to schools. I believe that before very long we shall all be struck with great surprise by this attitude. It will seem incomprehensible that the fundamental error of the desk should not have been revealed earlier through the attention given to the study of infant hygiene, anthropology, and sociology, and through the general progress of thought. The marvel is greater when we consider that, during the past years, there has been stirring in almost every nation a movement toward the protection of the child. I believe that it will not be many years before the public, scarcely believing the descriptions of these scientific benches, will come to touch with wondering hands the amazing seats that were constructed for the purpose of preventing among our school children curvature of the spine. The development of these scientific benches means that the pupils were subjected to a regime which, even though they were born strong and straight, made it possible for them to become humpbacked. The vertebral column, biologically the most primitive, fundamental, and oldest part of the skeleton, the most fixed portion of our body, since the skeleton is the most solid portion of the organism, the vertebral column, which resisted and was strong through the desperate struggles of primitive man when he fought against the desert lion, when he conquered the mammoth, when he quarried the solid rock and shaped the iron to his uses, bends and cannot resist under the yoke of the school. It is incomprehensible that so-called science should have worked to perfect an instrument of slavery in the school, without being enlightened by one ray from the movement of social liberation, growing and developing throughout the world. For the age of scientific benches was also the age of the redemption of the working classes from the yoke of unjust labor. The tendency toward social liberty is most evident and manifests itself on every hand. The leaders of the people make it their slogan. The laboring masses repeat the cry. Scientific and socialistic publications voice the same movement. Our journals are full of it. The underved workman does not ask for a tonic, but for better economic conditions which shall prevent malnutrition. The miner, who, through the stooping position maintained during many hours of the day, is subject to inguinal rupture, does not ask for an abdominal support, but demands shorter hours and better working conditions in order that he may be able to lead a healthy life like other men. And when, during this same social epoch, we find that the children in our schoolrooms are working amid unhygienic conditions, so poorly adapted to normal development that even the skeleton becomes deformed, our response to this terrible revelation is an orthopedic bench. It is much as if we offered to the miner the abdominal brace or arsenic to the underved workman. Some time ago, a woman, believing me to be in sympathy with all scientific innovations concerning the school, showed me with evident satisfaction a corset or brace for pupils. She had invented this and felt that it would complete the work of the bench. Surgery has still other means for the treatment of spinal curvature. I might mention orthopedic instruments, braces, and a method of periodically suspending the child by the head or shoulders in such a fashion that the weight of the body stretches and thus straightens the vertebral column. In the school, the orthopedic instrument, in the shape of the desk, is in great favor. Today, someone proposes the brace, one step farther, and it will be suggested that we give the scholars a systematic course in the suspension method. All this is the logical consequence of a material application of the methods of science to the decadent school. Evidently, the rational method of combating spinal curvature in the pupils is to change the form of their work, so that they shall no longer be obliged to remain for so many hours a day in a harmful position. It is a conquest of liberty which the school needs, not the mechanism of a bench. Even were the stationary seat helpful to the child's body, it would still be a dangerous and unhygienic feature of the environment through the difficulty of cleaning the room perfectly when the furniture cannot be moved. The footrests, which cannot be removed, accumulate the dirt carried in daily from the street by the many little feet. Today, there is a general transformation in the matter of house furnishings. They are made lighter and simpler so that they may be easily moved, dusted, and even washed. But the school seems blind to the transformation of the social environment. It behooves us to think of what may happen to the spirit of the child who is condemned to grow in conditions so artificial that his very bones may become deformed. When we speak of the redemption of the workingman, it is always understood that beneath the most aberrant forms of suffering, such as poverty of the blood or ruptures, there exists that other wound from which the soul of the man who is subjected to any form of slavery must suffer. It is at this deeper wrong that we aim when we say that the workman must be redeemed through liberty. We know only too well that when a man's very blood has been consumed, or his intestines wasted away through his work, his soul must have lain oppressed in darkness, rendered insensible, or it may be killed within him. The moral degradation of the slave is above all things the weight that opposes the progress of humanity, humanity striving to rise and held back by this great burden. The cry of redemption speaks far more clearly for the souls of men than for their bodies. What shall we say, then, when the question before us is that of educating children? We know only too well the sorry spectacle of the teacher who in the ordinary schoolroom must pour certain cut and dried facts into the heads of the scholars. In order to succeed in this barren task, she finds it necessary to discipline her pupils into immobility and to force their attention. Prizes and punishments are ever ready and efficient aids to the master who must force into a given attitude of mind and body those who are condemned to be his listeners. It is true that today it is deemed expedient to abolish official whippings and habitual blows, just as the awarding of prizes has become less ceremonious. These partial reforms are another prop approved of by science and offered to the support of the decadent school. Such prizes and punishments are, if I may be allowed the expression, the bench of the soul, the instrument of slavery for the spirit. Here, however, these are not applied to lessen deformities, but to provoke them. The prize and the punishment are incentives toward unnatural or forced effort, and therefore we certainly cannot speak of the natural development of the child in connection with them. The jockey offers a piece of sugar to his horse before jumping into the saddle. The coachman beats his horse that he may respond to the signs given by the reins. And yet neither of these runs so superbly as the free horse of the plains. And here, in the case of education, shall man place the yoke upon man? True, we say that social man is natural man yoked to society. But if we give a comprehensive glance to the moral progress of society, we shall see that little by little the yoke is being made easier. In other words, we shall see that nature, or life, moves gradually toward triumph. The yoke of the slave yields to that of the servant, and the yoke of the servant to that of the workman. All forms of slavery tend, little by little, to weaken and disappear, even the sexual slavery of woman. The history of civilization is a history of conquest and of liberation. We should ask in what stage of civilization we find ourselves, and if, in truth, the good of prizes and of punishments be necessary to our advancement. If we have indeed gone beyond this point, then to apply such a form of education would be to draw the new generation back to a lower level, not to lead them into their true heritage of progress. Something very like this condition of the school exists in society, in the relation between the government and the great numbers of the men employed in its administrative departments. These clerks work day after day for the general national good, yet they do not feel or see the advantage of their work in any immediate reward. That is, they do not realize that the state carries on its great business through their daily tasks, and that the whole nation is benefited by their work. For them, the immediate good is promotion, as passing to a higher class is for the child in school. The man who loses sight of the really big aim of his work is like a child who has been placed in a class below his real standing. Like a slave, he is cheated of something which is his right. His dignity as a man is reduced to the limits of the dignity of a machine, which must be oiled if it is to be kept going, because it does not have within itself the impulse of life. All those petty things, such as the desire for decorations or medals, are but artificial stimuli, lightening for the moment of dark, barren path in which he treads. In the same way we give prizes to school children, and the fear of not achieving promotion withholds the clerk from running away, and binds him to his monotonous work, even as the fear of not passing into the next class drives the pupil to his book. The reproof of the superior is in every way similar to the scolding of the teacher. The correction of badly executed clerical work is equivalent to the bad mark placed by the teacher upon the scholar's poor composition. The parallel is almost perfect. But if the administrative departments are not carried on in a way which would seem suitable to a nation's greatness, if corruption too easily finds a place, it is the result of having extinguished the true greatness of man in the mind of the employee, and of having restricted his vision to those petty, immediate facts which he has come to look upon as prizes and punishments. The country stands because the rectitude of the greater number of its employees is such that they resist the corruption of the prizes and punishments, and follow an irresistible current of honesty. Even as life in the social environment triumphs against every cause of poverty and death, and proceeds to new conquests, so the instinct of liberty conquers all obstacles, going from victory to victory. It is this personal and yet universal force of life, a force often latent within the soul, that sends the world forward. But he who accomplishes a truly human work, he who does something really great and victorious, is never spurred to his task by those trifling attractions called by the name of prizes, nor by the fear of those petty ills which we call punishments. If in a war a great army of giants should fight with no inspiration beyond the desire to win promotion, epaulettes, or medals, or through fear of being shot, if these men were to oppose a handful of pygmies who were inflamed by love of country, the victory would go to the latter. When real heroism has died within an army, prizes and punishments cannot do more than finish the work of deterioration, bringing in corruption and cowardice. All human victories, all human progress stand upon the inner force. Thus, a young student may become a great doctor if he is spurred to his study by an interest which makes medicine his real vocation. But if he works in the hope of an inheritance, or of making a desirable marriage, or if indeed he is inspired by any material advantage, he will never become a true master or a great doctor, and the world will never make one step forward because of his work. He to whom such stimuli are necessary had far better never become a physician. Every one has a special tendency, a special vocation, modest perhaps, but certainly useful. The system of prizes may turn an individual aside from this vocation, may make him choose a false road, for him a vain one, and forced to follow it, the natural activity of a human being may be warped, lessened, even annihilated. We repeat always that the world progresses, and that we must urge men forward to obtain progress. But progress comes from the new things that are born, and these, not being foreseen, are not rewarded with prizes. Rather, they often carry the leader to martyrdom. God forbid that poems should ever be born of the desire to be crowned in the capital. Such a vision need only come into the heart of the poet, and the muse will vanish. The poem must spring from the soul of the poet when he thinks neither of himself nor of the prize. And if he does win the laurel, he will feel the vanity of such a prize. The true reward lies in the revelation through the poem of his own triumphant inner force. There does exist, however, an external prize for man. When, for example, the orator sees the faces of his listeners change with the emotions he has awakened, he experiences something so great that it can only be likened to the intense joy with which one discovers that he is loved. Our joy is to touch and conquer souls, and this is the one prize which can bring us a true compensation. Sometimes there is given to us a moment when we fancy ourselves to be among the great ones of the world. These are moments of happiness given to man that he may continue his existence in peace. It may be through love attained, or because of the gift of a son, through a glorious discovery, or the publication of a book. In some such moment we feel that there exists no man who is above us. If in such a moment someone vested with authority comes forward to offer us a medal or a prize, he is the important destroyer of our real reward. And who are you? Our vanished illusion shall cry. Who are you that recalls me to the fact that I am not the first among men? Who stands so far above me that he may give me a prize? The prize of such a man, in such a moment, can only be divine. As for punishments, the soul of the normal man grows perfect through expanding, and punishment, as commonly understood, is always a form of repression. It may bring results with those inferior natures who grow in evil, but these are very few, and social progress is not affected by them. The penal code threatens us with punishment if we are dishonest within the limits indicated by the laws. But we are not honest through fear of the laws, if we do not rob, if we do not kill. It is because we love peace, because the natural trend of our lives leads us forward, leading us even farther and more definitely away from the peril of low and evil acts. Without going into the ethical or metaphysical aspects of the question, we may safely affirm that the delinquent, before he transgresses the law, has, if he knows of the existence of a punishment, felt the threatening weight of the criminal code upon him. He has defied it, or he has been lured into the crime, deluding himself with the idea that he would be able to avoid the punishment of the law. But there has occurred within his mind a struggle between the crime and the punishment. Whether it be efficacious in hindering crime or not, this penal code is undoubtedly made for a very limited class of individuals, namely criminals. The enormous majority of citizens are honest, without any regard whatever to the threats of the law. The real punishment of normal men is the loss of the consciousness of that individual power and greatness which are the sources of his inner life. Such a punishment often falls upon men in the fullness of success. A man whom we would consider crowned by happiness and fortune may be suffering from this form of punishment. Far too often man does not see the real punishment which threatens him. And it is just here that education may help. Today, we hold the pupils in school, restricted by those instruments so degrading to body and spirit, the desk and material prizes and punishments. Our aim in all this is to reduce them to the discipline of immobility and silence, to lead them where? Far too often toward no definite end. Often, the education of children consists in pouring into their intelligence the intellectual content of school programs. And often these programs have been compiled in the official Department of Education, and their use is imposed by law upon the teacher and the child. Before such dense and willful disregard of the life which is growing within these children, we should hide our heads in shame and cover our guilty faces with our hands. Sergi says truly, today an urgent need imposes itself upon society, the reconstruction of methods in education and instruction, and he who fights for this cause fights for human regeneration. End of Chapter 1. A critical consideration of the new pedagogy in relation to modern science. Chapter 2 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leni. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by N. E. George. Chapter 2. History of Methods. If we are to develop a system of scientific pedagogy, we must then proceed along lines very different from those which have been followed up to the present time. The transformation of the school must be contemporaneous with the preparation of the teacher. For if we make of the teacher an observer, familiar with the experimental methods, then we must make it possible for her to observe and to experiment in the school. The fundamental principle of scientific pedagogy must be, indeed, the liberty of the pupil, such liberty as shall permit a development of individual, spontaneous manifestations of the child's nature. If a new and scientific pedagogy is to arise from the study of the individual, such study must occupy itself with the observation of free children. In vain should we await a practical renewing of pedagogical methods from methodical examinations of pupils made under the guidance offered today by pedagogy, anthropology, and experimental psychology. Every branch of experimental science has grown out of the application of a method peculiar to itself. Bacteriology owes its scientific content to the method of isolation and culture of microbes. Criminal, medical, and pedagogical anthropology owe their progress to the application of anthropological methods to individuals of various classes, such as criminals, the insane, the sick of the clinics, scholars. So, experimental psychology needs as its starting point an exact definition of the technique to be used in making the experiment. To put it broadly, it is important to define the method, the technique, and from its application to await the definite result, which must be gathered entirely from actual experience. One of the characteristics of experimental sciences is to proceed to the making of an experiment without preconceptions of any sort as to the final result of the experiment itself. For example, should we wish to make scientific observations concerning the development of the head as related to varying degrees of intelligence, one of the conditions of such an experiment would be to ignore, in the taking of the measurements, which were the most intelligent and which the most backward among the scholars examined. And this because the preconceived idea that the most intelligent should have the head more fully developed will inevitably alter the results of the research. He who experiments must, while doing so, divest himself of every preconception. It is clear, then, that if we wish to make use of a method of experimental psychology, the first thing necessary is to renounce all former creeds and to proceed by means of the method in the search for truth. We must not start, for example, from any dogmatic ideas which we may happen to have held upon the subject of child psychology. Instead, we must proceed by a method which shall tend to make possible to the child complete liberty. This we must do if we are to draw from the observation of his spontaneous manifestations conclusions which shall lead to the establishment of a truly scientific child psychology. It may be that such a method holds for us great surprises, unexpected possibilities. Child psychology and pedagogy must establish their content by successive conquests, arrived at through the method of experimentation. Our problem, then, is this: to establish the method peculiar to experimental pedagogy. It cannot be that used in other experimental sciences. It is true that scientific pedagogy is rounded out by hygiene, anthropology, and psychology, and adopts in part the technical method characteristic of all three, although limiting itself to a special study of the individual to be educated. But in pedagogy, this study of the individual, though it must accompany the very different work of education, is a limited and secondary part of the science as a whole. This present study deals in part with the method used in experimental pedagogy, and is the result of my experiences during 2 years in the children's houses. I offer only a beginning of the method, which I have applied to children between the ages of 3 and 6. But I believe that these tentative experiments, because of the surprising results which they have given, will be the means of inspiring a continuation of the work thus undertaken. Indeed, although our educational system, which experience has demonstrated to be excellent, is not yet entirely completed, it nevertheless constitutes a system well enough established to be practical in all institutions where young children are cared for, and in the first elementary classes. Perhaps I am not exact when I say that the present work springs from 2 years of experience. I do not believe that these later attempts of mine could alone have rendered possible all that I set forth in this book. The origin of the educational system in use in the children's houses is much more remote, and if this experience with normal children seems indeed rather brief, it should be remembered that it sprang from preceding pedagogical experiences with abnormal children, and that considered in this way, it represents a long and thoughtful endeavor. About 15 years ago, being assistant doctor at the psychiatric clinic of the University of Rome, I had occasion to frequent the insane asylums to study the sick and to select subjects for the clinics. In this way, I became interested in the idiot children who were at that time housed in the general insane asylums. In those days, thyroid organotherapy was in full development, and this drew the attention of physicians to deficient children. I myself, having completed my regular hospital services, had already turned my attention to the study of children's diseases. It was thus that, being interested in the idiot children, I became conversant with the special method of education devised for these unhappy little ones by Edouard Séguin, and was led to study thoroughly the idea, then beginning to be prevalent among the physicians, of the efficacy of pedagogical treatment for various morbid forms of disease, such as deafness, paralysis, idiocy, rickets, etc. The fact that pedagogy must join with medicine in the treatment of disease was the practical outcome of the thought of the time. And because of this tendency, the method of treating disease by gymnastics became widely popular. I, however, differed from my colleagues in that I felt that mental deficiency presented chiefly a pedagogical, rather than mainly a medical, problem. Much was said in the medical congresses of the medico-pedagogic method for the treatment and education of the feeble-minded, and I expressed my differing opinion in an address on moral education at the Pedagogical Congress of Turin in 1898. I believe that I touched a chord already vibrant, because the idea, making its way among the physicians and elementary teachers, spread in a flash as presenting a question of lively interest to the school. In fact, I was called upon by my master, Guido Bacelli, the great minister of education, to deliver to the teachers of Rome a course of lectures on the education of feeble-minded children. This course soon developed into the State Orthophrenic School, which I directed for more than 2 years. In this school, we had an all-day class of children composed of those who, in the elementary schools, were considered hopelessly deficient. Later on, through the help of a philanthropic organization, there was founded a medical pedagogic institute, where, besides the children from the public schools, we brought together all of the idiot children from the insane asylums in Rome. I spent these 2 years with the help of my colleagues in preparing the teachers of Rome for a special method of observation and education of feeble-minded children. Not only did I train teachers, but what was much more important, after I had been in London and Paris for the purpose of studying in a practical way the education of deficients, I gave myself over completely to the actual teaching of the children, directing at the same time the work of the other teachers in our institute. I was more than an elementary teacher, for I was present, or directly taught the children, from 8 in the morning to 7 in the evening, without interruption. These 2 years of practice are my first and indeed my true degree in pedagogy. From the very beginning of my work with deficient children, 1898 to 1900, I felt that the methods which I used had in them nothing peculiarly limited to the instruction of idiots. I believed that they contained educational principles more rational than those in use, so much more so, indeed, that through their means an inferior mentality would be able to grow and develop. This feeling, so deep as to be in the nature of an intuition, became my controlling idea after I had left the school for deficients, and little by little I became convinced that similar methods applied to normal children would develop or set free their personality in a marvelous and surprising way. It was then that I began a genuine and thorough study of what is known as remedial pedagogy, and then, wishing to undertake the study of normal pedagogy and of the principles upon which it is based, I registered as a student of philosophy at the university. A great faith animated me, and although I did not know that I should ever be able to test the truth of my idea, I gave up every other occupation to deepen and broaden its conception. It was almost as if I prepared myself for an unknown mission. The methods for the education of deficients had their origin at the time of the French Revolution, in the work of a physician whose achievements occupy a prominent place in the history of medicine, as he was the founder of that branch of medical science which today is known as osteatria, diseases of the ear. He was the first to attempt a methodical education of the sense of hearing. He made these experiments in the Institute for Deaf-Mutes, founded in Paris by Pereire, and actually succeeded in making the semi-deaf hear clearly. Later on, having in charge for 8 years the idiot boy known as the Wild Boy of Aveyron, he extended to the treatment of all the senses those educational methods which had already given such excellent results in the treatment of the sense of hearing. A student of Pinel, Itard, was the first educator to practice the observation of the pupil in the way in which the sick are observed in the hospitals, especially those suffering from diseases of the nervous system. The pedagogic writings of Itard are most interesting and minute descriptions of educational efforts and experiences, and anyone reading them today must admit that they were practically the first attempts at experimental psychology. But the merit of having completed a genuine educational system for deficient children was due to Edouard Séguin, first a teacher and then a physician. He took the experiences of Itard as his starting point, applying these methods, modifying and completing them during a period of 10 years' experience with children taken from the insane asylums and placed in a little school in Rue Pigalle in Paris. This method was described for the first time in a volume of more than 600 pages, published in Paris in 1846, with the title Traitement moral, hygiène et éducation des idiots. Later, Séguin emigrated to the United States of America, where he founded many institutions for deficients, and where, after another 20 years of experience, he published the second edition of his method under a very different title, Idiocy and its Treatment by the Physiological Method. This volume was published in New York in 1866, and in it Séguin had carefully defined his method of education, calling it the physiological method. He no longer referred in the title to a method for the education of idiots, as if the method were special to them, but spoke now of idiocy treated by a physiological method. If we consider that pedagogy always had psychology as its base, and that Wundt defines a physiological psychology, the coincidence of these ideas must strike us and lead us to suspect in the physiological method some connection with physiological psychology. While I was assistant at the psychiatric clinic, I had read Edouard Séguin's French book with great interest. But the English book, which was published in New York 20 years later, although it was quoted in the works about special education by Bourneville, was not to be found in any library. I made a vain quest for it, going from house to house of nearly all the English physicians who were known to be specially interested in deficient children, or who were superintendents of special schools. The fact that this book was unknown in England, although it had been published in the English language, made me think that the Séguin system had never been understood. In fact, although Séguin was constantly quoted in all the publications dealing with institutions for deficients, the educational applications described were quite different from the applications of Séguin's system. Almost everywhere, the methods applied to deficients are more or less the same as those in use for normal children. In Germany especially, a friend who had gone there in order to help me in my researches noticed that, although special materials existed here and there in the pedagogical museums of the schools for deficients, these materials were rarely used. Indeed, the German educators hold the principle that it is well to adapt to the teaching of backward children the same method used for normal ones, but these methods are much more objective in Germany than with us. At the Bicêtre, where I spent some time, I saw that it was the didactic apparatus of Séguin far more than his method which was being used, although the French text was in the hands of the educators. The teaching there was purely mechanical, each teacher following the rules according to the letter. I found, however, wherever I went, in London as well as in Paris, a desire for fresh counsel and for new experiences, since far too often Séguin's claim that with his methods the education of idiots was actually possible had proved only a delusion. After the study of the methods in use throughout Europe, I concluded my experiments upon the deficients of Rome and taught them throughout 2 years. I followed Séguin's book, and also derived much help from the remarkable experiments of Itard. Guided by the work of these two men, I had manufactured a great variety of didactic material. These materials, which I have never seen complete in any institution, became in the hands of those who knew how to apply them a most remarkable and efficient means, but unless rightly presented, they failed to attract the attention of the deficients. I felt that I understood the discouragement of those working with feeble-minded children, and could see why they had, in so many cases, abandoned the method. The prejudice that the educator must place himself on a level with the one to be educated sinks the teacher of deficients into a species of apathy. He accepts the fact that he is educating an inferior personality, and for that very reason he does not succeed. Even so, those who teach little children too often have the idea that they are educating babies, and seek to place themselves on the child's level by approaching him with games, and often with foolish stories. Instead of all this, we must know how to call to the man which lies dormant within the soul of the child. I felt this intuitively, and believed that not the didactic material, but my voice which called to them, awakened the children, and encouraged them to use a didactic material, and through it to educate themselves. I was guided in my work by the deep respect which I felt for their misfortune, and by the love which these unhappy children know how to awaken in those who are near them. Séguin, too, expressed himself in the same way on this subject. Reading his patient attempts, I understand clearly that the first didactic material used by him was spiritual. Indeed, at the close of the French volume, the author, giving a résumé of his work, concludes by saying, rather sadly, that all he has established will be lost or useless if the teachers are not prepared for their work. He holds rather original views concerning the preparation of teachers of deficients. He would have them good to look upon, pleasant-voiced, careful in every detail of their personal appearance, doing everything possible to make themselves attractive. They must, he says, render themselves attractive in voice and manner, since it is their task to awaken souls which are frail and weary, and to lead them forth to lay hold upon the beauty and strength of life. This belief that we must act upon the spirit served as a sort of secret key, opening to me the long series of didactic experiments so wonderfully analyzed by Edouard Séguin, experiments which, properly understood, are really most efficacious in the education of idiots. I myself obtained most surprising results through their application, but I must confess that, while my efforts showed themselves in the intellectual progress of my pupils, a peculiar form of exhaustion prostrated me. It was as if I gave to them some vital force from within me. Those things which we call encouragement, comfort, love, respect, are drawn from the soul of man, and the more freely we give of them, the more do we renew and reinvigorate the life about us. Without such inspiration, the most perfect external stimulus may pass unobserved. Thus the blind soul, before the glory of the sun, exclaimed, "This, it is the dense fog." Thus prepared, I was able to proceed to new experiments on my own account. This is not the place for a report of these experiments, and I will only note that at this time I attempted an original method for the teaching of reading and writing, a part of the education of the child which was most imperfectly treated in the works of both Itard and Séguin. I succeeded in teaching a number of the idiots from the asylums, both to read and to write so well that I was able to present them at the public school for an examination together with normal children. And they passed the examination successfully. These results seemed almost miraculous to those who saw them. To me, however, the boys from the asylums had been able to compete with the normal children only because they had been taught in a different way. They had been helped in their psychic development, and the normal children had, instead, been suffocated, held back. I found myself thinking that if some day the special education which had developed these idiot children in such a marvelous fashion could be applied to the development of normal children, the miracle of which my friends talked would no longer be possible. The abyss between the inferior mentality of the idiot and that of the normal brain can never be bridged if the normal child has reached his full development. While everyone was admiring the progress of my idiots, I was searching for the reasons which could keep the happy, healthy children of the common schools on so low a plane that they could be equaled in tests of intelligence by my unfortunate pupils. One day, a directress in the Institute for Deficients asked me to read one of the prophecies of Ezekiel, which had made a profound impression upon her, as it seemed to prophesy the education of deficients. The hand of the Lord was upon me, and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord, and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest. Again he said unto me, Prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, Behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin, and put breath in you, and ye shall live, and ye shall know that I am the Lord. So I prophesied, and I was commended. And as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold, a shaking, and the bones came together, bone to his bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above, but there was no breath in them. Then said he unto me, Prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, Son of man, and say to the wind, Thus saith the Lord God, Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived, and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, Our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. In fact, the words, I will cause breath to enter into you, and ye shall live, seem to me to refer to the direct individual work of the master who encourages, calls to, and helps his pupil, preparing him for education. And the remainder, I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up flesh upon you, recall the fundamental phrase which sums up Séguin's whole method: to lead the child, as it were, by the hand, from the education of the muscular system to that of the nervous system and of the senses. It was thus that Séguin taught the idiots how to walk, how to maintain their equilibrium in the most difficult movements of the body, such as going upstairs, jumping, etc., and finally to feel, beginning the education of the muscular sensations by touching and reading the difference of temperature, and ending with the education of the particular senses. But if the training goes no further than this, we have only led these children to adapt themselves to a low order of life, almost a vegetable existence. Call to the spirit, says the prophecy, and the spirit shall enter into them, and they shall have life. Séguin, indeed, led the idiot from the vegetative to the intellectual life, from the education of the senses to general notions, from general notions to abstract thought, from abstract thought to morality. But when this wonderful work is accomplished, and by means of a minute physiological analysis and of a gradual progression in method, the idiot has become a man. He is still an inferior in the midst of his fellow men, an individual who will never be able fully to adapt himself to the social environment. Our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. This gives us another reason why the tedious method of Séguin was so often abandoned. The tremendous difficulty of the means did not justify the end. Everyone felt this, and many said, there is still so much to be done for normal children. Having through actual experience justified my faith in Séguin's method, I withdrew from active work among deficients, and began a more thorough study of the works of Itard and Séguin. I felt the need of meditation. I did a thing which I had not done before, and which perhaps few students have been willing to do. I translated into Italian and copied out with my own hand the writings of these men, from beginning to end, making for myself books as the old Benedictines used to do before the diffusion of printing. I chose to do this by hand, in order that I might have time to weigh the sense of each word, and to read, in truth, the spirit of the author. I had just finished copying the 600 pages of Séguin's French volume when I received from New York a copy of the English book published in 1866. This old volume had been found among the books discarded from the private library of a New York physician. I translated it with the help of an English friend. This volume did not add much in the way of new pedagogical experiments, but dealt with the philosophy of the experiences described in the first volume. The man who had studied abnormal children for 30 years expressed the idea that the physiological method, which has as its base the individual study of the pupil and which forms its educative methods upon the analysis of physiological and psychological phenomena, must come also to be applied to normal children. This step, he believed, would show the way to a complete human regeneration. The voice of Séguin seemed to be like the voice of the forerunner crying in the wilderness, and my thoughts were filled with the immensity and importance of a work which should be able to reform the school and education. At this time, I was registered at the university as a student of philosophy, and followed the courses in experimental psychology, which had only recently been established in Italian universities, namely at Turin, Rome, and Naples. At the same time, I made researches in pedagogic anthropology in the elementary schools, studying this way the methods in organization used for the education of normal children. This work led to the teaching of pedagogic anthropology in the University of Rome. I had long wished to experiment with the methods for deficients in a first elementary class of normal children, but I had never thought of making use of the homes or institutions where very young children were cared for. It was pure chance that brought this new idea to my mind. It was near the end of the year 1906, and I had just returned from Milan, where I had been one of a committee at the International Exhibition for the assignment of prizes in the subjects of scientific pedagogy and experimental psychology. A great opportunity came to me, for I was invited by Edoardo Talamo, the Director General of the Roman Association for Good Building, to undertake the organization of infant schools in its model tenements. It was Signor Talamo's happy idea to gather together in a large room all the little ones between the ages of 3 and 7 belonging to the families living in the tenement. The play and work of these children was to be carried on under the guidance of a teacher who should have her own apartment in the tenement house. It was intended that every house should have its school, and as the Association for Good Building already owned more than 400 tenements in Rome, the work seemed to offer tremendous possibilities of development. The first school was to be established in January 1907 in a large tenement house in the quarter of San Lorenzo. In the same quarter, the association already owned 58 buildings, and according to Signor Talamo's plans, we should soon be able to open 16 of these schools within the house. This new kind of school was christened by Signora Olga Lodi, a mutual friend of Signor Talamo and myself, under the fortunate title of Casa dei Bambini, or the Children's House. Under this name, the first of our schools was opened on the 6th of January 1907 at 58 Via dei Marsi. It was confided to the care of Candida Nucitelli and was under my guidance and direction. From the very first, I perceived, in all its immensity, the social and pedagogical importance of such institutions, and while at that time my visions of a triumphant future seemed exaggerate, today many are beginning to understand that what I saw before was indeed the truth. On the 7th of April of the same year, 1907, a second children's house was opened in the quarter of San Lorenzo, and on the 18th of October 1908, another was inaugurated by the Humanitarian Society in Milan, in the quarter inhabited by workingmen, The workshops of this same society undertook the manufacture of the materials which we used. On the 4th of November following, a third children's house was opened in Rome, this time not in the People's Quarter, but in a modern building for the middle classes, situated in Via Famagosta, in that part of the city known as the Prati di Castello. And in January 1909, Italian Switzerland began to transform its orphan asylums and children's homes in which the Frebel system had been used into children's houses, adopting our methods and materials. The children's house has a twofold importance: the social importance which it assumes through its peculiarity of being a school within the house, and its purely pedagogic importance gained through its methods for the education of very young children, of which I now made a trial. As I have said, Signor Talamo's invitation gave me a wonderful opportunity for applying the methods used with deficients to normal children, not of the elementary school age, but of the age usual in infant asylums. If a parallel between the deficient and the normal child is possible, this will be during the period of early infancy, when the child who has not the force to develop and he who is not yet developed are in some ways alike. The very young child has not yet acquired a secure coordination of muscular movements, and therefore walks imperfectly, and is not able to perform the ordinary acts of life, such as fastening and unfastening its garments. The sense organs, such as the power of accommodation of the eye, are not yet completely developed. The language is primordial, and shows those defects common to the speech of the very young child. The difficulty of fixing the attention, the general instability, etc., are characteristics which the normal infant and the deficient child have in common. Preyer also, in his psychological study of children, has turned aside to illustrate the parallel between pathological linguistic defects and those of normal children in the process of developing. Methods which made growth possible to the mental personality of the idiot ought, therefore, to aid the development of young children, and should be so adapted as to constitute a hygienic education of the entire personality of a normal human being. Many defects which become permanent, such as speech defects, the child acquires through being neglected during the most important period of his age, the period between 3 and 6, at which time he forms and establishes his principal functions. Here lies the significance of my pedagogical experiment in the children's houses. It represents the results of a series of trials made by me in the education of young children, with methods already used with deficients. My work has not been in any way an application, pure and simple, of the methods of Séguin to young children, as anyone who will consult the works of the author will readily see. But it is none the less true that, underlying these 2 years of trial, there is a basis of experiment which goes back to the days of the French Revolution, and which represents the earnest work of the lives of Itard and Séguin. As for me, 30 years after the publication of Séguin's second book, I took up again the ideas, and, I may even say, the work of this great man, with the same freshness of spirit with which he received the inheritance of the work and ideas of his master Itard. For 10 years, I not only made practical experiments according to their methods, but through reverent meditation absorbed the works of these noble and consecrated men, who have left to humanity most vital proof of their obscure heroism. Thus, my 10 years of work may in a sense be considered as a summing up of the 40 years of work done by Itard and Séguin. Viewed in this light, 50 years of active work preceded and prepared for this apparently brief trial of only 2 years, and I feel that I am not wrong in saying that these experiments represent the successive work of 3 physicians, who, from Itard to me, show in a greater or less degree the first steps along the path of psychiatry. As definite factors in the civilization of the people, the children's houses deserve a separate volume. They have, in fact, solved so many of the social and pedagogic problems in ways which have seemed to be utopian, that they are a part of that modern transformation of the home which must most surely be realized before many years have passed. In this way, they touch directly the most important side of the social question, that which deals with the intimate or home life of the people. It is enough here to reproduce the inaugural discourse delivered by me on the occasion of the opening of the second Children's House in Rome, and to present the rules and regulations which I arranged in accordance with the wishes of Signor Talamo. It will be noticed that the club to which I refer, and the dispensary, which is also an outpatients institution for medical and surgical treatment, all such institutions being free to the inhabitants, have already been established. In the modern tenement, Casa Moderna, in the Prati di Castello, opened November 4th, 1908, through the philanthropy of Signor Talamo, they are also planning to annex a communal kitchen. End of Chapter 2, History of Methods.
Chapter 3 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Walter Holland. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori, translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 3, Inaugural Address delivered on the occasion of the opening of one of the children's houses. It may be that the life lived by the very poor is a thing which some of you here today have never actually looked upon in all its degradation. You may have only felt the misery of deep human poverty through the medium of some great book, or some gifted actor may have made your soul vibrate with its horror. Let us suppose that in some such moment a voice should cry to you, "Go look upon these homes of misery and blackest poverty, for there have sprung up amid the terror and the suffering oases of happiness, of cleanliness, of peace. The poor are to have an ideal house which shall be their own. In quarters where poverty and vice ruled, a work of moral redemption is going on. The soul of the people is being set free from the torpor of vice, from the shadows of ignorance. The little children, too, have a house of their own. The new generation goes forward to meet the new era, the time when misery shall no longer be deplored, but destroyed. They go to meet the time when the dark dens of vice and wretchedness shall have become things of the past, and when no trace of them shall be found among the living. What a change of emotions we should experience! And how we should hasten here, as the wise men guided by a dream and a star hastened to Bethlehem. I have spoken thus in order that you may understand the great significance, the real beauty, of this humble room, which seems like a bit of the house itself set apart by a mother's hand for the use and happiness of the children of the quarter. This is the second Children's House, which has been established within the ill-favored quarter of San Lorenzo. The quarter of San Lorenzo is celebrated, for every newspaper in the city is filled with almost daily accounts of its wretched happenings. Yet there are many who are not familiar with the origin of this portion of our city. It was never intended to build up here a tenement district for the people, and indeed San Lorenzo is not the people's quarter, it is the quarter of the poor. It is the quarter where lives the underpaid, often unemployed working man, a common type in a city which has no factory industries. It is the home of him who undergoes the period of surveillance to which he is condemned after his prison sentence is ended. They are all here, mingled, huddled together. The district of San Lorenzo sprang into being between 1884 and 1888, at the time of the great building fever. No standards, either social or hygienic, guided these new constructions. The aim in building was simply to cover with walls square foot after square foot of ground. The more space covered, the greater the gain of the interested banks and companies. All this with a complete disregard of the disastrous future which they were preparing. It was natural that no one should concern himself with the stability of the building he was creating, since in no case would the property remain in the possession of him who built it. When the storm burst, in the shape of the inevitable building panic of 1888 to 1890, these unfortunate houses remained for a long time untenanted. Then, little by little, the need of dwelling places began to make itself felt, and these great houses began to fill. Now, those speculators who had been so unfortunate as to remain possessors of these buildings could not, and did not, wish to add fresh capital to that already lost, so the houses constructed in the first place in utter disregard of all laws of hygiene, and rendered still worse by having been used as temporary habitations, came to be occupied by the poorest class in the city. The apartments not being prepared for the working class were too large, consisting of 5, 6, or 7 rooms. These were rented at a price which, while exceedingly low in relation to the size, was yet too high for any one family of very poor people. This led to the evil of subletting. The tenant who has taken a 6-room apartment at $8 a month sublets rooms at $1.50 or $2 a month to those who can pay so much, and a corner of the room or a corridor to a poorer tenant, thus making an income of $15 or more over and above the cost of his own rent. This means that the problem of existence is in great part solved for him, and that in every case he adds to his income through usury. The one who holds the lease traffics in the misery of his fellow tenants, lending small sums at a rate which generally corresponds to 20 cents a week for the loan of $2, equivalent to an annual rate of 500%. Thus we have in the evil of subletting the most cruel form of usury, that which only the poor know how to practice upon the poor. To this we must add the evils of crowded living, promiscuousness, immorality, crime. Every little while the newspapers uncover for us one of these intérieurs. A large family, growing boys and girls, sleep in one room, while one corner of the room is occupied by an outsider, a woman who receives the nightly visits of men. This is seen by the girls and the boys. Evil passions are kindled that lead to the crime and bloodshed which unveil for a brief instant before our eyes, in some lurid paragraph, this little detail of the mass of misery. Whoever enters for the first time one of these apartments is astonished and horrified, for this spectacle of genuine misery is not at all like the garish scene he has imagined. We enter here a world of shadows, and that which strikes us first is the darkness which, even though it be midday, makes it impossible to distinguish any of the details of the room. When the eye has grown accustomed to the gloom, we perceive within the outlines of a bed, upon which lies huddled a figure, someone ill and suffering. If we have come to bring money from some society for mutual aid, a candle must be lighted before the sum can be counted and the receipt signed. Oh, when we talk of social problems, how often we speak vaguely, drawing upon our fancy for details instead of preparing ourselves to judge intelligently through a personal investigation of facts and conditions. We discuss earnestly the question of home study for school children, when for many of them home means a straw pallet thrown down in the corner of some dark hovel. We wish to establish circulating libraries that the poor may read at home. We plan to send among these people books which shall form their domestic literature, books through whose influence they shall come to higher standards of living. We hope through the printed page to educate these poor people in matters of hygiene, the morality of culture, and in this we show ourselves profoundly ignorant of their most crying needs, for many of them have no light by which to read. There lies before the social crusader of the present day a problem more profound than that of the intellectual elevation of the poor. The problem, indeed, of life. In speaking of the children born in these places, even the conventional expressions must be changed, for they do not first see the light of day. They come into a world of gloom. They grow among the poisonous shadows which envelop overcrowded humanity. These children cannot be other than filthy in body, since the water supply in an apartment originally intended to be occupied by 3 or 4 persons, when distributed among 20 or 30, is scarcely enough for drinking purposes. We Italians have elevated our word casa to the almost sacred significance of the English word home, the enclosed temple of domestic affection, accessible only to dear ones. Far removed from this conception is the condition of the many who have no casa, but only ghastly walls within which the most intimate acts of life are exposed upon the pillory. Here there can be no privacy, no modesty, no gentleness. Here there is often not even light, nor air, nor water. It seems a cruel mockery to introduce here our idea of the home as essential to the education of the masses, and as furnishing, along with the family, the only solid basis for the social structure. In doing this we would be not practical reformers, but visionary poets. Conditions such as I have described make it more decorous, more hygienic for these people to take refuge in the street and to let their children live there. But how often these streets are the scene of bloodshed, of quarrel, of sights so vile as to be almost inconceivable. The papers tell us of women pursued and killed by drunken husbands, of young girls with the fear of worse than death, stoned by low men. Again we see untellable things, a wretched woman thrown by the drunken men who have preyed upon her forth into the gutter. There, when day has come, the children of the neighborhood crowd about her like scavengers about their dead prey, shouting and laughing at the sight of this wreck of womanhood, kicking her bruised and filthy body as it lies in the mud of the gutter. Such spectacles of extreme brutality are possible here at the very gate of a cosmopolitan city, the mother of civilization and queen of the fine arts, because of a new fact which was unknown to past centuries, namely, the isolation of the masses of the poor. In the Middle Ages, leprosy was isolated. The Catholics isolated the Hebrews in the ghetto, but poverty was never considered a peril and an infamy so great that it must be isolated. The homes of the poor were scattered among those of the rich, and the contrast between these was a commonplace in literature up to our own times. When I was a child in school, teachers, for the purpose of moral education, frequently resorted to the illustration of the kind princess who sends help to the poor cottage next door, or of the good children from the great house who carry food to the sick woman in the neighboring attic. Today all this would be as unreal and artificial as a fairy tale. The poor may no longer learn from their more fortunate neighbors lessons in courtesy and good breeding. They no longer have the hope of help from them in cases of extreme need. We have herded them together far from us, without the walls, leaving them to learn of each other in the abandon of desperation, the cruel lessons of brutality and vice. Anyone in whom the social conscience is awake must see that we have thus created infected regions that threaten with deadly peril the city which, wishing to make all beautiful and shining according to an aesthetic and aristocratic ideal, has thrust without its walls whatever is ugly or diseased. When I passed for the first time through these streets, it was as if I found myself in a city upon which some great disaster had fallen. It seemed to me that the shadow of some recent struggle still oppressed the unhappy people who, with something very like terror in their pale faces, passed me in these silent streets. The very silence seemed to signify the life of a community interrupted, broken. Not a carriage, not even the cheerful voice of the ever-present street vendor, nor the sound of the hand organ playing in the hope of a few pennies, not even these things, so characteristic of poor quarters, enter here to lighten this sad and heavy silence. Observing these streets with their deep holes, the doorsteps broken and tumbling, we might almost suppose that this disaster had been in the nature of a great inundation which had carried the very earth away. But looking about us at the houses stripped of all decorations, the walls broken and scarred, we are inclined to think that it was perhaps an earthquake which has afflicted this quarter. Then, looking still more closely, we see that in all this thickly settled neighborhood there is not a shop to be found. So poor is the community that it has not been possible to establish even one of those popular bazaars, where necessary articles are sold at so low a price as to put them within the reach of anyone. The only shops of any sort are the low wine shops, which open their evil-smelling doors to the passer-by. As we look upon all this, it is borne upon us that the disaster which has placed its weight of suffering upon these people is not a convulsion of nature, but poverty, poverty with its inseparable companion, vice. This unhappy and dangerous state of things, to which our attention is called at intervals by newspaper accounts of violent and immoral crime, stirs the hearts and consciences of many who come to undertake among these people some work of generous benevolence. One might almost say that every form of misery inspires a special remedy, and that all have been tried here, from the attempt to introduce hygienic principles into each house, to the establishment of creches, children's houses, and dispensaries. But what indeed is benevolence? Little more than an expression of sorrow, it is pity translated into action. The benefits of such a form of charity cannot be great, and through the absence of any continued income and the lack of organization, it is restricted to a small number of persons. The great and widespread peril of evil demands, on the other hand, a broad and comprehensive work directed toward the redemption of the entire community. Only such an organization as, working for the good of others, shall itself grow and prosper through the general prosperity which it has made possible, can make a place for itself in this quarter and accomplish a permanent good work. It is to meet this dire necessity that the great and kindly work of the Roman Association of Good Building has been undertaken. The advanced and highly modern way in which this work is being carried on is due to Eduardo Talamo, Director General of the Association. His plans, so original, so comprehensive, yet so practical, are without counterpart in Italy or elsewhere. This association was incorporated 3 years ago in Rome, its plan being to acquire city tenements, remodel them, put them into a productive condition, and administer them as a good father of a family would. The first property acquired comprised a large portion of the quarter of San Lorenzo, where today the association possesses 58 houses, occupying a ground space of about 30,000 square meters, and containing, independent of the ground floor, 1,600 small apartments. Thousands of people will in this way receive the beneficent influence of the protective reforms of the Good Building Association. Following its beneficent program, the association set about transforming these old houses, according to the most modern standards, paying as much attention to questions related to hygiene and morals as to those relating to buildings. The constructional changes would make the property of real and lasting value, while the hygienic and moral transformation would, through the improved condition of the inmates, make the rent from these apartments a more definite asset. The Association of Good Building therefore decided upon a program which would permit of a gradual attainment of their ideal. It is necessary to proceed slowly, because it is not easy to empty a tenement house at a time when houses are scarce, and the humanitarian principles which govern the entire movement make it impossible to proceed more rapidly in this work of regeneration. So it is that the association has up to the present time transformed only 3 houses in the quarter of San Lorenzo. The plan followed in this transformation is as follows. A. To demolish in every building all portions of the structure not originally constructed with the idea of making homes, but, from a purely commercial standpoint, of making the rental roll larger. In other words, the new management tore down those parts of the building which encumbered the central court, thus doing away with dark, ill-ventilated apartments, and giving air and light to the remaining portion of the tenement. Broad, airy courts take the place of the inadequate air and light shafts, rendering the remaining apartments more valuable and infinitely more desirable. B. To increase the number of stairways and to divide the room space in a more practical way. The large 6 or 7 room suites are reduced to small apartments of 1, 2, or 3 rooms and a kitchen. The importance of such changes may be recognized from the economic point of view of the proprietor, as well as from the standpoint of the moral and the material welfare of the tenant. Increasing a number of stairways diminishes that abuse of walls and stairs inevitable where so many persons must pass up and down. The tenants more readily learn to respect the building and acquire habits of cleanliness and order. Not only this, but in reducing the chances of contact among the inhabitants of the house, especially late at night, a great advance has been made in the matter of moral hygiene. The division of the house into small apartments has done much toward this moral regeneration. Each family is thus set apart. Homes are made possible, while the menacing evil of subletting, together with all its disastrous consequences of overcrowding and immorality, is checked in the most radical way. On one side, this arrangement lessens the burden of the individual leaseholders, and on the other, increases the income of the proprietor, who now receives those earnings which were the unlawful gain of the system of subletting. When the proprietor, who originally rented an apartment of 6 rooms for a monthly rental of $8, makes such an apartment over into 3 small, sunny, and airy suites consisting of 1 room and a kitchen, it is evident that he increases his income. The moral importance of this reform as it stands today is tremendous, for it has done away with those evil influences and low opportunities which arise from crowding and from promiscuous contact, and has brought to life among these people for the first time the gentle sentiment of feeling themselves free within their own homes in the intimacy of the family. But the project of the association goes beyond even this. The house which it offers to its tenants is not only sunny and airy, but in perfect order and repair, almost shining, and as if perfumed with purity and freshness. These good things, however, carry with them a responsibility which the tenant must assume if he wishes to enjoy them. He must pay an actual tax of care and goodwill. The tenant who receives a clean house must keep it so, must respect the walls from the big general entrance to the interior of his own little apartment. He who keeps his house in good condition receives the recognition and consideration due such a tenant. Thus, all the tenants unite in an ennobling warfare for practical hygiene, an end made possible by the simple task of conserving the already perfect conditions. Here indeed is something new. So far only our great national buildings have had a continued maintenance fund. Here, in these houses offered to the people, the maintenance is confided to 100 or so working men, that is, to all the occupants of the building. This care is almost perfect. The people keep the house in perfect condition without a single spot. The building in which we find ourselves today has been for 2 years under the sole protection of the tenants, and the work of maintenance has been left entirely to them. Yet few of our houses can compare in cleanliness and freshness with this home of the poor. The experiment has been tried and the result is remarkable. The people acquire together with the love of homemaking that of cleanliness. They come, moreover, to wish to beautify their homes. The association helps this by placing growing plants and trees in the courts and about the halls. Out of this honest rivalry in matters so productive of good grows a species of pride new to this quarter. This is the pride which the entire body of tenants takes in having the best cared for building and in having risen to a higher and more civilized plane for living. They not only live in a house, but they know how to live. They know how to respect the house in which they live. This first impulse has led to other reforms. From the clean home will come personal cleanliness. Dirty furniture cannot be tolerated in a clean house, and those persons living in a permanently clean house will come to desire personal cleanliness. One of the most important hygienic reforms of the association is that of the baths. Each remodeled tenement has a place set apart for bathrooms, furnished with tubs or shower, and having hot and cold water. All the tenants in regular turn may use these baths as, for example, in various tenements the occupants go according to turn to wash their clothes in the fountain of the court. This is a great convenience which invites the people to be clean. These hot and cold baths within the house are a great improvement upon the general public baths. In this way, we make possible to these people at one and the same time health and refinement, opening not only to the sun but to progress those dark habitations once the caves of misery. But in striving to realize its ideal of a semi-gratuitous maintenance of its buildings, the association met with difficulty in regard to those children under school age, who must often be left alone during the entire day while their parents went out to work. These little ones, Not being able to understand the educative motives which taught their parents to respect the house, became ignorant little vandals, defacing the walls and stairs. And here we have another reform, the expense of which may be considered as indirectly assumed by the tenants, as was the care of the building. This reform may be considered as the most brilliant transformation of a tax which progress and civilization have as yet devised. The children's house is earned by the parents through the care of the building. Its expenses are met by the sum that the association would have otherwise been forced to spend upon repairs. A wonderful climax, this, of moral benefits received. Within the children's house, which belongs exclusively to those children under school age, working mothers may safely leave their little ones, and may proceed with a feeling of great relief and freedom to their own work. But this benefit, like that of the care of the house, is not conferred without a tax of care and of goodwill. The regulations posted on the wall announce it thus: the mothers are obliged to send their children to the children's house clean, and to cooperate with the directress in the educational work. Two obligations, namely, the physical and moral care of their own children. If the child shows through its conversation that the educational work of the school is being undermined by the attitude taken in his home, he will be sent back to his parents, to teach them thus how to take advantage of their good opportunities. Those who give themselves over to low living, to fighting, and to brutality shall feel upon them the weight of those little lives, so needing care. They shall feel that they themselves have once more cast into the darkness of neglect those little creatures who are the dearest part of the family. In other words, the parents must learn to deserve the benefit of having within the house the great advantage of a school for their little ones. Goodwill, a willingness to meet the demands of the association, is enough, for the directress is ready and willing to teach them how. The regulations say that the mother must go at least once a week to confer with the directress, giving an account of her child, and accepting any helpful advice which the directress may be able to give. The advice thus given will undoubtedly prove most illuminating in regard to the child's health and education, since to each of the children's houses is assigned a physician, as well as a directress. The directress is always at the disposition of the mothers, and her life, as a cultured and educated person, is a constant example to the inhabitants of the house, for she is obliged to live in the tenement, and to be, therefore, a cohabitant with the families of all her little pupils. This is a fact of immense importance. Among these almost savage people, into these houses where at night no one dared to go about unarmed, there has come not only to teach, but to live the very life they live, a gentlewoman of culture, uneducated by profession, who dedicates her time and her life to helping those about her. A true missionary, a moral queen among the people, she may, if she be possessed of sufficient tact and heart, reap an unheard-of harvest of good from her social work. This house is verily new. It would seem a dream impossible of realization, but it has been tried. It is true that there have been before this attempts made by generous persons to go and live among the poor to civilize them. But such work is not practical, unless the house of the poor is hygienic, making it possible for people of better standards to live there. Nor can such work succeed in its purpose, unless some common advantage or interest unites all of the tenants in an effort toward better things. This tenement is new because of the pedagogical organization of the children's house. This is not simply a place where the children are kept, not just an asylum, but a true school for their education, and its methods are inspired by the rational principles of scientific pedagogy. The physical development of the child is followed, each child being studied from the anthropological standpoint. Linguistic exercises, a systematic sense training, and exercises which directly fit the child for the duties of practical life form the basis of the work done. The teaching is decidedly objective and presents an unusual richness of didactic material. It is not possible to speak of all this in detail. I must, however, mention that there already exists in connection with the school a bathroom, where the children may be given hot or cold baths, and where they may learn to take a partial bath, hands, face, neck, ears. Wherever possible, the association has provided a piece of ground in which the children may learn to cultivate the vegetables in common use. It is important that I speak here of the pedagogical process attained by the Children's House as an institution. Those who are conversant with the chief problems of the school know that today much attention is given to a great principle, one that is ideal and almost beyond realization, the union of the family and the school in the matter of educational aims. But the family is always something far away from the school, and is almost always regarded as rebelling against its ideals. It is a species of phantom upon which the school can never lay its hands. The home is closed not only to the pedagogical process, but often to social progress. We see here for the first time the possibility of realizing the long-talked-of pedagogical ideal. We have put the school within the house. And this is not all. We have placed it within the house as the property of the collectivity, leaving under the eyes of the parents the whole life of the teacher in the accomplishment of her high mission. The idea of collective ownership of the school is new and very beautiful, and profoundly educational. The parents know that the children's house is their property and is maintained by a portion of the rent they pay. The mothers may go at any hour of the day to watch, to admire, or to meditate upon the life there. It is in every way a continual stimulus to reflection, and a fount of evident blessing and help to their own children. We may say that the mothers adore the children's house and the directress. How many delicate and thoughtful attentions these good mothers show the teacher of their little ones. They often leave sweets or flowers upon the sill of the schoolroom window as a silent token, reverently, almost religiously given. And when, after 3 years of such a novitiate, the mothers send their children to the common schools, they will be excellently prepared to cooperate in the work of education, and will have acquired a sentiment, rarely found even among the best classes, namely, the idea that they must merit, through their own conduct and with their own virtue, the possession of an educated son. Another advance made by the children's houses as an institution is related to scientific pedagogy. This branch of pedagogy, heretofore, being based upon the anthropological study of the pupil whom it is to educate, has touched only a few of the positive questions which tend to transform education. For a man is not only a biological but a social product, and the social environment of individuals in the process of education is the home. Scientific pedagogy will seek in vain to better the new generation if it does not succeed in influencing also the environment within which this new generation grows. I believe, therefore, that in opening the house to the light of new truths, and to the progress of civilization, we have solved the problem of being able to modify directly the environment of the new generation, and have thus made it possible to apply, in a practical way, the fundamental principles of scientific pedagogy. The children's house marks still another triumph. It is the first step toward the socialization of the house. The inmates find under their own roof the convenience of being able to leave their little ones in a place not only safe, but where they have every advantage. And let it be remembered that all the mothers in the tenement may enjoy this privilege, going away to their works with easy minds. Until the present time, only one class in society may have this advantage. Rich women were able to go about their various occupations and amusements, leaving their children in the hands of a nurse or governess. Today, the women of the people who live in these remodeled houses may say, like the great lady, "I have left my son with the governess or the nurse." More than this, they may add, like the princess of the blood, "and the house physician watches over them and directs their sane and sturdy growth." These women, like the most advanced class of English and American mothers, possess a biographical chart, which, filled for the mother by the directress or the doctor, gives her the most practical knowledge of her child's growth and condition. We are all familiar with the ordinary advantages of the communistic transformation of the general environment. For example, the collective use of railway carriages, of street lights, of the telephone, all these are great advantages. The enormous production of useful articles brought about by industrial progress makes possible to all clean clothes, carpets, curtains, table delicacies, better tableware, etc. The making of such benefits generally tends to level social caste. All this we have seen in its reality. But the communizing of persons is new. That the collectivity shall benefit from the services of the servant, the nurse, the teacher, this is a modern ideal. We have in the children's houses a demonstration of this ideal which is unique in Italy or elsewhere. Its significance is most profound, for it corresponds to a need of the times. We can no longer say that the convenience of leaving their children takes away from the mother a natural social duty of first importance, namely that of caring for and educating her tender offspring. No, for today the social and economic evolution calls the working woman to take her place among wage earners, and takes away from her by force those duties which would be most dear to her. The mother must, in any event, leave her child, and often with the pain of knowing him to be abandoned. The advantages furnished by such institutions are not limited to the laboring classes, but extend also to the general middle class, many of whom work with the brain. Teachers, professors, often obliged to give private lessons after school hours, frequently leave their children to the care of some rough and ignorant maid-of-all-work. Indeed, the first announcement of the Children's House was followed by a deluge of letters from persons of the better class demanding that these helpful reforms be extended to their dwellings. We are, then, communizing a maternal function, a feminine duty, within the house. We may see here in this practical act the solving of many of woman's problems which have seemed to many impossible of solution. What then will become of the home, one asks, if the woman goes away from it? The home will be transformed and will assume the functions of the woman. I believe that in the future of society, other forms of communistic life will come. Take, for example, the infirmary. Woman is the natural nurse for the dear ones of her household. But who does not know how often in these days she is obliged to tear herself unwillingly from the bedside of her sick to go to her work? Competition is great, and her absence from her post threatens the tenure of her position, from which she draws the means of support. To be able to leave the sick one in a house infirmary, to which she may have access any free moments she may have, and where she is at liberty to watch during the night, would be an evident advantage to such a woman. And how great would be the progress made in the matter of family hygiene, in all that relates to isolation and disinfection. Who does not know the difficulties of a poor family when one child is ill of some contagious disease and should be isolated from the others? Often such a family may have no kindred or friends in the city to whom the other children may be sent. Much more distant, but not impossible, is the communal kitchen, where the dinner ordered in the morning is sent at the proper time, by means of a dumbwaiter, to the family dining room. Indeed, this has been successfully tried in America. Such a reform would be of the greatest advantage to those families of the middle class who must confide their health and the pleasures of the table to the hands of an ignorant servant who ruins the food. At present, the only alternative in such cases is to go outside the home to some cafe where a cheap table d'hôte may be had. Indeed, the transformation of the house must compensate for the loss in the family of the presence of the woman who has become a social wage earner. In this way, the house will become a center, drawing unto itself all those good things which have hitherto been lacking: schools, public baths, hospitals, etc. Thus the tendency will be to change the tenement houses, which have been places of vice and peril, into centers of education, of refinement, of comfort. This will be helped if, besides the schools for the children, there may grow up also clubs and reading rooms for the inhabitants, especially for the men, who will find there a way to pass the evening pleasantly and decently. The tenement club, as possible and as useful in all social classes as is the children's house, will do much toward closing the gambling houses and saloons to the great moral advantage of the people. And I believe that the Association of Good Building will before long establish such clubs in its reformed tenements here in the quarter of San Lorenzo, clubs where the tenants may find newspapers and books, and where they may hear simple and helpful lectures. We are, then, very far from the dreaded dissolution of the home and of the family, through the fact that woman has been forced by changed social and economic conditions to give her time and strength to remunerative work. The home itself assumes the gentle feminine attributes of the domestic housewife. The day may come when the tenant, having given the proprietor of the house a certain sum, shall receive in exchange whatever is necessary to the comfort of life. In other words, the administration shall become the steward of the family. The house, thus considered, tends to assume in its evolution a significance more exalted than even the English word home expresses. It does not consist of walls alone, though these walls be the pure and the shining guardians of that intimacy which is the sacred symbol of the family. The home shall become more than this. It lives. It has a soul. It may be said to embrace its inmates with the tender, consoling arms of woman. It is the giver of moral life, of blessings. It cares for, it educates, and it feeds the little ones. Within it, the tired workman shall find rest and newness of life. He shall find there the intimate life of the family and its happiness. The new woman, like the butterfly come forth from the chrysalis, shall be liberated from all those attributes which once made her desirable to man only as the source of the material blessings of existence. She shall be, like man, an individual. She shall seek blessing and repose within the house which has been reformed and communized. She shall wish to be loved for herself and not as a giver of comfort and repose. She shall wish a love free from every form of servile labor. The goal of human love is not the egotistical end of assuring its own satisfaction. It is the sublime goal of multiplying the forces of the free spirit, making it almost divine, and within such beauty and light, perpetuating the species. This ideal love is made incarnate by Friedrich Nietzsche in the woman of Zarathustra, who conscientiously wished her son to be better than she. "Why do you desire me?" she asks the man. "Perhaps because of the perils of a solitary life? In that case, go far from me. I wish the man who has conquered himself, who has made his soul great. I wish the man who has conserved a clean and robust body. I wish the man who desires to unite with me, body and soul, to create a son better, more perfect, stronger than any created heretofore." To better the species consciously, cultivating his own health, his own virtue, this should be the goal of man's married life. It is a sublime concept of which, as yet, few think. And the socialized home of the future, living, provident, kindly, educator and comforter, is the true and worthy home of those human mates who wish to better the species and to send the race forward triumphant into the eternity of life. Rules and regulations of the children's houses. The Roman Association of Good Building hereby establishes within its tenement house number, insert number, a children's house, in which may be gathered together all children under common school age, belonging to the families of the tenants. The chief aim of the Children's House is to offer, free of charge, to the children of those parents who are obliged to absent themselves for their work, the personal care which the parents are not able to give. In the Children's House, attention is given to the education, the health, the physical and moral development of the children. This work is carried on in a way suited to the age of the children. There shall be connected with the Children's House a directress, a physician, and a caretaker. The program and hours of the Children's House shall be fixed by the directress. There may be admitted to the Children's House all the children in the tenement between the ages of 3 and 7. The parents who wish to avail themselves of the advantages of the Children's House pay nothing. They must, however, assume these binding obligations. A. To send their children to the Children's House at the appointed time, clean in body and clothing, and provided with a suitable apron. B. To show the greatest respect and deference toward the directress and toward all persons connected with the Children's House, and to cooperate with the directress herself in the education of the children. Once a week, at least, the mothers may talk with the directress, giving her information concerning the home life of the child, and receiving helpful advice from her. There shall be expelled from the Children's House A. Those children who present themselves unwashed or in soiled clothing. B. Those who show themselves to be incorrigible. C. Those whose parents fail in respect to the persons connected with the Children's House, or who destroy through bad conduct the educational work of the institution. End of Chapter 3. Inaugural Address delivered on the occasion of the opening of one of the Children's Houses. Recording by Walter Holland, Cambridge, Massachusetts. blog.waxbanks.net.
Chapter 4 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Eugene Fairfield. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 4. Pedagogical Methods Used in the Children's Houses. As soon as I knew that I had at my disposal a class of little children, it was my wish to make of this school a field for scientific experimental pedagogy and child psychology. I started with a view in which one concurs, namely, that child psychology does not exist. Indeed, experimental researches in regard to childhood, as, for example, those of Pryor and Baldwin, have been made upon not more than 2 or 3 subjects, children of the investigators. Moreover, the instruments of psychometry must be greatly modified and simplified before they can be used with children who do not lend themselves passively as subjects for experimentation. Child psychology can be established only through the method of external observation. We must renounce all idea of making any record of internal states, which can be revealed only by the introspection of the subject himself. The instruments of psychometric research, as applied to pedagogy, have up to the present time been limited to the aesthesiometric phase of the study. My intention was to keep in touch with the researches of others, but to make myself independent of them, proceeding to my work without preconceptions of any kind. I retained as the only essential the affirmation, or rather, the definition of want, that all methods of experimental psychology may be reduced to one, namely, carefully recorded observation of the subject. Treating of children, another factor must necessarily intervene, the study of development. Here, too, I retain the same general criterion, but without clinging to any dogma about the activity of the child according to age. Anthropological consideration. In regard to the physical development, my first thought was given to the regulating of anthropometric observations, and to the selection of the most important observations to be made. I designed an anthropometer provided with a metric scale, varying between 0.50 meter and 1.5 meters. A small stool, 30 centimeters high, could be placed upon the floor of the anthropometer for measurements taken in a sitting position. I now advise making the anthropometer with a platform on either side of the pole bearing the scale, so that on one side the total stature can be measured, and on the other the height of the body when seated. In the second case, the 0 is indicated at 30 centimeters. That is, it corresponds to the seat of the stool, which is fixed. The indicators on the vertical post are independent one of the other, and this makes it possible to measure 2 children at the same time. In this way, the inconvenience and waste of time caused by having to move the seat about is obviated, and also the trouble of having to calculate the difference in the metric scale. Having thus facilitated the technique of the researchers, I decided to take the measurements of the children's stature, seated and standing, every month, and in order to have these regulated as exactly as possible in their relation to development, and also to give greater regularity to the research work of the teacher, I made a rule that the measurements should be taken on the day on which the child completed each month of his age. For this purpose, I designed a register arranged on the following plan. Chart. Column, days of the month. Column, September, stature. Subcolumn, standing, sitting. New column, October, stature, subcolumn, standing, sitting, etc. End of chart. The spaces opposite each number are used to register the name of the child born on that day of the month. Thus the teacher knows which scholars she must measure on the days which are marked on the calendar, and she fills in his measurements to correspond with the month in which he was born. In this way a most exact registration can be arrived at without having the teacher feel that she is overburdened or fatigued. With regard to the weight of the child, I have arranged that it shall be taken every week on a pair of scales which I have placed in the dressing room where the children are given their bath. According to the day on which the child is born, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc., we have him weighed when he is ready to take a bath. Thus the children's baths, no small matter when we consider a class of 50, are subdivided into 7 days, and from 3 to 5 children go to the bath every day. Certainly, theoretically, a daily bath would be desirable, but in order to manage this, a large bath or a number of small ones would be necessary, so that a good many children could be bathed at once. Even a weekly bath entails many difficulties, and sometimes has to be given up. In any case, I have distributed the taking of the weight in the order stated with the intention of thus arranging for and making sure of periodical baths. Footnote. Incidentally, I may say that I have invented a means of bathing children contemporaneously without having a large bath. In order to manage this, I thought of having a long trough with supports at the bottom, on which small, separate tubs could rest, with rather large holes in the bottom. The little tubs are filled from the large trough, into which the water runs, and then goes into all the little tubs together, by the law of the leveling of liquids, going through the holes in the bottom. When the water is settled, it does not pass from tub to tub, and the children will each have their own bath. The emptying of the trough brings with it the simultaneous emptying of the little tubs, which being of light metal, will be easily moved from the bottom of the big tub in order to clean it. It is not difficult to imagine arranging a cork for the hole at the bottom. These are only projects for the future. End footnote. The form here given shows the register which we use in recording the weight of the children. Every page of the register corresponds to a month. It seems to me that anthropological measurements, the taking and recording of which I have just described, should be the only ones with which the schoolmistress need occupy herself, and therefore the only ones which should be taken actually within the school. It is my plan that other measurements should be taken by a physician, who either is or is preparing to be a specialist in infant anthropology. In the meantime, I take these special measurements myself. Chart. September. Columns. First week pounds, second week pounds, third week pounds, fourth week pounds. Rows. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. The examination made by the physician must necessarily be complex, and to facilitate and regulate the taking of these measurements, I have designed and had printed biological charts, of which I here give an example. Chart: number, date, name and surname, age, name of parents, mother's age, father's age, professions, details of hereditary antecedents, personal antecedents, anthropological notes, standing stature, weight, chest measure, seated stature, index of stature, ponderal index, head circumference, distance front to back, distance across, cephalic index, physical constitution, condition of muscles, color of skin, color of hair, notes, end chart. Note: for the index of stature, Dr. Montessori combines the seated and standing statures. End note. As will be seen, these charts are very simple. I made them so because I wish the doctor and the schoolmistress to be able to use them freely and independently. By this method, the anthropometrical records are arranged in an orderly way, while the simplicity of the mechanism and the clearness of the charts guarantee the making of such observations as I have considered fundamental. Referring to the physician's biographical chart, I advise that once a year the following measurements be taken: circumference of the head, the two greater diameters of the head, the circumference of the chest, and the cephalic, ponderal, and stature indices. Further information concerning the selection of these measurements may be found in my treatise, Anthropologia Pedagogica. The physician is asked to take these measurements during the week, or at least within the month, in which the child completes a year of his age, and, if it is possible, on the birthday itself. In this way the task of the physician will also be made easier, because of its regularity. We have at the most 50 children in each of our schools, and the birthdays of these scattered over the 365 days of the year make it possible for the physician to take his measurements from time to time, so that the burden of his work is not heavy. It is the duty of the teacher to inform the doctor of the birthdays of the children. The taking of these anthropological measurements has also an educational side to it, for the pupils, when they leave the children's house, know how to answer with clearness and certainty the following questions: on what day of the week were you born? On what day of the month? When does your birthday come? And with all these they will have acquired habits of order, and above all they will have formed the habit of observing themselves. Indeed, I may say here that the children take a great pleasure in being measured. At the first glance of the teacher, and at the word stature, the child begins instantly to take off his shoes, laughing and running to place himself upon the platform of the anthropometer, placing himself of his own accord in the normal position so perfectly that the teacher needs only to arrange the indicator and read the result. Aside from the measurements which the physician takes with the ordinary instruments, calipers and metal yard measure, he makes observations upon the children's coloring, condition of their muscles, state of their lymphatic glands, the condition of the blood, etc. He notices any malformations, describes any pathological conditions with care, any tendency of rickets, infant paralysis, defective sight, etc. This objective study of the child will guide the doctor when he finds it advisable to talk with the parents concerning its condition. Following this, when the doctor has found it desirable, he makes a thorough sanitary inspection of the home of the child, prescribing necessary treatment, and eventually doing away with such troubles as eczema, inflammation of the ear, feverish conditions, intestinal disturbances, etc. This careful following of the case in hand is greatly assisted by the existence of the dispensary within the house, which makes feasible direct treatment and continual observation. I have found that the usual questions asked patients who present themselves at the clinics are not adapted for use in our schools, as the members of the families living in these tenements are for the greater part perfectly normal. I therefore encourage the directress of the school to gather from her conversation with the mothers information of a more practical sort. She informs herself as to the education of the parents, their habits, the wages earned, the money spent for household purposes, etc., and from all this she outlines a history of each family, much on the order of those used by Le Play. This method is, of course, practical only where the directress lives among the families of her scholars. In every case, however, the physician's advice to the mothers concerning the hygienic care of each particular child, as well as his directions concerning hygiene in general, will prove most helpful. The directress should ask as the go-between in these matters, since she is in the confidence of the mothers, and since from her such advice comes naturally. Environment. Schoolroom furnishings. The method of observation must undoubtedly include the methodical observation of the morphological growth of the pupils. But let me repeat that, while this element necessarily enters, it is not upon this particular kind of observation that the method is established. The method of observation is established upon one fundamental base: the liberty of the pupils in their spontaneous manifestations. With this in view, I first turned my attention to the question of environment, and this, of course, included the furnishing of the schoolroom. In considering an ample playground with space for a garden as an important part of the school environment, I am not suggesting anything new. The novelty lies perhaps in my idea for the use of this open-air space, which is to be in direct communication with the schoolroom, so that the children may be free to go and come as they like throughout the entire day. I shall speak of this more fully later on. The principal modification in the matter of school furnishings is the abolition of desks and benches or stationary chairs. I have had tables made with wide, solid, octagonal legs, spreading in such a way that the tables are at the same time solidly firm and very light, so light, indeed, that 2 4-year-old children can easily carry them about. These tables are rectangular, and sufficiently large to accommodate 2 children along the long side, there being room for 3 if they sit rather close together. There are smaller tables at which 1 child can work alone. I also designed and had manufactured little chairs. My first plan for these was to have them cane-seated, but experience has shown the wear on these to be so great that I now have chairs made entirely of wood. These are very light and of an attractive shape. In addition to these, I have in each schoolroom a number of comfortable little armchairs, some of wood and some of wicker. Another piece of our school furniture consists of a little washstand, so low that it can be used by even a 3-year-old child. It is painted with a waterproof enamel, and, besides the broad upper and lower shelves which hold the little white enamel basins and pitchers, there are small side shelves for the soap dishes, nail brushes, towels, etc. There is also a receptacle into which the basins may be emptied. Wherever possible, a small cupboard provides each child with a space where he may keep his own soap, nail brush, tool brush, etc. In each of our schoolrooms we have provided a series of long, low cupboards, especially designed for the reception of the didactic materials. The doors of these cupboards open easily, and the care of the materials is confided to the children. The tops of these cases furnish room for potted plants, small aquariums, or for the various toys with which the children are allowed to play freely. We have ample blackboard space, and these boards are so hung as to be easily used by the smallest child. Each blackboard is provided with a small case in which are kept the chalk and the white cloths which we use instead of the ordinary erasers. Above the blackboards are hung attractive pictures, chosen carefully, representing simple scenes in which children would naturally be interested. Among the pictures in our children's house in Rome, we have hung a copy of Raphael's Madonna della Seggiola, and this picture we have chosen as the emblem of the children's houses. For indeed these children's houses represent not only social progress, but universal human progress, and are closely related to the elevation of the idea of motherhood, to the progress of woman, and to the protection of her offspring. In this beautiful conception, Raphael has not only shown us the Madonna as a divine mother holding in her arms the babe who is greater than she, but by the side of the symbol of all motherhood he has placed the figure of St. John, who represents humanity. So in Raphael's picture we see humanity rendering homage to maternity. Maternity, the sublime fact and the definite triumph of humanity. In addition to this beautiful symbolism, the picture has a great value as being one of the greatest works of art of Italy's greatest artist. And if the day shall come when the children's houses shall be established throughout the world, it is our wish that this picture of Raphael shall have its place in each of the schools, speaking eloquently of the country in which they originated. The children, of course, cannot comprehend the symbolic significance of the Madonna of the chair, but they will see something more beautiful than that which they feel in more ordinary pictures, in which they see mother, father, and children. And the constant companionship with this picture will awaken in their heart a religious impression. This, then, is the environment which I have selected for the children we wish to educate. I know the first objection which will present itself to the minds of persons accustomed to the old-time methods of discipline. The children in these schools moving about will overturn the little tables and chairs, producing noise and disorder. But this is a prejudice which has long existed in the minds of those dealing with little children, and for which there is no real foundation. Swaddling clothes have for many centuries been considered necessary to the newborn babe, walking chairs to the child who is learning to walk. So in the school we still believe it necessary to have heavy desks and chairs fastened to the floor. All these things are based upon the idea that the child should grow in immobility, and upon the strange prejudice that, in order to execute any educational movement, we must maintain a special position of the body, as we believe that we must assume a special position when we are about to pray. Our little tables and our various types of chairs are all light and easily transported, and we permit the child to select the position in which he finds most comfortable. He can make himself comfortable, as well as seat himself, in his own place, and this freedom is not only an external sign of liberty, but a means of education. If by an awkward movement a child upsets a chair, which falls noisily to the floor, he will have an evident proof of his own incapacity. The same movement, had it taken place amid stationary benches, would have passed unnoticed by him. Thus the child has some means by which he can correct himself, and having done so, he will have before him the actual proof of the power he has gained. The little tables and chairs remain firm and silent, each in its own place. It is plainly seen that the child has learned to command his movements. In the old method, the proof of discipline attained lay in a fact entirely contrary to this, that is, in the immobility and silence of the child himself. Immobility and silence which hindered the child from learning to move with grace and with discernment, and left him so untrained that, when he found himself in an environment where the benches and chairs were not nailed to the floor, he was not able to move about without overturning the lighter pieces of furniture. In the children's houses, the child will not only learn to move gracefully and properly, but will come to understand the reason for such deportment. The ability to move which he acquires here will be of use to him all his life. While he is still a child, he becomes capable of conducting himself correctly, and yet with perfect freedom. The directress of the Casa dei Bambini at Milan constructed under one of the windows a long, narrow shelf, upon which she placed the little tables containing the metal geometric forms used in the first lessons in design. But the shelf was too narrow, and it often happened that the children, in selecting the pieces which they wished to use, would allow one of the little tables to fall to the floor, thus upsetting with great noise all the metal pieces which it held. The directress intended to have the shelf changed, but the carpenter was slow in coming, and while waiting for him she discovered that the children had learned to handle these materials so carefully that in spite of the narrow and sloping shelf, the little tables no longer fell to the floor. The children, by carefully directing their movements, had overcome the defect in this piece of furniture. The simplicity or imperfection of external objects often serves to develop the activity and the dexterity of the pupils. This has been one of the surprises of our method as applied in the children's houses. It seems all very logical, and now that it has been actually tried and put into words, it will no doubt seem to everyone as simple as the egg of Christopher Columbus. End chapter 4. Recording by Eugene Fairfield, Foliante.com.
Chapter 5 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 5. Discipline. The pedagogical method of observation has for its base the liberty of the child, and liberty is activity. Discipline must come through liberty. Here is a great principle which is difficult for the followers of common school methods to understand. How shall one obtain discipline in a class of free children? Certainly, in our system, we have a concept of discipline very different from that commonly accepted. If discipline is founded upon liberty, the discipline itself must necessarily be active. We do not consider an individual disciplined only when he has been rendered as artificially silent as a mute and as immovable as a paralytic. He is an individual annihilated, not disciplined. We call an individual disciplined when he is master of himself, and can, therefore, regulate his own conduct when it shall be necessary to follow some rule of life. Such a concept of active discipline is not easy to comprehend or to apply, but certainly it contains a great educational principle, very different from the old-time absolute and undiscussed coercion to immobility. A special technique is necessary to the teacher who is to lead the child along such a path of discipline, if she is to make it possible for him to continue in this way all his life, advancing indefinitely toward perfect self-mastery. Since the child now learns to move rather than to sit still, he prepares himself not for the school, but for life, for he becomes able, through habit and through practice, to perform easily and correctly the simple acts of social or community life. The discipline to which the child habituates himself here is, in its character, not limited to the school environment, but extends to society. The liberty of the child should have as its limit the collective interest, as its form what we universally consider good breeding. We must, therefore, check in the child whatever offends or annoys others, or whatever tends toward rough or ill-bred acts. But all the rest, every manifestation having useful scope, whatever it be, and under whatever form it expresses itself, must not only be permitted, but must be observed by the teacher. Here lies the essential point. From her scientific preparation, the teacher must bring not only the capacity, but the desire to observe natural phenomena. In our system, she must become a passive, much more than an active influence, and her passivity shall be composed of anxious scientific curiosity, and of absolute respect for the phenomenon which she wishes to observe. The teacher must understand and feel her position of observer. The activity must lie in the phenomenon. Such principles assuredly have a place in schools for little children who are exhibiting the first psychic manifestations of their lives. we cannot know the consequences of suffocating a spontaneous action at the time when the child is just beginning to be active. Perhaps we suffocate life itself. Humanity shows itself in all its intellectual splendor during this tender age, as the sun shows itself at the dawn, and the flower in the first unfolding of the petals, and we must respect, religiously, reverently, these first indications of individuality. If any educational act is to be efficacious, it will be only that which tends to help toward the complete unfolding of this life. To be thus helpful, it is necessary rigorously to avoid the arrest of spontaneous movements and the imposition of arbitrary tasks. It is of course understood that here we do not speak of useless or dangerous acts, for these must be suppressed, destroyed. Actual training and practice are necessary to fit for this method teachers who have not been prepared for scientific observation, and such training is especially necessary to those who have been accustomed to the old domineering methods of the common school. My experiences in training teachers for the work in my schools did much to convince me of the great distance between these methods and those. Even an intelligent teacher, who understands the principle, finds much difficulty in putting it into practice. She cannot understand that her new task is apparently passive, like that of the astronomer who sits immovable before the telescope while the worlds whirl through space. This idea that life acts of itself, and that, in order to study it, to divine its secrets, or to direct its activity, it is necessary to observe it and to understand it without intervening, this idea, I say, is very difficult for anyone to assimilate and to put into practice. The teacher has too thoroughly learned to be the one free activity of the school. It has for too long been virtually her duty to suffocate the activity of her pupils. When in the first days, in one of the "children's houses," she does not obtain order and silence, she looks about her embarrassed, as if asking the public to excuse her, and calling upon those present to testify her innocence. In vain do we repeat to her that the disorder of the first moment is necessary. And finally, when we oblige her to do nothing but watch, she asks if she had not better resign, since she is no longer a teacher. But when she begins to find it her duty to discern which are the acts to hinder and which are those to observe, the teacher of the old school feels a great void within herself, and begins to ask if she will not be inferior to her new task. In fact, she who is not prepared finds herself for a long time abashed and impotent, whereas the broader the teacher's scientific culture and practice in experimental psychology, the sooner will come for her the marvel of unfolding life, and her interest in it. Notari, in his novel My Millionaire Uncle, which is a criticism of modern customs, gives, with that quality of vividness which is peculiar to him, a most eloquent example of the old-time methods of discipline. The uncle, when a child, was guilty of such a number of disorderly acts that he practically upset the whole town, and in desperation he was confined in a school. Here Fufu, as he was called, experiences his first wish to be kind, and feels the first moving of his soul when he is near to the pretty little Fufetta, and learns that she is hungry and has no luncheon. He glanced around, looked at Fufetta, rose, took his little lunch basket, and without saying a word placed it in her lap. Then he ran away from her, and, without knowing why he did so, hung his head and burst into tears. My uncle did not know how to explain to himself the reason for this sudden outburst. He had seen for the first time two kind eyes full of sad tears, and he had felt moved within himself, and at the same time a great shame had rushed over him, the shame of eating near to one who had nothing to eat. Not knowing how to express the impulse of his heart, nor what to say in asking her to accept the offer of his little basket, nor how to invent an excuse to justify his offering it to her, he remained the victim of this first deep movement of his little soul. Fufetta, all confused, ran to him quickly. With great gentleness she drew away the arm in which he had hidden his face. "Do not cry, Fufu," she said to him softly. almost as if pleading with him. She might have been speaking to her beloved rag doll, so motherly and intent was her little face, and so full of gentle authority her manner. Then the little girl kissed him, and my uncle, yielding to the influence which had filled his heart, put his arms around her neck, and, still silent and sobbing, kissed her in return. At last, sighing deeply, he wiped from his face and eyes the damp traces of his emotion, and smiled again. A strident voice called out from the other end of the courtyard, "Here, here, you two down there! Be quick with you! Inside, both of you!" It was the teacher, the guardian. She crushed that first gentle stirring in the soul of a rebel, with the same blind brutality that she would have used toward two children engaged in a fight. It was the time for all to go back into the school, and everybody had to obey the rule. Thus I saw my teachers act, in the first days of my practice school in the "Children's Houses." They almost involuntarily recalled the children to immobility without observing and distinguishing the nature of the movements they repressed. There was, for example, a little girl who gathered her companions about her and then, in the midst of them, began to talk and gesticulate. The teacher at once ran to her, took hold of her arms, and told her to be still. But I, observing the child, saw that she was playing at being teacher or mother to the others, and teaching them the morning prayer, the invocation to the saints, and the sign of the cross. She already showed herself as a director. Another child, who continually made disorganized and misdirected movements, and who was considered abnormal, one day, with an expression of intense attention, set about moving the tables. Instantly they were upon him, to make him stand still, because he had made too much noise. Yet this was one of the first manifestations, in this child, of movements that were coordinated, and directed toward a useful end, and it was, therefore, an action that should have been respected. In fact, after this, the child began to be quiet and happy like the others, whenever he had any small objects to move about and to arrange upon his desk. It often happened that while the directress replaced in the boxes various materials that had been used, a child would draw near, picking up the objects with the evident desire of imitating the teacher. The first impulse was to send the child back to her place with the remark, "Let it alone, go to your seat." Yet the child expressed by this act a desire to be useful. The time, with her, was ripe for a lesson in order. One day the children had gathered themselves, laughing and talking, into a circle about a basin of water containing some floating toys. We had in the school a little boy, barely 2½ years old. He had been left outside the circle, alone, and it was easy to see that he was filled with intense curiosity. I watched him from a distance with great interest. He first drew near to the other children and tried to force his way among them, but he was not strong enough to do this, and then he stood looking about him. The expression of thought on his little face was intensely interesting. I wished that I had had a camera so that I might have photographed him. His eye lighted upon a little chair, and evidently he made up his mind to place it behind the group of children and then to climb up on it. He began to move toward the chair, his face illuminated with hope, but at that moment the teacher seized him brutally, or perhaps she would have said gently, in her arms, and lifting him up above the heads of the other children, showed him the basin of water, saying, "Come, poor little one, you shall see too." Undoubtedly the child, seeing the floating toys, did not experience the joy that he was about to feel through conquering the obstacle with his own force. The sight of those objects could be of no advantage to him, while his intelligent efforts would have developed his inner powers. The teacher hindered the child, in this case, from educating himself, without giving him any compensating good in return. The little fellow had been about to feel himself a conqueror, and he found himself held within two imprisoning arms, impotent. The expression of joy, anxiety, and hope, which had interested me so much, faded from his face, and left on it the stupid expression of the child who knows that others will act for him. When the teachers were weary of my observations, they began to allow the children to do whatever they pleased. I saw children with their feet on the tables, or with their fingers in their noses, and no intervention was made to correct them. I saw others push their companions, and I saw dawn in the faces of these an expression of violence, and not the slightest attention on the part of the teacher. Then I had to intervene to show with what absolute rigor it is necessary to hinder, and little by little suppress, all those things which we must not do, so that the child may come to discern clearly between good and evil. If discipline is to be lasting, its foundations must be laid in this way, and these first days are the most difficult for the directress. The first idea that the child must acquire, in order to be actively disciplined, is that of the difference between good and evil. And the task of the educator lies in seeing that the child does not confound good with immobility, and evil with activity, as often happens in the case of the old-time discipline. And all this because our aim is to discipline for activity, for work, for good, not for immobility, not for passivity, not for obedience. A room in which all the children move about usefully, intelligently, and voluntarily, without committing any rough or rude act, would seem to me a classroom very well disciplined indeed. To seat the children in rows, as in the common schools, to assign to each little one a place, and to propose that they shall sit thus quietly, observant of the order of the whole class as an assemblage, this can be attained later, as the starting place of collective education. For also in life it sometimes happens that we must all remain seated and quiet, when, for example, we attend a concert or a lecture. And we know that even to us, as grown people, this costs no little sacrifice. If we can, when we have established individual discipline, arrange the children, sending each one to his own place, in order, trying to make them understand the idea that thus placed they look well, and that it is a good thing to be thus placed in order, that it is a good and pleasing arrangement in the room, this ordered and tranquil adjustment of theirs, then their remaining in their places quiet and silent, is the result of a species of lesson, not an imposition. To make them understand the idea, without calling their attention too forcibly to the practice, to have them assimilate the principle of collective order, that is the important thing. If, after they have understood this idea, they rise, speak, change to another place, they no longer do this without knowing and without thinking, but they do it because they wish to rise, to speak, etc. That is, from that state of repose and order, well understood, they depart in order to undertake some voluntary action, and knowing that there are actions which are prohibited, this will give them a new impulse to remember to discriminate between good and evil. The movements of the children from the state of order become always more coordinated and perfect with the passing of the days. In fact, they learn to reflect upon their own acts. Now, with the idea of order understood by the children, the observation of the way in which the children pass from the first disordered movements to those which are spontaneous and ordered, this is the book of the teacher. This is the book which must inspire her actions. It is the only one in which she must read and study if she is to become a real educator. For the child, with such exercises, makes, to a certain extent, a selection of his own tendencies, which were at first confused in the unconscious disorder of his movements. It is remarkable how clearly individual differences show themselves, if we proceed in this way. The child, conscious and free, reveals himself. There are those who remain quietly in their seats, apathetic or drowsy. Others who leave their places to quarrel, to fight, or to overturn the various blocks and toys. And then there are those others who set out to fulfill a definite and determined act, moving a chair to some particular spot and sitting down in it, moving one of the unused tables, and arranging upon it the game they wish to play. Our idea of liberty for the child cannot be the simple concept of liberty we use in the observation of plants, insects, etc. The child, because of the peculiar characteristics of helplessness with which he is born, and because of his qualities as a social individual, is circumscribed by bonds which limit his activity. An educational method that shall have liberty as its basis must intervene to help the child to a conquest of these various obstacles. In other words, his training must be such as shall help him to diminish, in a rational manner, the social bonds which limit his activity. Little by little, as the child grows in such an atmosphere, his spontaneous manifestations will become more clear, with the clearness of truth, revealing his nature. For all these reasons, the first form of educational intervention must tend to lead the child toward independence. Independence. No one can be free unless he is independent. Therefore, the first active manifestations of the child's individual liberty must be so guided that through this activity he may arrive at independence. Little children, from the moment in which they are weaned, are making their way toward independence. What is a weaned child? In reality, it is a child that has become independent of the mother's breast. Instead of this one source of nourishment, he will find various kinds of food. For him the means of existence are multiplied, and he can, to some extent, make a selection of his food, whereas he was at first limited absolutely to one form of nourishment. Nevertheless, he is still dependent, since he is not yet able to walk, and cannot wash and dress himself, and since he is not yet able to ask for things in a language which is clear and easily understood. He is still in this period to a great extent the slave of everyone. By the age of 3, however, the child should have been able to render himself to a great extent independent and free. That we have not yet thoroughly assimilated the highest concept of the term independence is due to the fact that the social form in which we live is still servile. In an age of civilization where servants exist, the concept of that form of life which is independence cannot take root or develop freely. Even so, in the time of slavery, the concept of liberty was distorted and darkened. Our servants are not our dependents, rather it is we who are dependent upon them. It is not possible to accept universally, as a part of our social structure, such a deep human error without feeling the general effects of it in the form of moral inferiority. We often believe ourselves to be independent simply because no one commands us, and because we command others. But the nobleman who needs to call a servant to his aid is really a dependent through his own inferiority. The paralytic who cannot take off his boots because of a pathological fact, and the prince who dare not take them off because of a social fact, are in reality reduced to the same condition. Any nation that accepts the idea of servitude and believes that it is an advantage for man to be served by man, admits servility as an instinct, and indeed we all too easily lend ourselves to obsequious service, giving to it such complimentary names as courtesy, politeness, charity. In reality, he who is served is limited in his independence. This concept will be the foundation of the dignity of the man of the future. I do not wish to be served because I am not an impotent. And this idea must be gained before men can feel themselves to be really free. Any pedagogical action, if it is to be efficacious in the training of little children, must tend to help the children to advance upon this road of independence. We must help them to learn to walk without assistance, to run, to go up and down stairs, to lift up fallen objects, to dress and undress themselves, to bathe themselves, to speak distinctly, and to express their own needs clearly. We must give such help as shall make it possible for children to achieve the satisfaction of their own individual aims and desires. All this is a part of education for independence. We habitually serve children, and this is not only an act of servility toward them, but it is dangerous, since it tends to suffocate their useful, spontaneous activity. We are inclined to believe that children are like puppets, and we wash them and feed them as if they were dolls. We do not stop to think that the child who does not do does not know how to do. He must, nevertheless, do these things, and nature has furnished him with the physical means for carrying on these various activities, and with the intellectual means for learning how to do them. and our duty toward him is, in every case, that of helping him to make a conquest of such useful acts as nature intended he should perform for himself. The mother who feeds her child without making the least effort to teach him to hold the spoon for himself and to try to find his mouth with it, and does not at least eat herself, inviting the child to look and see how she does it, is not a good mother. She offends the fundamental human dignity of her son. She treats him as if he were a doll, when he is, instead, a man, confided by nature to her care. Who does not know that to teach a child to feed himself, to wash and dress himself, is a much more tedious and difficult work, calling for infinitely greater patience, than feeding, washing, and dressing the child oneself? But the former is the work of an educator, the latter is the easy and inferior work of a servant. Not only is it easier for the mother, but it is very dangerous for the child, since it closes the way and puts obstacles in the path of the life which is developing. The ultimate consequences of such an attitude on the part of the parent may be very serious indeed. The grand gentleman who has too many servants not only grows constantly more and more dependent upon them, until he is finally actually their slave, but his muscles grow weak through inactivity, and finally lose their natural capacity for action. The mind of one who does not work for that which he needs, but commands it from others, grows heavy and sluggish. If such a man should some day awaken to the fact of his inferior position, and should wish to regain once more his own independence, he would find that he had no longer the force to do so. These dangers should be presented to the parents of the privileged social classes, if their children are to use independently and for right the special power which is theirs. Needless help is an actual hindrance to the development of natural forces. Oriental women wear trousers, it is true, and European women petticoats, but the former, even more than the latter, are taught as a part of their education the art of not moving. Such an attitude toward woman leads to the fact that man works not only for himself, but for woman, and the woman wastes her natural strength and activity and languishes in slavery. She is not only maintained and served, she is, besides, diminished, belittled, in that individuality which is hers by right of her existence as a human being. As an individual member of society she is a cipher. She is rendered deficient in all those powers and resources which tend to the preservation of life. Let me illustrate this. A carriage containing a father, mother, and child is going along a country road. An armed brigand stops the carriage with the well-known phrase, "Your money or your life." Placed in this situation, the three persons in the carriage act in very different ways. The man, who is a trained marksman, and who is armed with a revolver, promptly draws and confronts the assassin. The boy, armed only with the freedom and lightness of his own legs, cries out and betakes himself to flight. The woman, who is not armed in any way whatever, neither artificially nor naturally, since her limbs, not trained for activity, are hampered by her skirts, gives a frightened gasp and sinks down unconscious. These three diverse reactions are in close relation to the state of liberty and independence of each of the three individuals. The swooning woman is she whose cloak is carried for her by attentive cavaliers, who are quick to pick up any fallen object that she may be spared all exertion. The peril of servilism and dependence lies not only in that useless consuming of life, which leads to helplessness, but in the development of individual traits which indicate all too plainly a regrettable perversion and degeneration of the normal man. I refer to the domineering and tyrannical behavior with examples of which we are all only too familiar. The domineering habit develops side by side with helplessness. It is the outward sign of the state of feeling of him who conquers through the work of others. Thus it often happens that the master is a tyrant toward his servant. It is the spirit of the taskmaster toward the slave. Let us picture to ourselves a clever and proficient workman, capable not only of producing much and perfect work, but of giving advice in his workshop, because of his ability to control and direct the general activity of the environment in which he works. The man who is thus master of his environment will be able to smile before the anger of others, showing that great mastery of himself which comes from consciousness of his ability to do things. We should not, however, be in the least surprised to know that in his home this capable workman scolded his wife if the soup was not to his taste, or not ready at the appointed time. In his home he is no longer the capable workman. The skilled workman here is the wife, who serves him and prepares his food for him. He is a serene and pleasant man where he is powerful through being efficient, but is domineering where he is served. Perhaps if he should learn how to prepare his soup, he might become a perfect man. The man who, through his own efforts, is able to perform all the actions necessary for his comfort and development in life, conquers himself, and in doing so multiplies his abilities and perfects himself as an individual. We must make of the future generation powerful men, and by that we mean men who are independent and free. Abolition of prizes and of external forms of punishment. Once we have accepted and established such principles, the abolition of prizes and external forms of punishment will follow naturally. Man, disciplined through liberty, begins to desire the true and only prize which will never belittle or disappoint him, the birth of human power and liberty within that inner life of his from which his activities must spring. In my own experience, I have often marveled to see how true this is. During our first months in the children's houses, the teachers had not yet learned to put into practice the pedagogical principles of liberty and discipline. One of them especially busied herself, when I was absent, in remedying my ideas by introducing a few of those methods to which she had been accustomed. So, one day, when I came in unexpectedly, I found one of the most intelligent of the children wearing a large Greek cross of silver, hung from his neck by a fine piece of white ribbon, while another child was seated in an armchair which had been conspicuously placed in the middle of the room. The first child had been rewarded, the second was being punished. The teacher, at least while I was present, did not interfere in any way, and the situation remained as I had found it. I held my peace and placed myself where I might observe quietly. The child with the cross was moving back and forth, carrying the objects with which he had been working, from his table to that of the teacher, and bringing others in their place. He was busy and happy. As he went back and forth, he passed by the armchair of the child who was being punished. The silver cross slipped from his neck and fell to the floor, and the child in the armchair picked it up, dangled it on its white ribbon, looking at it from all sides, and then said to his companion, "Do you see what you have dropped?" The child turned and looked at the trinket with an air of indifference. His expression seemed to say, "Don't interrupt me." His voice replied, "I don't care." "Don't you care, really?" said the punished one calmly. "Then I will put it on myself." And the other replied, "Oh yes, put it on," in a tone that seemed to add, "and leave me in peace." The boy in the armchair carefully arranged the ribbon so that the cross lay upon the front of his pink apron, where he could admire its brightness and its pretty form. Then he settled himself more comfortably in his little chair, and rested his arms with evident pleasure upon the arms of the chair. The affair remained thus, and was quite just. The dangling cross could satisfy the child who was being punished, but not the active child, content and happy with his work. One day I took with me, on a visit to another of the children's houses, a lady who praised the children highly, and who, opening a box she had brought, showed them a number of shining medals, each tied with a bright red ribbon. "The mistress," she said, "will put these on the breasts of those children who are the cleverest and the best." As I was under no obligation to instruct this visitor in my methods, I kept silence, and the teacher took the box. At that moment, a most intelligent little boy of 4, who was seated quietly at one of the little tables, wrinkled his forehead in an act of protest, and cried out over and over again, "Not to the boys, though, not to the boys!" What a revelation! This little fellow already knew that he stood among the best and strongest of his class, although no one had ever revealed this fact to him, and he did not wish to be offended by this prize. Not knowing how to defend his dignity, he invoked the superior quality of his masculinity. As to punishments, we have many times come in contact with children who disturb the others without paying any attention to our corrections. Such children were at once examined by the physician. When the case proved to be that of a normal child, we placed one of the little tables in a corner of the room, and in this way isolated the child, having him sit in a comfortable little armchair, so placed that he might see his companions at work, and giving him those games and toys to which he was most attracted. This isolation almost always succeeded in calming the child. From his position he could see the entire assembly of his companions, and the way in which they carried on their work was an object lesson much more efficacious than any words of the teacher could possibly have been. Little by little he would come to see the advantages of being one of the company working so busily before his eyes, and he would really wish to go back and do as the others did. We have in this way led back again to discipline all the children who at first seemed to rebel against it. The isolated child was always made the object of special care, almost as if he were ill. I myself, when I entered the room, went first of all directly to him, caressing him, as if he were a very little child. Then I turned my attention to the others, interesting myself in their work, asking questions about it as if they had been little men. I do not know what happened in the soul of these children whom we found it necessary to discipline, but certainly the conversion was always very complete and lasting. They showed great pride in learning how to work and how to conduct themselves, and always showed a very tender affection for the teacher and for me. The biological concept of liberty in pedagogy. From a biological point of view, the concept of liberty in the education of the child in his earliest years must be understood as demanding those conditions adapted to the most favorable development of his entire individuality. So, from the physiological side as well as from the mental side, this includes the free development of the brain. The educator must be as one inspired by a deep worship of life, and must, through this reverence, respect, while he observes with human interest, the development of the child life. Now, child life is not an abstraction. It is the life of individual children. There exists only one real biological manifestation, the living individual, and towards single individuals, one by one observed, education must direct itself. By education must be understood the active help given to the normal expansion of the life of the child. The child is a body which grows, and a soul which develops. These two forms, physiological and psychic, have one eternal font, life itself. We must neither mar nor stifle the mysterious powers which lie within these two forms of growth, but we must await from them the manifestations which we know will succeed one another. Environment is undoubtedly a secondary factor in the phenomena of life. It can modify, in that it can help or hinder, but it can never create. The modern theories of evolution, from Nageli to De Vries, consider throughout the development of the two biological branches, animal and vegetable, this interior factor as the essential force in the transformation of the species and in the transformation of the individual. The origins of the development, both in the species and in the individual, lie within. The child does not grow because he is nourished, because he breathes, because he is placed in conditions of temperature to which he is adapted. He grows because the potential life within him develops, making itself visible, because the fruitful germ from which his life has come develops itself according to the biological destiny which was fixed for it by heredity. Adolescence does not come because the child laughs, or dances, or does gymnastic exercises, or is well nourished, but because he has arrived at that particular physiological state. Life makes itself manifest, life creates, life gives, and is in its turn held within certain limits and bound by certain laws, which are insuperable. The fixed characteristics of the species do not change, they can only vary. This concept, so brilliantly set forth by de Vries in his mutation theory, illustrates also the limits of education. We can act on the variations which are in relation to the environment, and whose limits vary slightly, in the species and in the individual, but we cannot act upon the mutations. The mutations are bound by some mysterious tie to the very font of life itself, and their power rises superior to the modifying elements of the environment. A species, for example, cannot mutate or change into another species through any phenomenon of adaptation, as, on the other hand, a great human genius cannot be suffocated by any limitation, nor by any false form of education. The environment acts more strongly upon the individual life the less fixed and strong this individual life may be. But environment can act in two opposite senses, favoring life and stifling it. Many species of palm, for example, are splendid in the tropical regions, because the climatic conditions are favorable to their development. But many species of both animals and plants have become extinct in regions to which they were not able to adapt themselves. Life is a superb goddess, always advancing, overthrowing the obstacles which environment places in the way of her triumph. This is the basic or fundamental truth. Whether it be a question of species or of individuals, there persists always the forward march of those victorious ones in whom this mysterious life force is strong and vital. It is evident that in the case of humanity, and especially in the case of our civil humanity, which we call society, the important and imperative question is that of the care, or perhaps we might say, the culture of human life. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Preston McConkey. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 6. How Lessons Should be Given. Let all thy words be counted. Dante, Inferno, Canto 10. Given the fact that through the regime of liberty the pupils can manifest their natural tendencies in the school, and that with this in view we have prepared the environment and the materials, the objects with which the child is to work, the teacher must not limit her action to observation, but must proceed to experiment. In this method the lesson corresponds to an experiment. The more fully the teacher is acquainted with the methods of experimental psychology, the better will she understand how to give the lesson. Indeed, a special technique is necessary if the method is to be properly applied. The teacher must at least have attended the training classes in the children's houses in order to acquire a knowledge of the fundamental principles of the method and to understand their application. The most difficult portion of this training is that which refers to the method for discipline. In the first days of the school, the children do not learn the idea of collective order. This idea follows and comes as a result of those disciplinary exercises through which the child learns to discern between good and evil. This being the case, it is evident that at the outset the teacher cannot give collective lessons. Such lessons, indeed, will always be very rare, since the children, being free, are not obliged to remain in their places quiet and ready to listen to the teacher, or to watch what she is doing. The collective lessons, in fact, are of very secondary importance, and have almost been abolished by us. Characteristics of the individual lessons: conciseness, simplicity, objectivity. The lessons, then, are individual, and brevity must be one of their chief characteristics. Dante gives excellent advice to teachers when he says, "Let thy words be counted." The more carefully we cut away useless words, the more perfect will become the lesson. And in preparing the lessons which she is to give, the teacher must pay special attention to this point, counting and weighing the value of the words which she is to speak. Another characteristic of the quality of the lesson in the children's houses is its simplicity. It must be stripped of all that is not absolute truth. That the teacher must not lose herself in vain words is included in the first quality of conciseness. This second, then, is closely related to the first. That is, the carefully chosen words must be the most simple it is possible to find, and must refer to the truth. The third quality of the lesson is its objectivity. The lesson must be presented in such a way that the personality of the teacher shall disappear. There shall remain in evidence only the object to which she wishes to call the attention of the child. This brief and simple lesson must be considered by the teacher as an explanation of the object, and of the use which the child can make of it. In the giving of such lessons, the fundamental guide must be the method of observation, in which is included and understood the liberty of the child. So the teacher shall observe whether the child interests himself in the object, how he is interested in it, for how long, etc., even noticing the expression of his face. And she must take great care not to offend the principles of liberty, for if she provokes the child to make an unnatural effort, she will no longer know what is the spontaneous activity of the child. If, therefore, the lesson rigorously prepared in this brevity, simplicity, and truth is not understood by the child, is not accepted by him as an explanation of the object, the teacher must be warned of two things. First, not to insist by repeating the lesson, and second, not to make the child feel that he has made a mistake, or that he has not understood, because in doing so she will cause him to make an effort to understand, and will thus alter the natural state which must be used by her in making her psychological observation. A few examples may serve to illustrate this point. Let us suppose, for example, that the teacher wishes to teach a child the two colors, red and blue. She desires to attract the attention of the child to the object. She says, therefore, "Look at this." Then, in order to teach the colors, she says, showing him the red, "This is red," raising her voice a little and pronouncing the word red slowly and clearly. Then showing him the other color, "This is blue." In order to make sure that the child has understood, she says to him, "Give me the red, give me the blue." Let us suppose that the child, in following this last direction, makes a mistake. The teacher does not repeat and does not insist. She smiles, gives the child a friendly caress, and takes away the colors. Teachers ordinarily are greatly surprised at such simplicity. They often say, "But everybody knows how to do that." Indeed, this again is a little like the egg of Christopher Columbus, but the truth is that not everyone knows how to do this simple thing, to give a lesson with such simplicity. To measure one's own activity, to make it conform to these standards of clearness, brevity, and truth, is practically a very difficult matter. Especially is this true of teachers prepared by the old-time methods, who have learned to labor to deluge the child with useless and often false words. For example, a teacher who had taught in the public schools often reverted to collectivity. Now, in giving a collective lesson, much importance is necessarily given to the simple thing which is to be taught, and it is necessary to oblige all the children to follow the teacher's explanation, when perhaps not all of them are disposed to give their attention to the particular lesson in hand. The teacher has perhaps commenced her lesson in this way: "Children, see if you can guess what I have in my hand." She knows that the children cannot guess, and she therefore attracts their attention by means of a falsehood. Then she probably says, "Children, look out at the sky. Have you ever looked at it before? Have you ever noticed it at night, when it is all shining with stars? No. Look at my apron. Do you know what color it is? Doesn't it seem to you the same color as the sky? Very well then, look at this color I have in my hand. It is the same color as the sky and my apron. It is blue. Now look around you a little and see if you can find something in the room which is blue. And do you know what color cherries are, and the color of the burning coals in the fireplace?" etc., etc. Now, in the mind of the child, after he has made the useless effort of trying to guess, there revolves a confused mass of ideas. The sky, the apron, the cherries, etc. It will be difficult for him to extract from all this confusion the idea which it was the scope of the lesson to make clear to him, namely, the recognition of the two colors, blue and red. Such a work of selection is almost impossible for the mind of a child who is not yet able to follow a long discourse. I remember being present at an arithmetic lesson where the children were being taught that 2 and 3 make 5. To this end, the teacher made use of a counting board having colored beads strung on its thin wires. She arranged, for example, 2 beads on the top line, then on a lower line 3, and at the bottom 5 beads. I do not remember very clearly the development of this lesson, but I do know that the teacher found it necessary to place beside the 2 beads on the upper wire a little cardboard dancer with a blue skirt, which she christened on the spot the name of one of the children in the class, saying, "This is Mariatina." And then beside the other 3 beads she placed a little dancer dressed in a different color, which she called Gigina. I do not know exactly how the teacher arrived at the demonstration of the sum, but certainly she talked for a long time with these little dancers, moving them about, etc. If I remember the dancers more clearly than I do the arithmetic process, how must it have been with the children? If by such a method they were able to learn that 2 and 3 make 5, they must have made a tremendous mental effort, and the teacher must have found it necessary to talk with the little dancers for a long time. In another lesson, a teacher wished to demonstrate to the children the difference between noise and sound. She began by telling a long story to the children. Then suddenly someone in league with her knocked noisily at the door. The teacher stopped and cried out, "What is it? What's happened? What is the matter? Children, do you know what this person at the door has done? I can no longer go on with my story. I cannot remember it any more. I will have to leave it unfinished. Do you know what has happened? Did you hear? Have you understood? That was a noise. That is a noise. Oh, I would much rather play with this little baby," taking up a mandolin, which she had dressed up in a table cover. "Yes, dear baby, I had rather play with you. Do you see this baby that I am holding in my arms?" Several children replied, "It isn't a baby." Others said, "It's a mandolin." The teacher went on, "No, no, it is a baby, really a baby. I love this little baby. Do you want me to show you that it is a baby? Keep very, very quiet then. It seems to me that the baby is crying, or perhaps it is talking, or perhaps it is going to say Papa or Mama." Putting her hand under the cover, she touched the strings of the mandolin. "There, did you hear the baby cry? Did you hear it call out?" The children cried out, "It's a mandolin. You touched the strings. You made it play." The teacher then replied, be quiet, children. Listen to what I am going to do." Then she uncovered the mandolin and began to play on it, saying, "This is sound." To suppose that the child from such a lesson as this shall come to understand the difference between noise and sound is ridiculous. The child will probably get the impression that the teacher wished to play a joke, and that she is rather foolish because she lost the thread of her discourse when she was interrupted by noise, and because she mistook a mandolin for a baby. Most certainly it is the figure of the teacher herself that is impressed upon the child's mind through such a lesson, and not the object for which the lesson was given. To obtain a simple lesson from a teacher who has been prepared according to the ordinary methods is a very difficult task. I remember that, after having explained the material fully and in detail, I called upon one of my teachers to teach, by means of the geometric insets, the difference between a square and a triangle. The task of the teacher was simply to fit a square and a triangle of wood into the empty spaces made to receive them. She should then have shown the child how to follow with his finger the contours of the wooden pieces and of the frames into which they fit, saying, meanwhile, "This is a square. This is a triangle." The teacher whom I had called upon began by having the child touch the square, saying, "This is a line, another, and another. There are 4 lines. Count them with your little finger and tell me how many there are. And the corners, count the corners. Feel them with your little finger. See, there are 4 corners too. Look at this piece well. It is a square." I corrected the teacher, telling her that in this way she was not teaching the child to recognize a form, but was giving him an idea of sides, of angles, of number, and that this was a very different thing from that which she was to teach in this lesson. "But," she said, trying to justify herself, "it is the same thing." It is not, however, the same thing. It is the geometric analysis and the mathematics of the thing. It would be possible to have an idea of the form of the quadrilateral without knowing how to count to 4, and therefore without appreciating the number of sides and angles. The sides and the angles are abstractions which in themselves do not exist. That which does exist is this piece of wood of a determined form. The elaborate explanations of the teacher not only confused the child's mind, but bridged over the distance that lies between the concrete and the abstract, between the form of an object and the mathematics of the form. Let us suppose, I said to the teacher, that an architect shows you a dome, the form of which interests you. He can follow one of two methods in showing you his work. He can call attention to the beauty of the line, the harmony of the proportions, and may then take you inside the building and up into the cupola itself, in order that you may appreciate the relative proportion of the parts, in such a way that your impression of the cupola as a whole shall be founded on general knowledge of its parts. Or he can have you count the windows, the wide or narrow cornices, and can in fact make you a design showing the construction. He can illustrate for you the static laws, and write out the algebraic formulae necessary in the calculation of such laws. In the first place, you will be able to retain in your mind the form of the cupola. In the second, you will have understood nothing, and will come away with the impression that the architect fancied himself speaking to a fellow engineer, instead of to a traveler whose object was to become familiar with the beautiful things around him. Very much the same thing happens if we, instead of saying to the child, "This is a square," and by simply having him touch the contour, establish materially the idea of the form, proceed rather to a geometrical analysis of the contour. Indeed, we should feel that we are making the child precocious if we taught him the geometric forms in the plane, presenting at the same time the mathematical concept. But we do not believe that the child is too immature to appreciate the simple form. On the contrary, it is no effort for a child to look at a square window or table. He sees all these forms about him in his daily life. To call his attention to a determined form is to clarify the impression he has already received of it, and to fix the idea of it. It is very much as if, while we are looking absent-mindedly at the shore of a lake, an artist should suddenly say to us, "How beautiful the curve is that the shore makes there under the shade of that cliff." At his words, the view which we have been observing almost unconsciously is impressed upon our minds, as if it had been illuminated by a sudden ray of sunshine, and we experience the joy of having crystallized an impression which we had before only imperfectly felt. And such is our duty toward the child, to give a ray of light and to go on our way. I may liken the effects of these first lessons to the impressions of one who walks quietly, happily through a wood, alone and thoughtful, letting his inner life unfold freely. Suddenly the chime of a distant bell recalls him to himself, and in that awakening he feels more strongly than before the peace and beauty of which he has been but dimly conscious. To stimulate life, leaving it then free to develop, to unfold, herein lies the first task of the educator. In such a delicate task, a great art must suggest the moment and limit the intervention, in order that we shall arouse no perturbation, cause no deviation, but rather that we shall help the soul which is coming into the fullness of life, and which shall live from its own forces. This art must accompany the scientific method. When the teacher shall have touched in this way, soul for soul, each one of her pupils, awakening and inspiring the life within them as if she were an invisible spirit, she will then possess each soul, and a sign, a single word from her, shall suffice, for each one will feel her in a living and vital way, will recognize her, and will listen to her. There will come a day when the directress herself shall be filled with wonder to see that all the children obey her with gentleness and affection, not only ready, but intent at a sign from her. They will look toward her who has made them live, and will hope and desire to receive from her new life. Experience has revealed all this, and it is something which forms the chief source of wonder for those who visit the children's houses. Collective discipline is obtained as if by magic force. 50 or 60 children from 2½ years to 6 years of age, all together, and at a single time, know how to hold their peace so perfectly that the absolute silence seems that of a desert. And if the teacher, speaking in a low voice, says to the children, "Rise, pass several times around the room on the tips of your toes, and then come back to your place in silence," all together as a single person, the children rise and follow the order with the least possible noise. The teacher with that one voice has spoken to each one, and each child hopes from her intervention to receive some light and inner happiness, and feeling so, he goes forth intent and obedient like an anxious explorer, following the order in his own way. In this matter of discipline we have again something of the egg of Christopher Columbus. A concertmaster must prepare his scholars one by one in order to draw from their collective work great and beautiful harmony, and each artist must perfect himself as an individual before he can be ready to follow the voiceless commands of the master's baton. How different is the method which we follow in the public schools! It is as if a concertmaster taught the same monotonous and sometimes discordant rhythm contemporaneously to the most diverse instruments and voices. Thus we find that the most disciplined members of society are the men who are best trained, who have most thoroughly perfected themselves. But this is the training, or the perfection, acquired through contact with other people. The perfection of the collectivity cannot be that material and brutal solidarity which comes from mechanical organization alone. In regard to infant psychology, we are more richly endowed with prejudices than with actual knowledge bearing upon the subject. We have, until the present day, wished to dominate the child through force, by the imposition of external laws, instead of making an interior conquest of the child in order to direct him as a human soul. In this way the children have lived beside us without being able to make us know them. But if we cut away the artificiality with which we have enwrapped them, and the violence through which we have foolishly thought to discipline them, they will reveal themselves to us in all the truth of child nature. Their gentleness is so absolute, so sweet, that we recognize in it the infancy of that humanity which can remain oppressed by every form of yoke, by every injustice. And the child's love of knowledge is such that it surpasses every other love, and makes us think that, in very truth, humanity must carry within it that passion which pushes the minds of men to the successive conquest of thought, making easier from century to century the yokes of every form of slavery. End of Chapter 6, How Lessons Should Be Given. Recording by Preston McConkey, Annabella, Utah.
Chapter 7 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori, translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 7. Exercises of Practical Life. Proposed winter schedule of hours in the children's houses. Opening at 9 o'clock to closing at 4 o'clock. 9 to 10, entrance, greeting, inspection as to personal cleanliness, exercises of practical life, helping one another to take off and put on the aprons, going over the room to see that everything is dusted and in order, language, conversation period, children give an account of the events of the day before, religious exercises. 10 to 11, intellectual exercises, objective lessons interrupted by short rest periods, nomenclature, sense exercises. 11 to 11:30, simple gymnastics, ordinary movements done gracefully, normal position of the body, walking, marching in line, salutations, movements for attention, placing of objects gracefully. 11:30 to 12, luncheon, short prayer. 12 to 1, free games. 1 to 2, directed games, if possible in the open air. During this period the older children in turn go through with the exercises of practical life, cleaning the room, dusting, putting the material in order, general inspection for cleanliness, conversation. 2 to 3, manual work, clay modeling, design, and so forth. 3 to 4, collective gymnastics and songs, if possible in the open air, exercises to develop forethought, visiting and caring for the plants and animals. As soon as a school is established, the question of schedule arises. This must be considered from 2 points of view: the length of the school day and the distribution of study and of the activities of life. I shall begin by affirming that in the children's houses, as in the school for deficients, the hours may be very long, occupying the entire day. For poor children, and especially for the children's houses annexed to working men's tenements, I should advise that the school day should be from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening in winter, and from 8 to 6 in summer. These long hours are necessary if we are to follow a directed line of action which shall be helpful to the growth of the child. It goes without saying that in the case of little children such a long school day should be interrupted by at least an hour's rest in bed. And here lies the great practical difficulty. At present we must allow our little ones to sleep in their seats in a wretched position, but I foresee a time, not distant, when we shall be able to have a quiet, darkened room where the children may sleep in low-swung hammocks. I should like still better to have this nap taken in the open air. In the children's houses in Rome, we send the little ones to their own apartments for the nap, as this can be done without their having to go out into the streets. It must be observed that these long hours include not only the nap, but the luncheon. This must be considered in such schools as the Children's Houses, whose aim is to help and to direct the growth of children in such an important fashion of development as that from 3 to 6 years of age. The Children's House is a garden of child culture, and we most certainly do not keep the children for so many hours in school with the idea of making students of them. The first step which we must take in our method is to call to the pupil. We call now to his attention, now to his interior life, now to the life he leads with others. Making a comparison which must not be taken in a literal sense, it is necessary to proceed as in experimental psychology or anthropology when one makes an experiment. That is, after having prepared the instrument, to which in this case the environment may correspond, we prepare the subject. Considering the method as a whole, we must begin our work by preparing the child for the forms of social life, and we must attract his attention to these forms. In the schedule which we outlined when we established the first Children's House, but which we have never followed entirely, assign that a schedule in which the material is distributed in arbitrary fashion is not adapted to the regime of liberty. We begin the day with a series of exercises of practical life, and I must confess that these exercises were the only part of the program which proved thoroughly stationary. These exercises were such a success that they formed the beginning of the day in all the Children's Houses. First, cleanliness, order, poise, conversation. As soon as the children arrive at school, we make an inspection for cleanliness. If possible, this should be carried on in the presence of the mothers, but their attention should not be called to it directly. We examine the hands, the nails, the neck, the ears, the face, the teeth, and care is given to the tidiness of the hair. If any of the garments are torn or soiled or ripped, if the buttons are lacking, or if the shoes are not clean, we call the attention of the child to this. In this way the children become accustomed to observing themselves and take an interest in their own appearance. The children in our Children's Houses are given a bath in turn, but this of course cannot be done daily. In the class, however, the teacher, by using a little washstand with small pitchers and basins, teaches the children to take a partial bath. For example, they learn how to wash their hands and clean their nails. Indeed, sometimes we teach them how to take a foot bath. They are shown especially how to wash their ears and eyes with great care. They are taught to brush their teeth and rinse their mouths carefully. In all of this, we call their attention to the different parts of the body which they are washing, and to the different means which we use in order to cleanse them. Clear water for the eyes, soap and water for the hands, the brush for the teeth, and so forth. We teach the big ones to help the little ones, and so encourage the younger children to learn quickly to take care of themselves. After this care of their persons, we put on the little aprons. The children are able to put these on themselves, or with the help of each other. Then we begin our visit about the schoolroom. We notice if all of the various materials are in order and if they are clean. The teacher shows the children how to clean out the little corners where dust has accumulated, and shows them how to use the various objects necessary in cleaning a room, dust cloths, dust brushes, little brooms, and so forth. All of this, when the children are allowed to do it by themselves, is very quickly accomplished. Then the children go each to his own place. The teacher explains to them that the normal position is for each child to be seated in his own place, in silence, with his feet together on the floor, his hands resting on the table, and his head erect. In this way she teaches them poise and equilibrium. Then she has them rise on their feet in order to sing the hymn, teaching them that in rising and sitting down it is not necessary to be noisy. In this way the children learn to move about the furniture with poise and with care. After this, we have a series of exercises in which the children learn to move gracefully, to go and come, to salute each other, to lift objects carefully, to receive various objects from each other politely. The teacher calls attention with little exclamations to a child who is clean, a room which is well ordered, a class seated quietly, a graceful movement, and so forth. From such a starting point, we proceed to the free teaching. That is, the teacher will no longer make comments to the children, directing them how to move from their seats and so on. She will limit herself to correcting the disordered movements. After the directress has talked in this way about the attitude of the children and the arrangement of the room, she invites the children to talk with her. She questions them concerning what they have done the day before, regulating her inquiries in such a way that the children need not report the intimate happenings of the family, but their individual behavior, their games, attitude to parents, and so on. She will ask if they have been able to go up the stairs without getting them muddy, if they have spoken politely to their friends who passed, if they have helped their mothers, if they have shown in their family what they have learned at school, if they have played in the street, and so on. The conversations are longer on Monday after the vacation, and on that day the children are invited to tell what they have done with the family, if they have gone away from home, whether they have eaten things not usual for children to eat, and if this is the case, we urge them not to eat these things, and try to teach them that they are bad for them. Such conversations as these encourage the unfolding, or development of language, and are of great educational value, since the directress can prevent the children from recounting happenings in the house or in the neighborhood, and can select instead topics which are adapted to pleasant conversation, and in this way can teach the children those things which it is desirable to talk about. That is, things with which we occupy ourselves in life, public events, or things which have happened in the different houses, perhaps to the children themselves, as baptism, birthday parties, any of which may serve for occasional conversation. Things of this sort will encourage children to describe themselves. After this morning talk, we pass to the various lessons. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mahabeli. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 8. Refection, the Child's Diet. In connection with the exercises of practical life, it may be fitting to consider the matter of refection. In order to protect the child's development, especially in neighborhoods where standards of child hygiene are not yet prevalent in the home, it would be well if a large part of the child's diet could be entrusted to the school. It is well known today that the diet must be adapted to the physical nature of the child, and as the medicine of children is not the medicine of adults in reduced doses, so the diet must not be that of the adult in lesser quantitative proportions. For this reason, I should prefer that even in the children's houses which are situated in tenements and from which little ones, being at home, can go up to eat with the family, school refection should be instituted. Moreover, even in the case of rich children, school refection would always be advisable until a scientific course in cooking shall have introduced into the wealthier families the habit of specializing in children's food. The diet of little children must be rich in fats and sugar, the first for reserve matter and the second for plastic tissue. In fact, sugar is a stimulant to tissues in the process of formation. As the form of preparation, it is well that the alimentary substances should always be minced, because the child has not yet the capacity for completely masticating the food, and his stomach is still incapable of fulfilling the function of mincing food matter. Consequently, soups, purees, and meatballs should constitute the ordinary form of dish for the child's table. The nitrogenous diet for a child from 2 or 3 years of age ought to be constituted chiefly of milk and eggs, but after the 2nd year broths are also to be recommended. After 3 years and a half, meat can be given, or, in the case of poor children, vegetables. Fruits are also to be recommended for children. Perhaps a detailed summary on child diet may be useful, especially for mothers. Method of preparing broth for little children. Age 3 to 6. After that, the child may use the common broth of the family. The quantity of meat should correspond to 1 gram for every cubic centimeter of broth and should be put in cold water. No aromatic herbs should be used, the only wholesome condiment being salt. The meat should be left to boil for 2 hours. Instead of removing the grease from the broth, it is well to add butter to it, or, in the case of the poor, a spoonful of olive oil. But substitutes for butter, such as margarine, etc., should never be used. The broth must be prepared fresh. It would be well, therefore, to put the meat on the fire 2 hours before the meal, because as soon as broth is cool, there begins to take place a separation of chemical substances, which are injurious to the child and may easily cause diarrhea. Soups. A very simple soup, and one to be highly recommended for children, is bread boiled in salt water or in broth and abundantly seasoned with oil. This is the classic soup of poor children, and an excellent means of nutrition. Very like this is the soup which consists of little cubes of bread toasted in butter and allowed to soak in the broth, which is itself fat with butter. Soups of grated bread also belong in this class. Pastine. Those very fine forms of vermicelli used in soups. Especially the glutinous pastine, which are of the same nature, are undoubtedly superior to the others for digestibility, but are accessible only to the privileged social classes. The poor should know how much more wholesome is a broth made from remnants of stale bread than soups of coarse spaghetti, often dried and seasoned with meat juice. Such soups are most indigestible for little children. Excellent soups are those consisting of purees of vegetables, beans, peas, lentils. Today, one may find in the shops dried vegetables especially adapted for this sort of soups. Boiled in salt water, the vegetables are peeled, put to cool, and passed through a sieve, or simply compressed if they are already peeled. Butter is then added, and the paste is stirred slowly into the boiling water, care being taken that it dissolves and leaves no lumps. Vegetable soups can also be seasoned with pork. Instead of broth, sugared milk may be the base of vegetable purees. I strongly recommend for children a soup of rice boiled in broth or milk, also cornmeal broth, provided it be seasoned with abundant butter but not with cheese. The porridge form, polenta, really cornmeal mush, is to be highly recommended on account of the long cooking. The poorer classes who have no meat broth can feed their children equally well with soups of boiled bread and porridge seasoned with oil. Milk and eggs. These are foods which not only contain nitrogenous substances in an eminently digestible form, but they have the so-called enzymes which facilitate assimilation into the tissues and hence, in a particular way, favor the growth of the child. And they answer so much the better, this last most important condition, if they are fresh and intact, keeping in themselves, one may say, the life of the animals which produced them. Milk fresh from the cow and the egg while it is still warm are assimilable to the highest degree. Cooking, on the other hand, makes the milk and eggs lose their special conditions of assimilability and reduces the nutritive power in them to the simple power of any nitrogenous substance. Today, consequently, there are being founded special dairies for children, where the milk produced is sterile. The rigorous cleanliness of the surroundings in which the milk-producing animals live, the sterilization of the udder before milking, of the hands of the milker, and of the vessels which are to contain the milk, the hermetic sealing of these last, and the refrigerating bath immediately after the milking, if the milk is to be carried far, otherwise it is well to drink it warm, procure a milk free from bacteria, which therefore has no need of being sterilized by boiling, and which preserves intact its natural nutritive powers. As much may be said of eggs. The best way of feeding them to a child is to take them still warm from the hen and have him eat them just as they are, and then digest them in the open air. But where this is not practicable, eggs must be chosen fresh and barely heated in water, that is to say, prepared à la coque. All other forms of preparation, milk soup, omelettes, and so forth, do to be sure make of milk and eggs an excellent food, more to be recommended than others, but they take away the specific properties of assimilation which characterize them. Meat. All meats are not adapted to children, and even their preparation must differ according to the age of the child. Thus, for example, children from 3 to 5 years of age ought to eat only more or less finely ground meats, whereas the age of 5 children are capable of grinding meat completely by mastication. At that time it is well to teach the child accurately how to masticate, because he has a tendency to swallow food quickly, which may produce indigestion and diarrhea. This is another reason why school refection in the children's houses would be a very serviceable as well as convenient institution, as the whole diet of the child could then be rationally cared for in connection with the educative system of the houses. The meats most adapted to children are so-called white meats, that is, in the first place, chicken, then veal, also the light flesh of fish, sole, pike, cod. After the age of 4, filet of beef may also be introduced into the diet, but never heavy and fat meats like that of the pig, the capon, the eel, the tunny, etc., which are to be absolutely excluded, along with mollusks and crustaceans, oysters, lobsters, from the child's diet. Croquettes made of finely ground meat, grated bread, milk, and beaten eggs, and fried in butter, are the most wholesome preparation. Another excellent preparation is to mold into balls the grated meat with sweet fruit preserve, and eggs beaten up with sugar. At the age of 5, the child may be given breast of roast foal, and occasionally veal cutlet or fillet of beef. Boiled meat must never be given to the child, because meat is deprived of many stimulating and even nutritive properties by boiling and rendered less digestible. Nerve-feeding substances. Besides meat, a child who has reached the age of 4 may be given fried brains and sweetbreads, to be combined, for example, with chicken croquettes. Milk foods. All cheeses are to be excluded from the child's diet. The only milk product suitable to children from 3 to 6 years of age is fresh butter. Custard. Custard is also to be recommended provided it be freshly prepared, that is, immediately before being eaten, and with very fresh milk and eggs. If such conditions cannot be rigorously fulfilled, it is preferable to do without custard, which is not a necessity. Bread. From what we have said about soups, it may be inferred that bread is an excellent food for the child. It should be well selected. The crumb is not very digestible, but it can be utilized, when it is dry, to make a bread broth. But if one is to give the child simply a piece of bread to eat, it is well to offer him the crust, the end of the loaf. Breadsticks are excellent for those who can afford them. Bread contains many nitrogenous substances and is very rich in starches, but is lacking in fats, and as the fundamental substances of diet are, as is well known, 3 in number, namely proteids, nitrogenous substances, starches, and fats, bread is not a complete food. It is necessary, therefore, to offer the child buttered bread, which constitutes a complete food and may be considered as a sufficient and complete breakfast. Green vegetables. Children must never eat raw vegetables, such as salads and greens, but only cooked ones. Indeed, they are not to be highly recommended either cooked or raw, with the exception of spinach, which may enter with moderation into the diet of children. Potatoes prepared in a puree with much butter form, however, an excellent complement of nutrition for children. Fruits. Among fruits, there are excellent foods for children. They too, like milk and eggs, if freshly gathered, retain a living quality which aids assimilation. As this condition, however, is not easily attainable in cities, it is necessary to consider also the diet of fruits which are not perfectly fresh and which, therefore, should be prepared and cooked in various ways. All fruits are not to be advised for children. The chief properties to be considered are the degree of ripeness, the tenderness and sweetness of the pulp, and its acidity. Peaches, apricots, grapes, currants, oranges, and mandarins in their natural state can be given to little children with great advantage. Other fruits such as pears, apples, plums should be cooked or prepared in syrup. Figs, pineapples, dates, melons, cherries, walnuts, almonds, hazelnuts, and chestnuts are excluded for various reasons from the diet of early childhood. The preparation of fruit must consist in removing from it all indigestible parts, such as the peel, and also such parts as the child inadvertently may absorb to his detriment, as, for example, the seed. Children of 4 or 5 should be taught early how carefully the seeds must be thrown away and how the fruits are peeled. Afterwards, the child so educated may be promoted to the honor of receiving a fine fruit intact, and he will know how to eat it properly. The culinary preparation of fruits consists essentially in 2 processes: cooking and seasoning with sugar. Besides simple cooking, fruits may be prepared as marmalades and jellies, which are excellent but are naturally within the reach of the wealthier classes only. While jellies and marmalades may be allowed, candied fruits, on the other hand, marrons glacés, and the like, are absolutely excluded from the child's diet. Seasonings. An important phase of the hygiene of child diet concerns seasonings, with a view to their rigorous limitation. As I have already indicated, sugar and some fat substances, along with kitchen salt, sodium chloride, should constitute the principal part of the seasonings. To these may be added organic acids, acetic acid, citric acid, that is, vinegar and lemon juice. This latter can be advantageously used on fish, on croquettes, on spinach, etc. Other condiments suitable to little children are some aromatic vegetables like garlic and rue, which disinfect the intestines and the lungs, and also have a direct anthelminthic action. Spices, on the other hand, such as pepper, nutmeg, cinnamon, clove, and especially mustard, are to be absolutely abolished. Drinks. The growing organism of the child is very rich in water, and hence needs a constant supply of moisture. Among the beverages, the best, and indeed the only one to be unreservedly advised, is pure, fresh spring water. To rich children might be allowed the so-called table waters, which are slightly alkaline, such as those of San Gemini, Aqua Claudia, etc., mixed with syrups, as, for example, syrup of black cherry. It is now a matter of general knowledge that all fermented beverages and those exciting to the nervous system are injurious to children. Hence, all alcoholic and caffeic beverages are absolutely eliminated from child diet. Not only liquors, but wine and beer ought to be unknown to the child's taste, and coffee and tea should be inaccessible to childhood. The deleterious action of alcohol on the child organism needs no illustration, but in a matter of such vital importance, insistent repetition is never superfluous. Alcohol is a poison especially fatal to organisms in the process of formation. Not only does it arrest their total development, whence infantilism, idiocy, but also predisposes the child to nervous maladies, epilepsy, meningitis, and to maladies of the digestive organs and metabolism, cirrhosis of the liver, dyspepsia, anemia. If the children's houses were to succeed in enlightening the people on such truths, they would be accomplishing a very lofty hygienic work for the new generations. Instead of coffee, children may be given roasted and boiled barley, malt, and especially chocolate, which is an excellent child food, particularly when mixed with milk. Distribution of the meals. Another chapter of child diet concerns the distribution of the meals. Here, one principle must dominate and must be diffused among mothers, namely, that the children shall be kept to rigorous meal hours in order that they may enjoy good health and have excellent digestion. It is true that there prevails among the people, and it is one of the forms of maternal ignorance most fatal to children, the prejudice that children, in order to grow well, must be eating almost continuously, without regularity, nibbling almost habitually a crust of bread. On the contrary, the child, in view of the special delicacy of his digestive system, has more need of regular meals than the adult has. It seems to me that the children's houses with very prolonged programs are, for this reason, suitable places for child culture, as they can direct the child's diet. Outside of their regular meal hours, children should not eat. In a children's house with a long program, there ought to be 2 meals, a hearty one about noon and a light one about 4 in the afternoon. At the hearty meal there should be soup, a meat dish, and bread, and in the case of rich children, also fruits or custard, and butter on the bread. At the 4 o'clock meal there should be prepared a light lunch, which from a simple piece of bread can range to buttered bread, and to bread accompanied by fruit marmalade, chocolate, honey, custard, etc. Crisp crackers, biscuits, and cooked fruits, etc., might also be usefully employed. Very suitably the lunch might consist of bread soaked in milk, or an egg à la coque with breadsticks, or else of a simple cup of milk in which is dissolved a spoonful of Mellin's Food. I recommend Mellin's Food very highly, not only in infancy but also much later, on account of its properties of digestibility and nutrition, and on account of its flavor, which is so pleasing to children. Mellin's Food is a powder prepared from barley and wheat, and containing in a concentrated and pure state the nutritive substances proper to those cereals. The powder is slowly dissolved in hot water in the bottom of the same cup which is to be used for drinking the mixture, and very fresh milk is then poured on top. The child would take the other 2 meals in his own home, that is, the morning breakfast and the supper, which latter must be very light for children so that shortly after they may be ready to go to bed. On these meals it would be well to give advice to mothers, urging them to help complete the hygienic work of the children's houses, to the profit of their children. The morning breakfast for the rich might be milk and chocolate, or milk and extract of malt, with crackers, or better, with toasted bread spread with butter or honey; for the poor, a cup of fresh milk with bread. For the evening meal, a soup is to be advised. Children should eat soups twice a day, and an egg à la coque or a cup of milk, or rice soup with a base of milk, and buttered bread with cooked fruits, etc. As for the alimentary rations to be calculated, I refer the reader to the special treatises on hygiene, although practically such calculations are of no great utility. In the children's houses, especially in the case of the poor, I should make extensive use of vegetable soups, and I should have cultivated in the garden plots vegetables which can be used in the diet, in order to have them plucked in their freshness, cooked and enjoyed. I should try, possibly, to do the same for the fruits, and, by the raising of animals, to have fresh eggs and pure milk. The milking of the goats could be done directly by the larger children, after they had scrupulously washed their hands. Another important educative application which school refection in the children's houses has to offer, and which concerns practical life, consists in the preparing of the table, arranging the table linen, learning its nomenclature, etc. Later I shall show how this exercise can gradually increase in difficulty and constitute a most important didactic instrument. It is sufficient to intimate here that it is very important to teach the children to eat with cleanliness, both with respect to themselves and with respect to their surroundings, not to soil the napkins, etc., and to use the table implements, which, at least for the little ones, are limited to the spoon, and for the larger children extended to the fork and knife. End of Chapter 8. Reflection. The Child's Diet.
Chapter 9 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, December 2008. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 9. Muscular Education, Gymnastics. The generally accepted idea of gymnastics is, I consider, very inadequate. In the common schools we are accustomed to describe as gymnastics a species of collective muscular discipline, which has its aim that children shall learn to follow definite, ordered movements given in the form of commands. The guiding spirit in such gymnastics is coercion, and I feel that such exercises repress spontaneous movements and impose others in their place. I do not know what the physiological authority for the selection of these imposed movements is. Similar movements are used in medical gymnastics in order to restore a normal movement to a torpid muscle, or to give back a normal movement to a paralyzed muscle. A number of chest movements which are given in the school are advised, for example, in medicine for those who suffer from intestinal torpidity. But truly I do not well understand what office such exercises can fulfill when they are followed by squadrons of normal children. In addition to these formal gymnastics, we have those which are carried on in a gymnasium, and which are very like the first steps in the training of an acrobat. However, this is not the place for criticism of the gymnastics used in our common schools. Certainly in our case we are not considering such gymnastics. Indeed, many who hear me speak of gymnastics for infant schools very plainly show disapprobation, and they will disapprove more heartily when they hear me speak of a gymnasium for little children. Indeed, if the gymnastic exercises in the gymnasium were those of the common schools, no one would agree more heartily than I in the disapproval expressed by these critics. We must understand by gymnastics, and in general by muscular education, a series of exercises tending to aid the normal development of physiological movements, such as walking, breathing, speech. To protect this development when the child shows himself backward or abnormal in any way, and to encourage in the children those movements which are useful in the achievement of the most ordinary acts of life, such as dressing, undressing, buttoning their clothes, and lacing their shoes, carrying such objects as balls, cubes, etc. If there exists an age in which it is necessary to protect a child by means of a series of gymnastics exercises, between 3 and 6 years is undoubtedly the age. The special gymnastics necessary, or better still, hygienic in this period of life, refer chiefly to walking. A child in the general morphological growth of his body is characterized by having a torso greatly developed in comparison with the lower limbs. In the newborn child the length of the torso from the top of the head to the curve of the groin is equal to 68% of the normal length of the body. The limbs then arc barely 32% of the stature. During growth these relative proportions change in a most noticeable way. Thus, for example, in the adult the torso is fully half of the entire stature, and, according to the individual, corresponds to 51 or 52% of it. This morphological difference between the newborn child and the adult is bridged so slowly during growth that in the first years of the child's life the torso remains tremendously developed as compared with the limbs. In 1 year the height of the torso corresponds to 65% of the total stature, in 2 years to 63, in 3 years to 62. At the age when a child enters the infant school, his limbs are still very short as compared with his torso. That is, the length of his limbs barely corresponds to 38% of the stature. Between the years of 6 and 7, the proportion of the torso to the stature is from 57 to 56%. In such a period, therefore, the child not only makes a noticeable growth in height, he measures indeed at the age of 3 years about 0.85 meter, and at 6 years 1.05 meter, but changing so greatly the relative proportions between the torso and the limbs, the latter make a most decided growth. This growth is related to the layers of cartilage which still exist at the extremity of the long bones, and is related in general to the still incomplete ossification of the entire skeleton. The tender bones of the limbs must therefore sustain the weight of the torso, which is then disproportionately large. We cannot, if we consider all these things, judge the manner of walking in little children by the standard set for our own equilibrium. If a child is not strong, the erect posture and walking are really sources of fatigue for him, and the long bones of the lower limbs, yielding to the weight of the body, easily become disformed and usually bowed. This is particularly the case among the badly nourished children of the poor, or among those in whom the skeleton structure, while not actually showing the presence of rickets, still seems to be slow in attaining normal ossification. We are wrong, then, if we consider little children from this physical point of view as little men. They have, instead, characteristics and proportions that are entirely special to their age. The tendency of the child to stretch out on his back and kick his legs in the air is an expression of the physical needs related to the proportions of his body. The baby loves to walk on all fours just because, like the quadruped animals, his limbs are short in comparison with his body. Instead of this, we divert these natural manifestations by foolish habits which we impose on the child. We hinder him from throwing himself upon the earth, from stretching, etc., and we oblige him to walk with grown people and to keep up with them. and excuse ourselves by saying that we don't want him to become capricious and think he can do as he pleases. It is indeed a fatal error, and one which has made bow legs common among little children. It is well to enlighten the mothers on these important particulars of infant hygiene. Now we, with the gymnastics, can, and indeed should, help the child in his development by making our exercises correspond to the movement which he needs to make, and in this way save his limbs from fatigue. One very simple means for helping the child in his activity was suggested to me by my observation of the children themselves. The teacher was having the children march, leading them about the courtyard between the walls of the house and the central garden. This garden was protected by a little fence made of strong wires which were stretched in parallel lines, and were supported at intervals by wooden palings driven into the ground. Along the fence ran a little ledge on which the children were in the habit of sitting down when they were tired of marching. In addition to this, I always brought out little chairs which I placed against the wall. Every now and then the little ones of 2 1/2 and 3 years would drop out of the marching line, evidently being tired, but instead of sitting down on the ground or in the chairs, they would run to the little fence, and catching hold of the upper line of wire, they would walk along sideways, resting their feet on the wire which was nearest the ground. That this gave them a great deal of pleasure was evident from the way in which they laughed as, with bright eyes, they watched their larger companions who were marching about. The truth was that these little ones had solved one of my problems in a very practical way. They moved themselves along on the wires, pulling their bodies sideways. In this way they moved their limbs without throwing upon them the weight of the body. Such an apparatus placed at the gymnasium for little children will enable them to fulfill the need which they feel of throwing themselves on the floor and kicking their legs in the air, for the movements they make on the little fence correspond even more correctly to the same physical needs. Therefore, I advise the manufacture of this little fence for the use in children's playrooms. It can be constructed of parallel bars supported by upright poles firmly fixed on to the heavy base. The children, while playing upon this little fence, will be able to look out and see with great pleasure what the other children are doing in the room. Other pieces of gymnasium apparatus can be constructed upon the same plan, that is, having as their aim the furnishing of the child with a proper outlet for his individual activities. One of the things invented by Séguin to develop the lower limbs, and especially to strengthen the articulation of the knee in weak children, is the trampolino. This is a kind of swing, having a very wide seat, so wide indeed that the limbs of the child, stretched out in front of him, are entirely supported by this broad seat. This little chair is hung from strong cords and is left swinging. The wall in front of it is reinforced by a strong smooth board against which the children press their feet in pushing themselves back and forth in the swing. The child seated in this swing exercises his limbs, pressing his feet against the board each time that he swings toward the wall. The board against which he swings may be erected at some distance from the wall, and may be so low that the child can see over the top of it. As he swings in this chair, he strengthens his limbs, through the species of gymnastics limited to the lower limbs, and this he does without resting the weight of his body upon his legs. Other pieces of gymnastic apparatus, less important from the hygienic standpoint, but very amusing to the children, may be described briefly. The pendulum, a game which may be played by one child or several, consists of rubber balls hung on a cord. The children seated in their little armchairs strike the ball, sending it from one to another. It is an exercise for the arms and for the spinal column, and is at the same time an exercise in which the eye gauges the distance of bodies in motion. Another game called the cord consists of a line drawn on the earth with chalk, along which the children walk. This helps to order and to direct their free movements in a given direction. A game like this is very pretty indeed after a snowfall, when the little path made by the children shows the regularity of the line they have traced, and encourages a pleasant war among them in which each tries to make his line in the snow the most regular. The little round stair is another game, in which a little wooden stairway, built on the plan of a spiral, is used. This little stair is enclosed on one side by a balustrade, on which the children can rest their hands. The other side is open and circular. This serves to habituate the children to climbing and descending stairs without holding on to the balustrade, and teaches them to move up and down with movements that are poised and self-controlled. The steps must be very low and very shallow. Going up and down on this little stair, the very smallest children can learn movements which they cannot follow properly in climbing ordinary stairways in their homes, in which the proportions are arranged for adults. Another piece of gymnasium apparatus, adapted for the broad jump, consists of a low wooden platform painted with various lines, by means of which the distance jumped may be gauged. There is a small flight of stairs which may be used in connection with this plane, making it possible to practice and to measure the high jump. I also believe that rope ladders may be so adapted to be suitable for use in schools for little children. Used in pairs, these would, it seems to me, help to perfect a great variety of movements, such as kneeling, rising, bending forward and backward, etc., movements which the child, without the help of the ladder, could not make without losing his equilibrium. All of these movements are useful in that they help the child to acquire, first, equilibrium, then that coordination of the muscular movements necessary to him. They are, moreover, helpful in that they increase the chest expansion. Besides all this, such movements as I have described reinforce the hand in its most primitive and essential action, prehension, the movement which necessarily precedes all the finer movement of the hand itself. Such apparatus was successfully used by Séguin to develop the general strength and the movement of prehension in his idiotic children. The gymnasium, therefore, offers a field for the most varied exercises, tending to establish the coordination of the movements common in life, such as walking, throwing objects, going up and down stairs, kneeling, rising, jumping, etc. Free gymnastics. By free gymnastics I mean those which are given without any apparatus. Such gymnastics are divided into two classes, directed and required exercises, and free games. In the first class I recommend the march, the object of which should not be rhythm, but poise only. When the march is introduced, it is well to accompany it with the singing of little songs, because this furnishes a breathing exercise very helpful in strengthening the lungs. Besides the march, many of the games of Froebel, which are accompanied by songs, very similar to those which the children constantly play among themselves, may be used. In the free games we furnish the children with balls, hoops, bean bags, and kites. The trees readily offer themselves to the game of Pussy Wants a Corner, and many simple games of tag. Educational gymnastics. Under the name of educational gymnastics we include two series of exercises which really form a part of other schoolwork, as, for instance, the cultivation of the earth, the care of plants and animals, watering and pruning the plants, carrying the grain to the chickens, etc. These activities call for various coordinated movements, as, for example, in hoeing, in getting down to plant things, and in rising, the trips which the children make in carrying objects to some definite place, and in making a definite practical use of these objects, offer a field for very valuable gymnastic exercises. The scattering of minute objects such as corn and oats is valuable, and also the exercise of opening and closing the gates to the garden and to the chicken yard. All of these exercises are the more valuable in that they are carried on in the open air. Among our educational gymnastics we have exercises to develop coordinated movements of the fingers, and these prepare the children for the exercises of practical life, such as dressing and undressing themselves. The didactic material which forms the basis of these last named gymnastics is very simple, consisting of wooden frames, each mounted with two pieces of cloth or leather, to be fastened and unfastened by means of the bows and buttonholes, hooks and eyes, eyelets and lacings or automatic fastenings. In our children's houses we use 10 of these frames, so constructed that each one of them illustrates a different process in dressing or undressing. 1. Mounted with heavy pieces of wool which are to be fastened by means of large bone buttons corresponds to the children's dresses. 2. Mounted with pieces of linen to be fastened with pearl buttons corresponds to a child's underwear. 3. Leather pieces mounted with shoe buttons. In fastening these leather pieces the children make use of the button hook corresponds to a child's shoes. 4. Pieces of leather which are laced together by means of eyelets and shoelaces. 5. 2 pieces of cloth to be laced together. These pieces are boned and therefore correspond to the little bodices worn by the peasants in Italy. 6. 2 pieces of stuff to be fastened by means of large hooks and eyes. 7. 2 pieces of linen to be fastened by means of small hooks and worked eyelets. 8. 2 pieces of cloth to be fastened by means of broad colored ribbon, which is to be tied into bows. 9. Pieces of cloth laced together with round cord, on the same order as the fastenings on many of the children's underclothes. 10. 2 pieces to be fastened together by means of the modern automatic fasteners. Through the use of such toys, the children can practically analyze the movements necessary in dressing and undressing themselves, and can prepare themselves separately for these movements by means of repeated exercises. We succeed in teaching the child to dress himself without his really being aware of it, that is, without any direct or arbitrary command. We have led him to this mastery. As soon as he knows how to do it, he begins to wish to make a practical application of his ability, and very soon he will be proud of being sufficient unto himself, and will take delight in an ability which makes his body free from the hands of others, and which leads him the sooner to that modesty and activity which develops far too late in those children of today who are deprived in this most practical form of education. The fastening games are very pleasing to the little ones, and often when 10 of them are using the frames at the same time, seated around the little tables, quiet and serious, they give the impression of a workroom filled with tiny workers. Respiratory gymnastics. The purpose of these gymnastics is to regulate the respiratory movements, in other words, to teach the art of breathing. They also help greatly the correct formation of the child's speech habits. The exercises which we use were introduced into school literature by Professor Sala. We have chosen the simple exercises described by him in his treatise Cura della Balbuzie. These include a number of respiratory gymnastic exercises, with which are coordinated muscular exercises. I give here an example. Mouth wide open, tongue held flat, hands on hips. Breathe deeply, lift the shoulders rapidly, lowering the diaphragm. Expel breath slowly, lowering shoulders slowly, returning to normal position. The directors should select or devise simple breathing exercises to be accompanied with arm movements, etc. Exercises for the proper use of lips, tongue, and teeth. These exercises teach the movements of the lips and tongue in the pronunciation of certain fundamental consonant sounds, reinforcing the muscles and making them ready for these movements. These gymnastics prepare the organs used in the formation of language. In presenting such exercises, we begin with the entire class, but finish by testing the children individually. We ask the child to pronounce aloud and with force the syllable of a word. When all are intent upon putting the greatest possible force into this, we call each child separately and have him repeat the word. If he pronounces it correctly, we send him to the right, if badly, to the left. Those who have difficulty with the word are encouraged to repeat it several times. The teacher takes note of the age of the child, and of the particular defects in the movements of the muscles used in articulation. She may then touch the muscles which should be used, tapping, for example, the curve of the lips, or even taking hold of the child's tongue and placing it against the dental arch, or showing him clearly the movements which she herself makes when pronouncing the syllable. She must seek in every way to aid the normal development of the movements necessary to the exact articulation of the word. As for the basis for these gymnastics, we have the children pronounce the words pain, fame, Tana, Zina, Stella, Rana, Gatto. In the pronunciation of pain, the child should repeat with much force pa, 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 thus exercising the muscles producing orbicular contraction of the lips. In fame, repeating fa, 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 the child exercises the movements of the lower lip against the upper dental arch. In Tana, having him repeat ta, 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 we cause him to exercise the movement of the tongue against the upper dental arch. In Zena, we provide the contact of the upper and lower dental arches. With Stella, we have him repeat the whole word, bringing the teeth together and holding the tongue, which has a tendency to protrude, close to the upper teeth. In Rana, we have him repeat ar, 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 thus exercising the tongue in the vibratory movements. In Gato, we hold the voice upon the guttural g. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Preston McConkey. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 10. Nature in Education, Agricultural Labor, Culture of Plants and Animals. Itard, in a remarkable pedagogical treatise, Des premiers développements des géants sauvages de l'Aveyron, expounds in detail the drama of a curious, gigantic education which attempted to overcome the psychical darkness of an idiot and at the same time to snatch a man from primitive nature. The savage of the Aveyron was a child who had grown up in the natural state. Criminally abandoned in a forest where his assassins thought they had killed him, he was cured by natural means and had survived for many years free and naked in the wilderness until, captured by hunters, he entered into the civilized life of Paris, showing by the scars with which his miserable body was furrowed the story of the struggles with wild beasts and of lacerations caused by falling from heights. The child was and always remained mute. His mentality, diagnosed by Pinel as idiotic, remained forever almost inaccessible to intellectual education. To this child are due the first steps of positive pedagogy. Itard, a physician of deaf-mutes and a student of philosophy, undertook his education with methods which he had already partially tried for treating defective hearing, believing at the beginning that the savage showed characteristics of inferiority, not because he was a degraded organism, but for want of education. He was a follower of the principles of Helvetius, quote, "Man is nothing without the work of man," unquote. That is, he believed in the omnipotence of education, and was opposed to the pedagogical principle which Rousseau had promulgated before the Revolution. Tout est bien sortant des mains de l'acteur des choses, tout dégénère dans les mains de l'homme. That is, the work of education is deleterious and spoils the man. The savage, according to the erroneous first impression of Itard, demonstrated experimentally by his characteristics the truth of the former assertion. When, however, he perceived, with the help of Pinel, that he had to do with an idiot, his philosophical theories gave place to the most admirable, tentative, experimental pedagogy. Itard derives the education of the savage into two parts. In the first, he endeavors to lead the child from natural life to social life, and in the second, he attempts the intellectual education of the idiot. The child in his life of frightful abandonment has found one happiness. He had, so to speak, immersed himself in and unified himself with nature, taking delight in it. Rains, snows, tempests, boundless space had been his sources of entertainment, his companions, his love. Civil life is a renunciation of all this, but it is an acquisition beneficent to human progress. In Itard's pages we find vividly described the moral work which led the savage to civilization, multiplying the needs of the child and surrounding him with loving care. Here is a sample of the admirably patient work of Itard as observer of the spontaneous expressions of his pupil. It can most truly give teachers, who are to prepare for the experimental model, an idea of the patience and the self-abnegation necessary in dealing with the phenomenon which is to be observed. Quote, "When, for example, he was observed within his room, he was seen to be lounging with oppressive monotony, continually directing his eyes toward the window, with his gaze wandering in the void. If on such occasions a sudden storm blew up, if the sun, hidden behind the clouds, peeped out of a sudden, lighting the atmosphere brilliantly, there were loud bursts of laughter and almost convulsive joy. Sometimes, instead of these expressions of joy, there was a sort of frenzied rage. He would twist his arms, put his clenched fists upon his eyes, gnashing his teeth and becoming dangerous to those about him. One morning, when the snow fell abundantly while he was still in bed, he uttered a cry of joy upon awaking, leaped from his bed, ran to the window and then to the door, went and came impatiently from one to the other, then ran out undressed as he was into the garden. There, giving vent to his joy with the shrillest of cries, he ran, rolled in the snow, gathered it up in handfuls, and swallowed it with incredible avidity. But his sensations at sight of the great spectacles of nature did not always manifest themselves in such a vivid and noisy manner. It is worthy of note that in certain cases they were expressed by a quiet regret and melancholy. Thus it was when the rigor of the weather drove everybody from the garden that the savage of the Aveyron chose to go there. He would walk around it several times, and finally sit down upon the edge of the fountain. I have often stopped for whole hours, and with indescribable pleasure, to watch him as he sat thus, to see how his face, inexpressive or contracted by grimaces, gradually assumed an expression of sadness and of melancholy reminiscence, while his eyes were fixed upon the surface of the water into which from time to time he would throw a few dead leaves. If, when there was a full moon, a sheaf of mild beams penetrated into his room, he rarely failed to wake and to take his place at the window. He would remain there for a large part of the night, erect, motionless, with his head thrust forward, his eyes fixed on the countryside lighted by the moon, plunged in a sort of contemplative ecstasy, the immobility and silence of which were only interrupted at long intervals by a breath as deep as a sigh, which died away in a plaintive sound of lamentation." Unquote. Elsewhere, Itard relates that the boy did not know the walking gait, which we use in civilized life, but only the running gait, and tells how he, Itard, ran after him at the beginning, when he took him out into the streets of Paris, rather than violently check the boy's running. The gradual and gentle leading of the savage through all the manifestations of social life, the early adaptation of the teacher to the pupil, rather than of the pupil to the teacher, the successive attraction to a new life which was to win over the child by its charms, and not be imposed upon him violently so that the pupil should feel it as a burden and a torture, are as many precious educative expressions, which may be generalized and applied to the education of the child. I believe that there exists no document which offers so poignant and so eloquent a contrast between the life of nature and the life of society, and which so graphically shows that society is made up solely of renunciations and restraints. Let it suffice to recall the run, checked to a walk, and the loud-voiced cry, checked to the modulations of the ordinary speaking voice. And yet, without any violence, leaving to social life the task of charming the child little by little, Itard's education triumphs. It is true that civilized life is made by renunciation of the life of nature. It is almost the snatching of a man from the lap of the earth. It is like snatching the newborn child from its mother's breast, but it is also a new life. In Itard's pages we see the final triumph of love over the love of nature. The savage of the Aveyron ends up by feeling and preferring the affection of Itard, the caresses, the tears shed over him, to the joys of immersing himself voluptuously in the snow and of contemplating the infinite expanse of the sky on a starry night. One day, after an attempted escape into the country, he returns of his own accord, humble and repentant, to find his good soup and his warm bed. It is true that man has created enjoyments in social life and has brought about a vigorous human love in community life. But nevertheless, he still belongs to nature, and especially when he is a child, he must needs draw from it the forces necessary to the development of the body and of the spirit. We have intimate communications with nature which have an influence, even a material influence, on the growth of the body. For example, a physiologist, isolating young guinea pigs from terrestrial magnetism by means of insulators, found that they grew up with rickets. In the education of little children, Itard's educative drama is repeated. We must prepare man, who is one among the living creatures and therefore belongs to nature, for social life, because social life, being his own peculiar work, must also correspond to the manifestation of his natural activity. But the advantages which we prepare for him in this social life in a great measure escape the little child, who at the beginning of his life is a predominantly vegetative creature. To soften this transition in education, by giving a large part of the educative work to nature itself, is as necessary as it is not to snatch the little child suddenly and violently from its mother, and to take him to school. And precisely this is done in the children's houses, which are situated within the tenements where the parents live, where the cry of the child reaches the mother, and the mother's voice answers it. Nowadays, under the form of child hygiene, this part of education is much cultivated. Children are allowed to grow up in the open air, in the public gardens, or are left for many hours half naked on the seashore, exposed to the rays of the sun. It has been understood, through the diffusion of marine and Apennine colonies, that the best means of invigorating the child is to immerse him in nature. Short and comfortable clothing for the children, sandals for the feet, nudity for the lower extremities, are so many liberations from the oppressive shackles of civilization. It is an obvious principle that we should sacrifice to natural liberties in education only as much as is necessary for the acquisition of the greater pleasures which are offered by civilization without useless sacrifices. But in all this progress of modern child education we have not freed ourselves from the prejudice which denies children spiritual expression and spiritual needs, and makes us consider them only as amiable vegetating bodies to be cared for, kissed, and set in motion. The education which a good mother or a good modern teacher gives today to the child who, for example, is running about in a flower garden, is the counsel not to touch the flowers, not to tread on the grass, as if it were sufficient for the child to satisfy the physiological needs of his body by moving his legs and breathing fresh air. But if for the physical life it is necessary to have the child exposed to the vivifying forces of nature, it is also necessary for his psychical life to place the soul of the child in contact with creation, in order that he may lay up for himself treasure from the directly educating forces of living nature. The method for arriving at this end is to set the child at agricultural labor, guiding him to the cultivation of plants and animals, and so to the intelligent contemplation of nature. Already in England Mrs. Latter has devised the basis for a method of child education by means of gardening and horticulture. She sees in the contemplation of developing life the basis of religion, since the soul of the child may go from the creature to the Creator. She sees in it also the point of departure for intellectual education, which she limits to drawing from life as a step toward art, to the ideas about plants, insects, and seasons, which spring from agriculture, and to the first notions of household life, which spring from the cultivation and the culinary preparation of certain alimentary products that children later serve upon the table, providing afterward also for the washing of the utensils and the tableware. Mrs. Latter's conception is too one-sided, but her institutions, which continue to spread in England, undoubtedly complete the natural education which, up to this time limited to the physical side, has already been so efficacious in invigorating the bodies of English children. Moreover, her experience offers a positive corroboration of the practicability of agricultural teaching in the case of little children. As for deficients, I have seen agriculture applied on a large scale to their education at Paris by the means which the kindly spirit of Bocelli tried to introduce into the elementary schools when he attempted to institute the little educative gardens. In every little garden are sown different agricultural products, demonstrating practically the proper method and the proper time for seeding and for crop gathering, and the period of development of the various products, the manner of preparing the soil, of enriching it with natural or chemical manures, etc. The same is done for ornamental plants and for gardening, which is the work yielding the best income for deficients when they are of an age to practice a profession. But this side of education, though it contains in the first place an objective method of intellectual culture, and in addition a professional preparation, is not, in my opinion, to be taken into serious consideration for child education. The educational conception of this age must be solely that of aiding the psycho-physical development of the individual, and, this being the case, agriculture and animal culture contain in themselves precious means of moral education which can be analyzed far more than is done by Mrs. Latter, who sees in them essentially a method of conducting the child's soul to religious feeling. Indeed, in this method, which is a progressive ascent, several gradations can be distinguished. I mention here the principal ones. First, the child is initiated into observation of the phenomena of life. He stands with respect to the plants and animals in relations analogous to those in which the observing teacher stands toward him. Little by little, as interest and observation grow, his zealous care for the living creatures grows also, and in this way the child can logically be brought to appreciate the care which the mother and the teacher take of him. Second, the child is initiated into foresight by way of auto-education. When he knows that the life of the plants that have been sown depends upon his care in watering them, and that of the animals upon his diligence in feeding them, without which the little plant dries up and the animals suffer hunger, the child becomes vigilant, as one who is beginning to feel a mission in life. Moreover, a voice quite different from that of his mother and his teacher calling him to his duties is speaking here, exhorting him never to forget the task he has undertaken. It is the plaintive voice of the needy life which lives by his care. Between the child and the living creatures which he cultivates there is born a mysterious correspondence which induces the child to fulfill certain determinate acts without the intervention of the teacher, that is, leads him to an auto-education. The rewards which the child reaps also remain between him and nature. One fine day, after long patient care, in carrying food and straw to the brooding pigeons, behold the little ones! Behold a number of chickens peeping about the setting hen which yesterday sat motionless in her brooding place! Behold one day the tender little rabbits in the hutch where formerly dwelt in solitude the pair of big rabbits, to which he had not a few times lovingly carried the green vegetables left over in his mother's kitchen. I have not yet been able to institute in Rome the breeding of animals, but in the children's houses at Milan there are several animals, among them a pair of pretty little white American fowl that live in a diminutive and elegant chalet, similar in construction to a Chinese pagoda. In front of it, a little piece of ground enclosed by a rampart is reserved for the pair. The little door of the chalet is locked at evening, and the children take care of it in turn. With what delight they go in the morning to unlock the door, to fetch the water and straw, and with what care they watch during the day, and at evening lock the door after having made sure the fowl lack nothing. The teacher informs me that among all the educative exercises this is the most welcome, and seems almost the most important of all. Many a time, when the children are tranquilly occupied in their tasks, each at the work he prefers, 1, 2, or 3 get up silently and go out to cast a glance at the animals to see if they need care. Often it happens that a child absents himself for a long time, and the teacher surprises him watching enchantedly the fish gliding ruddy and resplendent in the sunlight in the waters of the fountain. One day I received from the teacher in Milan a letter in which she spoke to me with great enthusiasm of a truly wonderful piece of news. The little pigeons were hatched. For the children it was a great festival. They felt themselves to some extent the parents of these little ones, and no artificial reward which had flattered their vanity would ever have provoked such a truly fine emotion. Not less great are the joys which vegetable nature provides. In one of the children's houses at Rome, where there was no soil that could be cultivated, there have been arranged, through the efforts of Signora Talamo, flower pots all around the large terrace, and climbing plants near the walls. The children never forget to water the plants with their little watering pots. One day I found them seated on the ground, all in a circle, around a splendid red rose which had bloomed in the night, silent and calm, literally immersed in mute contemplation. Third, the children are initiated into the virtue of patience and into confident expectation, which is a form of faith and of philosophy of life. When the children put a seed into the ground and wait until it fructifies, and see the first appearance of the shapeless plant, and wait for the growth and the transformations into flower and fruit, and see how some plants sprout sooner and some later, and how the deciduous plants have a rapid life and the fruit trees a slower growth, they end by acquiring a peaceful equilibrium of conscience, and absorb the first germs of that wisdom which so characterized the tillers of the soil in the time when they still kept their primitive simplicity. Fourth, the children are inspired with a feeling for nature, which is maintained by the marvels of creation, that creation which rewards with a generosity not measured by the labor of those who help it to evolve the life of its creatures. Even while at the work, a sort of correspondence arises between the child's soul and the lives which are developed under his care. The child loves naturally the manifestations of life. Mrs. Latter tells us how easily little ones are interested even in earthworms and in the movement of the larvae of insects in manure, without feeling that horror which we, who have grown up isolated from nature, experience toward certain animals. It is well, then, to develop this feeling of trust and confidence in living creatures, which is, moreover, a form of love and of union with the universe. But what most develops a feeling of nature is the cultivation of the living things, because they, by their natural development, give back far more than they receive, and show something like infinity in their beauty and variety. When the child has cultivated the iris or the pansy, the rose or the hyacinth, has placed in the soil a seed or a bulb and periodically watered it, or has planted a fruit-bearing shrub, and the blossomed flower and the ripened fruit offer themselves as a generous gift of nature, a rich reward for a small effort, it seems almost as if nature were answering with her gifts to the feeling of desire, to the vigilant love of the cultivator, rather than striking a balance with his material efforts. It will be quite different when the child has together the material fruits of his labor, motionless, uniform objects, which are consumed and dispersed rather than increased and multiplied. The difference between the products of nature and those of industry, between divine products and human products, it is this that must be born spontaneously in the child's conscience, like the determination of a fact. But at the same time, as the plant must give its fruit, so man must give his labor. Fifth, the child follows the natural way of development of the human race. In short, such education makes the evolution of the individual harmonize with that of humanity. Man passed from the natural to the artificial state through agriculture. When he discovered the secret of intensifying the production of the soil, he obtained the reward of civilization. The same path must be traversed by the child who is destined to become a civilized man. The action of educative nature, so understood, is very practically accessible. because even if the vast stretch of ground and the large courtyard necessary for physical education are lacking, it will always be possible to find a few square yards of land that may be cultivated, or a little place where pigeons can make their nest, things sufficient for spiritual education. Even a pot of flowers at the window can, if necessary, fulfill the purpose. In the first children's house in Rome, we have a vast courtyard cultivated as a garden where the children are free to run in the open air, and besides a long stretch of ground which is planted on one side with trees, has a branching path in the middle, and on the opposite side has broken ground for the cultivation of plants. This last we have divided into so many portions, reserving one for each child. While the smaller children run freely up and down the paths, or rest in the shade of the trees, the possessors of the earth, children from 4 years of age up, are sowing or hoeing, watering or examining the surface of the soil, watching for the sprouting of plants. It is interesting to note the following fact. The little reservations of the children are placed along the wall of the tenement, in a spot formerly neglected because it leads to a blind road. The inhabitants of the house, therefore, had the habit of throwing from those windows every kind of offal, and at the beginning our garden was thus contaminated. But little by little, without any exhortation on our part, solely through the respect borne in the people's mind for the children's labor, nothing more fell from the windows except the loving glances and smiles of the mothers upon the soil which was the beloved possession of their little children. End of chapter.
Chapter 11 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 11. Manual Labor, the Potter's Art and Building. Manual labor is distinguished from manual gymnastics by the fact that the object of the latter is to exercise the hand, and the former to accomplish a determinate work, being or stimulating a socially useful object. The one perfects the individual, the other enriches the world. The two things are, however, connected, because in general only one who has perfected his own hand can produce a useful product. I have thought wise, after a short trial, to exclude completely Froebel's exercises, because weaving and sewing on cardboard are ill adapted to the physiological state of the child's visual organs, where the powers of the accommodation of the eye have not yet reached complete development. Hence, these exercises cause an effort of the organ which may have a fatal influence on the development of the sight. The other little exercises of Froebel, such as the folding of paper, are exercises of the hand, not work. There is still left plastic work, the most rational among all the exercises of Froebel, which consist in making the child reproduce determinate objects in clay. In consideration, however, of the system of liberty which I proposed, I did not like to make the children copy anything, and in giving them clay to fashion in their own manner, I did not direct the children to produce useful things, nor was I accomplishing an educative result, inasmuch as plastic work, as I shall show later, serves for the study of the psychic individuality of the child in his spontaneous manifestations, but not for his education. I decided, therefore, to try in the children's houses some very interesting exercises which I had seen accomplished by an artist. Professor Randon, in the School of Educative Art, founded by him. This school had its origin along with the Society for Young People, called Giovanissimi Gentile, both school and society having the object of educating youth in gentleness towards their surroundings, that is, in respect for objects, buildings, monuments, a really important part of civil education, and one which interested me particularly on account of the children's houses, since that institution has, as its fundamental aim, to teach precisely this respect for the walls, for the house, for the surroundings. Very suitably, Professor Randon had decided that the Society of Giovanissimi Gentile could not be based upon sterile theoretical preachings of the principles of citizenship, or upon moral pledges taken by the children, but that it must proceed from an artistic education which should lead the youth to appreciate and love and consequently respect objects, and especially monuments and historic buildings. Thus the School of Educative Art was inspired by a broad artistic conception including the reproduction of objects which are commonly met in the surroundings, the history and prehistory of their production, and the illustration of the principal civic monuments which, in Rome, are in large measure composed of archaeological monuments. In order the more directly to accomplish his object, Professor Randone founded his admirable school in an opening in one of the most artistic parts of the walls of Rome, namely, the wall of Belisarius, overlooking the Villa Umberto Primo, a wall which has been entirely neglected by the authorities and by no means respected by the citizens, and upon which Randone lavished care, decorating it with graceful hanging gardens on the outside, and locating within it the School of Art which was to shape the Giovanezza Gentile. Here Randone has tried, very fittingly, to rebuild and revive a form of art which was once the glory of Italy and of Florence, the potter's art, that is, the art of constructing vases. The archaeological, historical, and artistic importance of the vase is very great, and may be compared with the numismatic art. In fact, the first object of which humanity felt the need was the vase, which came into being with the utilization of fire, and before the discovery of the production of fire. Indeed, the first food of mankind was cooked in a vase. One of the things most important, ethnically, is judging the civilization of a primitive people is the grade of perfection attained in pottery. In fact, the vase for domestic life and the axe for social life are the first sacred symbols which we find in the prehistoric epoch, and are the religious symbols connected with the temples of the gods and with the cult of the dead. Even today, religious cults have sacred vases in their sancta sanctorum. People who have progressed in civilization show their feeling for art and their aesthetic feeling also in vases, which are multiplied in almost infinite form, as we see in Egyptian, Etruscan, and Greek art. The vase then comes into being, attains perfection, and is multiplied in its uses and its forms, in the course of human civilization, and the history of the vase follows the history of humanity itself. Besides the civil and moral importance of the vase, we have another and practical one, its literal adaptability to every modification of form, and its susceptibility to the most diverse ornamentation. In this it gives free scope to the individual genius of the artist. Thus, when once the handicraft leading to the construction of vases has been learned, and this is the part of the progress in the work, learned from the direct and graduated instruction of the teacher, anyone can modify it according to the inspiration of his own aesthetic taste, and this is the artistic, individual part of the work. Besides this, in Randone's school the use of the potter's wheel is taught, and also the composition of the mixture for the bath of majolica ware, and baking the pieces in the furnace, stages of manual labor which contain an industrial culture. Another work of the School of Educative Art is the manufacture of diminutive bricks, and their baking in the furnace, and the construction of diminutive walls built by the same processes which the masons use in the construction of houses, the bricks being joined by means of mortar handled with a trowel. After the simple construction of the wall, which is very amusing for the children who build it, placing brick on brick, superimposing row on row, the children pass to the construction of real houses, first resting on the ground, and then really constructing with foundations, after a previous excavation of large holes in the ground by means of little hoes and shovels. These little houses have openings corresponding to windows and doors, and are variously ornamented in their facades by little tiles of bright and multicolored majolica, the tiles themselves being manufactured by the children. Thus the children learn to appreciate the objects and constructions which surround them, while a real manual and artistic labor gives them profitable exercise. Such is the manual training which I have adopted in the children's houses. After 2 or 3 lessons, the little pupils are already enthusiastic about the construction of vases, and they preserve very carefully their own products, in which they take pride. With their plastic art, they then model little objects, eggs or fruits, with which they themselves fill the vases. One of the first undertakings is the simple vase of red clay filled with eggs of white clay. Then comes the modeling of the vase with 1 or more spouts, of the narrow-mouthed vase, of the vase with a handle, of that with 2 or 3 handles, of the tripod, of the amphora. For children of the age of 5 or 6, the work of the potter's wheel begins. But what most delights the children is the work of building a wall with little bricks, and seeing a little house, the fruit of their own hands, rise in the vicinity of the ground in which are growing plants, also cultivated by them. Thus the age of childhood epitomizes the principal primitive labors of humanity, when the human race, changing from the nomadic to the stable condition, demanded of the earth its fruit, built itself shelter, and devised vases to cook the foods yielded by the fertile earth. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of the Montessori Method. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Carl, St. Louis, Missouri, May 2009. The Montessori Method by Maria Montessori. Translated by Anne E. George. Chapter 12. Education of the Senses. In a pedagogical method which is experimental, the education of the senses must undoubtedly assume greatest importance. Experimental psychology also takes note of movements by means of sense measurements. Pedagogy, however, although it may profit by psychometry, is not designed to measure the senses, but educate the senses. This is a point easily understood, yet one which is often confused. While the proceedings of esthesiometry are not to any great extent applicable to little children, the education of the senses is entirely possible. We do not start from the conclusions of experimental psychology, that is, it is not the knowledge of the average sense conditions according to the age of the child which leads us to determine the educational applications we shall make. We start essentially from a method, and it is probable that psychology will be able to draw its conclusions from pedagogy so understood, and not vice versa. The method used by me is that of making a pedagogical experiment with a didactic object and awaiting the spontaneous reaction of the child. This is a method in every way analogous to that of experimental psychology. I make use of a material which, at first glance, may be confused with a psychometric material. Teachers from Milan, who had followed the course in the Milan School of Experimental Psychology, seeing my material exposed, would recognize among it measures of the perception of color, hardness, and weight, and would conclude that, in truth, I brought no new contribution to pedagogy since these instruments were already known to them. But the great difference between the two materials lies in this. The esthesiometer carries within itself the possibility of measuring. My objects, on the contrary, often do not permit a measure, but are adapted to cause the child to exercise the senses. In order that an instrument shall attain such a pedagogical end, it is necessary that it shall not weary, but shall divert the child. Here lies the difficulty in the selection of didactic material. It is known that the psychometric instruments are great consumers of energy. For this reason, when Pizzoli wished to apply them to the education of the senses, he did not succeed because the child was annoyed by them and became tired. Instead, the aim of education is to develop the energies. Psychometric instruments, or better, the instruments of esthesiometry, are prepared in their differential gradations upon the laws of Weber, which were, in truth, drawn from experiments made upon adults. With little children we must proceed in the making of trials, and must select the didactic materials in which they show themselves to be interested. This I did in the first year of the Children's Houses, adopting a great variety of stimuli, with a number of which I had already experimented in the School for Deficients. Much of the material used for deficients is abandoned in the education of the normal child, and much that is used has been greatly modified. I believe, however, that I have arrived at a selection of objects, which I do not here wish to speak of in the technical language of psychology as stimuli, representing the minimum necessary to a practical sense education. These objects constitute the didactic system, or set of didactic materials, used by me. They are manufactured by the House of Labor of the Humanitarian Society at Milan. A description of the objects will be given as the educational scope of each is explained. Here I shall limit myself to the setting forth of a few general considerations. First, the difference in the reaction between deficient and normal children in the presentation of didactic material made up of graded stimuli. This difference is plainly seen from the fact that the same didactic material used with deficients makes education possible, while with normal children it provokes auto-education. This fact is one of the most interesting I have met with in all my experience, and it inspired and rendered possible the method of observation and liberty. Let us suppose that we use our first object, a block in which solid geometric forms are set. Into corresponding holes in the block are set 10 little wooden cylinders, the bases diminishing gradually about 10 millimeters. The game consists in taking the cylinders out of their places, putting them on the table, mixing them, and then putting each block back in its own place. The aim is to educate the eye to the differential perception of dimensions. With the deficient child, it would be necessary to begin with exercises in which stimuli were much more strongly contrasted, and to arrive at this exercise only after many others had preceded it. With normal children, this is, on the other hand, the first object which we may present, and out of all the didactic material, this is the game preferred by the very little children of 2½ and 3 years. Once we arrived at this exercise with the deficient child, it was necessary continually and actively to recall his attention, inviting him to look at the block and showing him the various pieces. And if the child once succeeded in placing all the cylinders properly, he stopped and the game was finished. Whenever the deficient child committed an error, it was necessary to correct it, or to urge him to correct himself, and when he was able to correct an error, he was usually quite indifferent. Now the normal child instead takes spontaneously a lively interest in this game. He pushes away all who would interfere or offer to help him, and wishes to be alone before his problem. It had already been noted that the little ones of 2 or 3 years take the greatest pleasure in arranging small objects, and this experiment in the Children's Houses demonstrates the truth of this assertion. Now, and here is the important point, the normal child attentively observes the relation between the size of the opening and that of the object which he is to place in the mold, and is greatly interested in the game, as is clearly shown by the expression of the attention on the little face. If he mistakes, placing one of the objects in an opening that is small for it, he takes it away and proceeds to make various trials, seeking the proper opening. If he makes a contrary error, letting the cylinder fall into an opening that is a little too large for it, and then collects all the successive cylinders in openings just a little too large, he will find himself at the last with the big cylinder in his hand, while only the smallest opening is empty. The didactic material controls every error. The child proceeds to correct himself, doing this in various ways. Most often he feels the cylinders or shakes them, in order to recognize which are the largest. Sometimes he sees at a glance where his error lies, pulls the cylinders from the places where they should not be, and puts those left out where they belong, and replaces all the others. The normal child always repeats the exercise with growing interest. Indeed, it is precisely in these errors that the educational importance of the didactic material lies, and when the child with evident security places each piece in its proper place, he has outgrown the exercise, and this piece of material becomes useless to him. This self-correction leads the child to concentrate his attention upon the differences of dimensions, and to compare the various pieces. It is in just this comparison that the psychosensory exercise lies. There is, therefore, no question here of teaching the child the knowledge of the dimensions through the medium of those pieces. Neither is it our aim that the child shall know how to use, without an error, the material presented to him, thus performing the exercise as well. That would place our material on the same basis as many others, for example that of Froebel, and would require again the active work of the teacher, who busies herself furnishing knowledge, and making haste to correct every error in order that the child may learn the use of the objects. Here instead is the work of the child, the auto-correction, the auto-education which acts, for the teacher must not interfere in the slightest way. No teacher can furnish the child with the agility which he acquires through gymnastic exercises. It is necessary that the pupil perfect himself through his own efforts. It is very much the same with the education of the senses. It might be said that the same thing is true of every form of education. A man is not what he is because of the teachers he has had, but because of what he has done. One of the difficulties of putting this method into practice with teachers of the old school lies in the difficulty of preventing them from intervening when the little child remains for some time puzzled before the same error, and with his eyebrows drawn together and his lips puckered, makes repeated efforts to correct himself. When they see this, the old-time teachers are seized with pity, and long, with an almost irresistible force, to help the child. When we prevent this intervention, they burst into words of compassion for the scholar, but he soon shows in his smiling face the joy of having surmounted an obstacle. Normal children repeat such exercises many times. This repetition varies according to the individual. Some children, after having completed the exercise 5 or 6 times, are tired of it. Others will remove and replace the pieces at least 20 times with an expression of evident interest. Once, after I had watched a little one of 4 years repeat this exercise 16 times, I had the other children sing in order to distract her. But she continued unmoved to take out the cylinders, mix them up, and put them back in their places. An intelligent teacher ought to be able to make most interesting individual psychological observations, and, to a certain point, should be able to measure the length of time for which the various stimuli held the attention. In fact, when the child educates himself, and when the control and correction of errors is yielded to the didactic material, there remains for the teacher nothing but to observe. She must then be more of a psychologist than a teacher, and this shows the importance of a scientific preparation on the part of the teacher. Indeed, with my methods, the teacher teaches little and observes much, and, above all, it is her function to direct the psychic activity of the children and their physiological development. For this reason, I have changed the name of teacher into that of directress. At first this name provoked many smiles, for everyone asked whom there was for this teacher to direct, since she had no assistants, and since she must leave her little scholars in liberty. But her direction is much more profound and important than that which is commonly understood, for this teacher directs the life and the soul. Second, the education of the senses has, as its aim, the refinement of the differential preparation of stimuli by means of repeated exercises. There exists a sensory culture which is not generally taken into consideration, but which is a factor in esthesiometry. For example, in the mental tests which are used in France, or in a series of tests which De Sanctis has established for the diagnosis of the intellectual status, I have often seen used cubes of different sizes placed at varying distances. The child was to select the smallest and the largest, while the chronometer measured the time of reaction between the command and the execution of the act. Account was also taken of the errors. I repeat that, in such experiments, the factor of culture is forgotten, and by this I mean sensory culture. Our children have, for example, among the didactic material for the education of the senses, a series of 10 cubes. The first has a base of 10 centimeters, and the others decrease successively 1 centimeter as to base, the smallest cube having a base of 1 centimeter. The exercise consists in throwing the blocks, which are pink in color, down upon a green carpet, and then building them up into a little tower, placing the largest cube as the base, and then placing the others in order of size until the little cube of 1 centimeter is placed at the top. The little one must each time select, from the blocks scattered upon the green carpet, the largest block. This game is most entertaining to the little ones of 2 1/2, who, as soon as they have constructed the little tower, tumble it down with little blows of the hand, admiring the pink cubes as they lie scattered upon the green carpet. Then they begin again the construction, building and destroying a definite number of times. If we were to place before these tests one of my children from 3 to 4 years, and one of the children from the first elementary, 6 or 7 years old, my pupil would undoubtedly manifest a shorter period of reaction, and would not commit errors. The same may be said for the tests of the chromatic sense, etc. This educational method should therefore prove interesting to students of experimental psychology as well as to teachers. In conclusion, let me summarize briefly. Our didactic material renders auto-education possible, permits a methodical education of the senses. Not upon the ability of the teacher does such education rest, but upon the didactic system. This presents objects which, first, attract the spontaneous attention of the child, and second, contain a rational gradation of stimuli. We must not confuse the education of the senses with the concrete ideas which may be gathered from our environment by means of the senses. Nor must this education of the senses be identical in our minds with the language through which is given the nomenclature corresponding to the concrete idea, nor with the acquisition of the abstract idea of the exercises. Let us consider what the music master does in giving instruction in piano playing. He teaches the pupil the correct position of the body, gives him the idea of the notes, shows him the correspondence between the written notes and the touch and position of the fingers, and then he leaves the child to perform the exercise by himself. If a pianist is to be made of this child, there must, between the ideas given by the teacher and the musical exercises, intervene long and patient application to those exercises which serve to give agility to the articulation of the fingers and of the tendons, in order that the coordination of special muscular movements shall become automatic, and that the muscles of the hand shall become strong through their repeated use. The pianist must, therefore, act for himself, and the more his natural tendencies lead him to persist in these exercises, the greater will be his success. However, without the direction of the master, the exercise will not suffice to develop the scholar into a true pianist. The directress of the Children's House must have a clear idea of the two factors which enter into her work, the guidance of the child and the individual exercise. Only after she has this concept clearly fixed in her mind may she proceed to the application of a method to guide the spontaneous education of the child, and to impart necessary notions to him. In the opportune quality and in the manner of this intervention lies the personal art of the educator. For example, in the Children's House in the Prati di Castello, where the pupils belong to the middle class, I found, a month after opening the school, a child of 5 years who already knew how to compose any word, as he knew the alphabet perfectly. He had learned it in 2 weeks. He knew how to write on the blackboard, and in the exercises and free design showed himself not only to be an observer, but to have some intuitive idea of perspective, drawing a house and chair very cleverly. As for the exercises of the chromatic sense, he could mix together the 8 gradations of the 8 colors which we use, and from this mass of 64 tablets, each wound with silk of a different color or shade, he would rapidly separate the 8 groups. Having done this, he would proceed with ease to arrange each color series in perfect gradation. In this game, the child would almost cover one of the little tables with a carpet of finely shaded colors. I made the experiment, taking him to the window and showing him in full daylight one of the colored tablets, telling him to look at it well so that he might be able to remember it. I then sent him to the table on which all the gradations were spread out, and asked him to find the tablet like the one at which he had looked. He committed only very slight errors, often choosing the exact shade, but more often the one next to it, rarely a tint 2 grades removed from the right one. This boy then had a power of discrimination and a color memory which were almost prodigious. Like all the other children, he was exceedingly fond of the color exercises, but when I asked the name of the white color spool, he hesitated for a long time before replying uncertainly, "White." Now, a child of such intelligence should have been able, even without the special intervention of the teacher, to learn the name of each color. The directress told me that having noticed that the child had great difficulty in retaining the nomenclature of the colors, she had up until that time left him to exercise himself freely with the games for the color sense. At the same time, he had developed rapidly a power over written language, which in my method is presented through a series of problems to be solved. These problems are presented as sense exercises. This child was, therefore, most intelligent. In him the discriminative sensory perceptions kept pace with great intellectual activities, attention and judgment, but his memory for names was inferior. The directress had thought best not to interfere, as yet, in the teaching of the child. Certainly the education of the child was a little disordered, and the directress had left the spontaneous explanation of his mental activities excessively free. However desirable it may be to furnish a sense education as a basis for intellectual ideas, it is nevertheless advisable at the same time to associate the language with these perceptions. In this connection, I have found excellent for use with normal children the 3 periods of which the lesson according to Séguin consists. First period, the association of the sensory perception with the name. For example, we present to the child 2 colors, red and blue. Presenting the red one, we simply say, "This is red," and presenting the blue, "This is blue." Then we lay the spools upon the table under the eyes of the child. Second period, recognition of the object corresponding to the name. We say to the child, "Give me the red," and then "Give me the blue." Third period, the remembering of the name corresponding to the object. We ask the child, showing him the object, "What is this?" and he should respond, "Red." Séguin insists strongly upon these 3 periods, and urges that the colors be left for several instants under the eyes of the child. He also advises us never to present the colors singly, but always 2 at a time, for the contrast helps the chromatic memory. Indeed, I have proved that there cannot be a better method for teaching color to the deficients, who with this method were able to learn the colors much more perfectly than normal children in ordinary schools who have had a haphazard sense education. For normal children, however, there exists a period preceding the 3 periods of Séguin, a period which contains the real sense education. This is the acquisition of a fineness of differential perception, which can be obtained only through auto-education. This, then, is an example of the great superiority of the normal child, and of the greater effect of education which such pedagogical methods may exercise upon the mental development of normal as compared with deficient children. The association of the name with the stimulus is a source of great pleasure to the normal child. I remember one day I had taught a little girl, who was not yet 3 years old, and who was a little tardy in the development of language, the names of 3 colors. I had the children place one of their little tables near a window, and, seating myself in one of the little chairs, I seated the little girl in a similar chair at my right. I had, on the table, 6 of the color spools in pairs, that is, 2 reds, 2 blues, 2 yellows. In the first period I placed one of the spools before the child, asking her to find the one like it. This I repeated for all 3 of the colors, showing her how to arrange them carefully in pairs. After this I passed to the 3 periods of Segun. The little girl learned to recognize the 3 colors and to pronounce the name of each. She was so happy that she looked at me for a long time, and then began to jump up and down. I, seeing her pleasure, said to her, laughing, "Do you know the colors?" And she replied, still jumping up and down, "Yes, yes!" Her delight was inexhaustible. She danced about me, waiting joyously for me to ask her the same question, that she might reply with the same enthusiasm, "Yes, yes!" Another important particular of the technique of sense education lies in isolating the sense whenever this is possible. So, for example, the exercises on the sense of hearing can be given more successfully in an environment not only of silence, but even of darkness. For the education of the senses in general, such as in the tactile, thermic, baric, and stereognostic exercises, we blindfold a child. The reasons for this particular technique have been fully set forth by psychology. Here it is enough to note that in the case of normal children, the blindfold greatly increases their interest without making the exercises degenerate into noisy fun, and without having the child's attention attracted more to the bandage than to the sense stimuli upon which we wish to focus the attention. For example, in order to test the acuteness of the child's sense of hearing, a most important thing for the teacher to know, I use an empiric test which is coming to be used almost universally by physicians in the making of medical examinations. This test is made by modulating the voice, reducing it to a whisper. The child is blindfolded, or the teacher may stand behind him, speaking his name in a whisper and from varying distances. I establish a solemn silence in the schoolroom, darken the windows, have the children bow their heads upon their hands, which they hold in front of their eyes. Then I call the children by name, one by one, in a whisper, lighter for those who are nearer me, and more clearly for those farther away. Each child awaits, in the darkness, the faint voice which calls him, listening intently, ready to run with keenest joy toward the mysterious and much desired call. The normal child may be blindfolded in the games where, for example, he is to recognize various weights, for this does help him to intensify and concentrate his attention upon the baric stimuli which he is to test. The blindfold adds to his pleasure, since he is proud of having been able to guess. The effect of these games upon deficient children is very different. When placed in darkness, they often go to sleep, or give themselves up to disordered acts. When the blindfold is used, they fix their attention upon the bandage itself, and change the exercise into a game, which does not fulfill the end we have in view with the exercise. We speak, it is true, of games in education, but it must be made clear that we understand by this term a free activity, ordered to a definite end, not disorderly noise, which distracts the attention. The following pages of Itard give an idea of the patient experiments made by this pioneer in pedagogy. Their lack of success was due largely to errors with which successive experiments have made it possible to correct, and in part to the mentality of his subject. 4. In this last experiment it was not necessary, as in the one preceding, to demand that the pupil repeat the sounds which he perceived. This double work, distributing his attention, was outside the plane of my purpose, which was to educate each organ separately. I, therefore, limited myself to following the simple perception of sounds. To be certain of this result, I placed my pupil in front of me with his eyes blindfolded, his fists closed, and had him extend a finger each time that I made a sound. He understood this arrangement, and as soon as the sound reached his ear, the finger was raised, with a species of impetuosity, and often with demonstrations of joy which left no doubt as to the pleasure the pupil took in these bizarre lessons. Indeed, whether it be that he found a real pleasure in the sound of the human voice, or that he had at last conquered the annoyance he at first felt on being deprived of the light for so long a time, The fact remains that more than once, during the intervals of rest, he came to me with his blindfold in his hand, holding it over his eyes and jumping with joy when he felt my hands tying it about his head. 5. Having thoroughly assured myself through such experience as the one described above, that all sounds of the voice, whatever their intensity, were perceived by Vittorio, I proceeded to the attempt of making him compare these sounds. It was no longer a case of simply noting the sounds of the voice, but of perceiving the differences, and of appreciating all these modifications and varieties of tone which go to make up the music of the word. Between this task and the preceding, there stretched a prodigious difference, especially for a being whose development was dependent upon gradual effort, and who advanced towards civilization only because I led thitherward so gently that he was unconscious of the progress. Facing the difficulty now presented, I had need to arm myself more strongly than ever with patience and gentleness, encouraged by the hope that once I had surmounted this obstacle, all would have been done for the sense of hearing. We began the comparison of vowel sounds, and here too made use of the hand to assure ourselves as to the result of our experiments. Each one of the fingers was made the sign of one of the 5 vowels. Thus the thumb represented A, and was to be raised whenever this vowel was pronounced. The index finger was the sign for E, the middle finger for I, and so on. 6. Not without fatigue, and not for a long time, was I able to give a distinct idea of the vowels. The first to be clearly distinguished was O, and then A. The 3 others presented much greater difficulty, and were for a long time confused. At last, however, the ear began to perceive distinctly, and then there returned in all their vivacity those demonstrations of joy of which I have spoken. This continued until the pleasure taken in the lessons began to be boisterous, the sounds became confused, and the finger was raised indiscriminately. The outbursts of laughter became indeed so excessive that I lost patience. As soon as I placed the blindfold over his eyes, the shouts of laughter began. Itard, finding it impossible to continue his educational work, decided to do away with the blindfold, and indeed the shouts ceased, but now the child's attention was distracted by the slightest movement about him. The blindfold was necessary, but the boy had to be made to understand that he must not laugh so much, and that he was having a lesson. The corrective means of Itard and their touching results are worth reporting here. I wished to intimidate him with my manner, not being able to do so with my glance. I armed myself with a tambourine and struck it lightly whenever he made a mistake. But he mistook this correction for a joke, and his joy became more noisy than ever. I then felt that I must make the correction a little more severe. It was understood, and I saw, with a mixture of pain and pleasure, revealed in the darkened face of the boy the fact that the feeling of injury surpassed the unhappiness of the blow. Tears came from beneath the blindfold. He urged me to take it off, but whether from embarrassment or fear, or from some inner preoccupation, when freed from the bandage, he still kept his eyes tightly closed. I could not laugh at the doleful expression on his face, the closed eyelids from between which trickled an occasional tear. Oh, in this moment, as in many others, ready to renounce my task, and feeling that the time I had consecrated to it was lost, how I regretted ever having known this boy, and how severely I condemned the barren and inhuman curiosity of the men who, in order to make scientific advancement, had torn him away from a life at least innocent and happy. Here also is demonstrated the great educative superiority of scientific pedagogy from normal children. Finally, one particular of the technique consists in the distribution of the stimuli. This will be treated more fully in the description of the didactic system, materials, and of the sense education. Here it is enough to say that one should proceed from few stimuli, strongly contrasting, to many stimuli in gradual differentiation, always more fine and imperceptible. So, for example, we first present together red and blue, the shortest rod beside the longest, the thinnest beside the thickest, etc., passing from these to the delicately differing tints, and to the discrimination of very slight differences in length and size. End of chapter 12.